Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was a Savage Street Cat? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 15 years ago. That is just so cute. Yamada Hisashi grinned, Aizawa Shouta just groaned. They were changing after a basic hero training lesson. The rest of the boys in their class also looked to catch a glimpse of Aizawa's soul mark that had just recently appeared on the curve of his back. It was of a small cat, curled fur that seemed to be black with just tints of green. It had blazing red eyes with a scarf winding down the length of its body. Overall, it looked like an adorable set-off kitten with puffed-up fur. Shut up. Aizawa shot him a glare. Oh, come on. We all knew you liked cats, but to have one on your soul mark. Yamada began, but stopped at the glare Aizawa gave him. He just finished changing with a wide smirk. That was the day his friends began calling him House Cat. 4 years later, Midoriya Izuku was lost, confused, and not complete sure what to do. He knew he was quirkless, and everyone made it clear that it meant he was useless. His best friend, Kaken, had laughed at him, blasted him, said not even his soulmate would want him. The 4-year-old lifted his shirt just a little to look at the mark located just above his right hip. It was of a small cat, curled fur that seemed to be black with just tints of green. It had blazing red eyes with a scarf winding down the length of its body. Izuku had been told his soul mate had the exact same mark on his body. The words of his best friend caused the boy to cry silently. He was useless. Not even his soulmate would want him. No one would. Look at what we have here. A voice sneered. Izuku looked up at a small group. Looks like we found another one of them quirkless scum. Get him. Izuku immediately went to run, but the group were adults, bigger, stronger, wiser. Izuku fought against their grasps furiously. He cried they fought him down. A knife caught him in several places, nails cut into his skin trying to kill him. Pain began to pulse through his body, a deep aching, much more painful than what the men were inflicting upon him. He yelled out in pain, as it gulfed him like a burning fire. Aizawa lowered his goggles and applied eye drops. His shift was almost over. He was thankful for it. He could soon go home and curl up and sleep. Or, at least that was on his mind, until a large crashing sound came from an alley. He quickly got over to it and peered into the shadows. There was a small group, ganging up on one kid. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Hand it over, you know better than to steal from a street cat. One member of the group sniggered. A deep growl emitted from the loner's throat. It sounded much to like a cat to Aizawa. He backed up. The group took a step forward, but before engaging in a fight, the street jumped onto a trash can, before climbing up a wall and onto the roof off the houses. The group swore loudly. Find him. The group raced off, as Aizawa caught the street cat making his way across the rooftops. He quickly followed. The kid was just a petty villain, a little thief, he expected. He followed the street cat to a dark, hidden alley, one that was likely long forgotten. He remained in the shadows and the street cat entered the light of a lone lamp. Aizawa held back his gasp. The street cat was nothing more than a child, barely past the age of 10 he guessed. Malnourished, but it was clearly he was pretty strong. There were scars littering his upper body which looked all too human. Expect his hands, that seemed somewhat a cross between human hands and cat paws. The boy had a head of unruly green curls, 2 cat-like ears peeked up from them. Aizawa was drawn to lower part of the boy. His legs were that of a cat's. He wore a pair of ripped jeans, ripped just above the knee. A hole had been made in the back for his long fluffy tail, the fur the same shade of color as the boy's hair. The boy settled down in a makeshift accommodation. What he had stolen was clear. It was a fish. The boy happily began to eat it, much like as a cat would. Aizawa glanced around the area. It looked like he had been here for some time. Aizawa knew it wouldn't be safe to keep the kid out here. He needed to get him looked at, cared for, find his family, though he had several good questions to ask them. That's when he decided to make himself known. He stepped into the light. The cat boy looked up. Aizawa gazed into brilliant green cat eyes. Dark slits glared at him as a deep growl sounded from his throat. I am not here to harm you. Aizawa told him. The boy was obviously not listening, continuing to growl. He got up and readied himself into a fighting position, then Aizawa caught sight of something above his right hip. A soulmark. His heart caught in his throat. His soulmark. He was suddenly aware that whoever abandoned this boy, his soulmate, had all too many questions to answer. He once again tried to reason with the boy, but nothing. He jumped onto the roof to get away but made sure the boy stayed put in his den. He called Midnight. Her quirk would be prefect for this. "Namuri, I need your help," he said, eyeing the pacing boy below. Aizawa paced outside the UE infirmary. Yamada had come running once he found out. They had been best friends since high school, and they were currently flatmates. Yamada had been deeply concerned when Aizawa had rung to say he had found his soulmate and didn't sound happy about it. Yamada sat quietly watching his friend. It was rare for Aizawa to allow his emotions to get the best of him, but this was one moment no one could blame him. "Shouta," he began to speak up. "He's just a child," Aizawa muttered. Yamada frowned, so that was bothering him, not that he could blame him for that either. "Shouta, listen. Your soulmates, you don't need to do anything, you don't need to worry. For now, you just need to protect him." Yamada grabbed his shoulders. Aizawa looked back at him. "He is just a child, living in the streets, having to steal food. Why wouldn't he penetrate their child in any way?" Aizawa growled. "I don't know, but we'll find his family, whilst you keep him safe." Yamada pulled him into a hug. Silence befell them. "Does this mean we need to stock up on fish?" he asked suddenly. Aizawa gave him an amused look. Then the door opened. Recovery Girl and Principal Nizu come out. "He is just a human with a cat mutant quirk, I can assure you." Nizu smiled, but the smile soon faltered and became a frown. "But we must find his parents immediately." "Why?" Aizawa asked. "The boy is covered with scars, fractures and breaks that have long healed but wrong. It looks like he hasn't eaten a proper meal in years. From his bones he is only 12 years old." Recovery Girl said. "But that's not the worst of it." "What can be worse than that?" Aizawa demanded. "He has an extra joint in his little toe. He should be quirkless." Nizu told him. Aizawa froze in place, before falling back into a chair. "A force-manifested quirk," he muttered. "Whatever this boy has been through, it caused him to manifest a quirk, a mutant type at that, extremely uncommon." Recovery Girl sighed. "But it almost means that his parents likely abandoned him due to his quirkless status. Thus, we have gotten the police involved. Of course they will want to talk to you, Eraser. You found the boy after all, and he is your soulmate. They will likely place him in your protection whilst they start investigating. Right?" Aizawa nodded. "I'll get some things for him then, food mostly. I will put everything away. I am sure I can stay at Kayama's for the night, to give him some space to get used to the flat." Yamada put a hand on his shoulder. "I've got your back." He then walked off. Aizawa sighed. "He's asleep, but would you like to sit with him until they arrive?" Recovery Girl asked. Aizawa nodded slightly. He entered the infirmary. On a bed was his soulmate. Wounds of his battles red against his pale skin. Aizawa sat next to him. He reached out with a hand and softly caressed the boy's hair. It was incredibly soft. Much to everyone's surprise, a deep rumbling came from the boy. Was he purring? "That is very cute." Principal Nizu found himself smiling once more. Aizawa smiled himself, until the police came, and he had to speak to them. After answering a few questions and accepting the care of his younger soulmate, Aizawa left with him a few hours after finding him. He lay in his arms, fast asleep, thanks to Midnight's quirk. The police had taken a blood sample to do a DNA test on him, with any hope they would find out the boy's name the next day. When he got home, he carefully put the boy in his bed, right in the center, and piled a few blankets on him. The boy was more cat-like at this point, thus he knew he should try and make him as warm as possible. The boy shifted slightly, purring quietly at the gaining warmth of his surroundings. Aizawa smiled at him. Before going to check on what Yamada had brought, there were several types of fresh fish in the fridge, some whole and some cut, that would keep him happy, hopefully. He sighed. Too much had happened in too little time. He went for a shower, before getting into his sleeping bag and falling asleep on the sofa. The boy woke up, curled up in a bed. He sat bolt up, his ears twitched, listening out of any movement. Nothing. He glanced around. The room was bare. A sudden sound caused his ears to pick up. They twitched curiously. He climbed out of the bed and regretted it, diving back under the covers, keeping from the cold. He curled up under the blankets, soaking up in the warmth. A soft rumbling sounded as he settled back down. He could deal with the noise later. This warmth was nice. It was rare for him to find somewhere warm, so he wasn't going to mess up this chance. Who knew how long it would be until he could get warm again? The sound of footsteps approached him. He wiggled down to the bottom for the bed and peeked out from under the covers. He looked at a tired-looking, scruffy man. He recognized the man as the one who found him after a fight, the man who had followed. The man watched him with an unreadable expression. When he moved, the boy arched his back, ears flat against his head as he growled. "I'm not here to hurt you," the man said and continued to get close. The boy's growl got louder, and when he got too close, he was off. The boy raced from under the covers. Aizawa tried to stop him, but he was too fast. "Kids, stop." He tried to gain control of the crazy half-cat, half-boy. Luckily, he tried to get under the sofa, but he could only get his human part of his body under it. Aizawa sighed as he watched the boy try and get under the sofa. He picked up his phone and called Yamada. "Shouta, how's your soulmate?" Yamada asked happily. He could hear Kayama in the background. "Out of control. He just woke up and is now trying to get under the sofa." Aizawa continued to watch him, almost amused at the fact the boy seemed determined to make himself fit under it. "Okay, a bit too much like a cat. At least your soul mark makes sense now," Yamada said. "Oh, shut up, I need you back here, I need help," Aizawa told him. "Fine, I'm on my way." Yamada hung up. Aizawa looked at his phone and sighed heavily. When he looked back at the sofa, the boy had pulled himself free. He watched Aizawa with bright eyes for a moment, his ears twitching for any noise. "You're being a lot of trouble, you know that, right?" he said. The boy tilted his head to the side. Aizawa frowned. "Do you understand me?" The boy remained silent but nodded slightly. "Can you speak?" The boy shook his head. "I see, that does make things more difficult." He glanced at the boy when he heard his stomach growl. He went to the fridge and pulled out some of the ready-cut fish. He sat on the floor and slowly pushed the plate in front of him, fair enough to be out his reach whilst he remained sitting. The boy sniffed in its direction. He watched Aizawa before moving forward, bit by bit, before he was before the plate. He then happily dug into the fish, eating as if it was the first time in weeks. "I'm Aizawa Shouta, pleased to meet you." The boy looked up from his meal. He watched Aizawa with sparkling eyes. He let out a growling purr in understanding, before returning to his meal. Aizawa sat back and let him eat in peace. After eating, the boy got tired. Aizawa followed him as he returned to the bed and snuggled back under the covers, from the bottom. He smiled and closed the door slightly, so he could sleep. He was stuck with a problem child, though that wasn't the kid's fault. He collapsed onto the sofa as he heard the front door open and close. Yamada came into the living room. "See, you got your street cat under control." He smirked. "Food works wonders," Aizawa replied. "He understands what we say, but he can't speak." He added, "So, we'll need to teach him." Yamada sat next to him. "Not to mention how to read and write. It may be better to homeschool him. He will probably want to stay clear of other people. Think Nizu will be up for helping him. He's not a human, so if Street Cat does hate humans, Nizu will be the best option." Aizawa lay his head back. "Well, whatever the case may be, remember you and Street Cat don't have to try and get through this alone. Me and everyone else will be happy to help out in any way we can." Yamada put a hand on his shoulder. Aizawa smiled weakly at his friend. There was a knock at the door. Yamada was the one who got up to answer. He returned with Nizu, a police office, along with a woman, man, and 3 children. Yamada was doing his best not to look towards the family, but it was clear he had noticed the resemblance between them and the street cat too. "Aizawa-san, this here is Officer Tamakawa-sansa." Nizu introduced him. The office bowed respectfully. "It was decided that I take up this particular case as it was believed young Midoriya would feel more at ease," Tamakawa said. "Midoriya?" Aizawa frowned. "The street cat." Nizu smiled. He was also refusing to look at the family. He is Midoriya Izuku. This is his biological family. Midoriya's. This is young Midoriya's soulmate, Aizawa Shouta, pro hero. Aizawa looked at the family. He caught the father's eyes and glared at him. You have quite a lot of questions to answer. Aizawa told him sourly. But with this many people, he may not want to come out. He freaked out when it was just me. It is possible he just doesn't like people. Well, we will get to that. We need to see if he will at least recognize them. Tamakawa said, though the edge in his voice made it clear he was also displeased with introducing Izuku to his biological family. Fine, I will go and wake him. Aizawa headed into his bedroom. Izuku was awake, his green eyes watched him curiously. Aizawa didn't get too close to him and remained at the door. Midoriya Izuku? The street cat flinched at the name. It's okay, I won't let them take you, but you need to see a few people. Izuku growled and squirmed under the covers. Aizawa sighed. He carefully moved over and sat on the bed. Izuku seemed to back away from him. I understand you don't want to see anyone. Your family left you alone a long time ago, didn't they? Izuku stopped moving altogether. They can't be allowed to get away with that. I know you don't like us, but you're my soulmate and I won't let you push yourself away from those who are here to help. He watched the lump that was Izuku. He moved to the top of the bed by the pillows. Izuku watched him curiously, a slight glint of disbelief in his eyes. He then rested a hand over his soulmark, looking at Aizawa questioningly. Mine's here. Aizawa reached back and motioned vaguely to the curve of his back. I will show you later if you want proof. So, will you come with me? I will protect you. Izuku continued to watch him, ears and tail twitching, before he seemed to accept Aizawa's words and nodded. Izuku stayed close to Aizawa without actually touching him as he followed him into the main living room. Izuku looked towards Yamada, who gave him a warm smile. Before his eyes moved to Tamakawa and Nizu, his ears picked up. Then his eyes fell upon the Midoriyas. His eyes widened, especially as they brushed over the three younger children. His ears went back, and a threatening growl emitted from the back of his throat. His tail twitched as if he was about to pounce. It's okay, I promised. Aizawa looked at him. Izuku's eyes landed on him momentarily, before he went back to watching his family, clearly not trusting them a moment they weren't being watched. Well, his reaction adds to what we believe. Tamakawa said. And what is it that you believe? Midoriya Inko asked, her voice calm, almost innocent sounding. Well, young Midoriya has an extra joint in his little toe, meaning he is, well, should be quirkless. This shows his current quirk is force manifested. His body had to forcefully create a quirk to keep him safe, to help him protect himself, a rare occurrence, but for a mutant class force manifest quirk. Tamakawa shook his head. A case has been opened, and you are now under suspicious of child neglect, child endangerment, and child abandonment. Midoriya Izuku's protection has already been given to his soulmate, Aizawa Shouta. Aizawa straightened and stared expressionlessly at his family. Inko looked horrified, Midoriya Hisashi looked furious, the poor children looked awfully confused. Tamakawa left with the Midoriyas, not before giving Izuku a light scratch to the head. Izuku didn't seem to mind the cat-headed officer, though he was curiously intrigued by the principal, but was clearly weary of Yamada. When Nizu finally left, and Yamada had retreated to his own room not wanting to stress Izuku out with his presence, Aizawa sat on the sofa. Izuku sat near him, still observing the older man curiously. When Aizawa lazily glanced over at him, the boy's gaze had moved to the windows, his ears twitched at the sound of passing people and cars. You're going to be seeing Yamada around a lot. Aizawa stated. He lives here too. He knew Izuku couldn't reply, but it was worth him knowing. Izuku had glanced back at him as he spoke, though Aizawa couldn't read his expression. You're going to have to try and be nice to him, street act. Aizawa warned. Izuku replied with a low growl. He curled up on his seat and rested his head on the arm of the sofa. He didn't look too tired, but more thoughtful. Izuku's ears twitched as the sound of an opening door came from the hallway and Yamada peeked in. Aizawa, can I speak to you for a sec? He asked. Aizawa nodded. They stepped into the hall. Tensei has some clothes his kid brother has grown out of, he's offering to bring them around for Izuku. Well, we have no idea what he will be willing wear, so far he just has those ripped jeans. Aizawa frowned. Then we can use these clothes to figure out what he will and won't wear. Yamada told him. True. Aizawa nodded. Fine, he can bring them around. Yamada beamed, and returned to his room to reply to Tensei. Aizawa sighed and glanced to the living room door. Izuku was peeking around the door frame. You okay, street cat? He asked. Izuku nodded but continued to stare at him intensely. Aizawa slowly approached him. Izuku looked ready to bolt, but didn't. He allowed Aizawa to scratch his head softly. Izuku relaxed, nudging his head into Aizawa's hand, purring. You need to have a bath. Aizawa found himself chuckling. Izuku nodded in agreement. Aizawa found bathing Izuku to be easier than he had expected. He didn't seem to mind the water and was quite content to just sit there in the warm water, purring softly. Aizawa, somewhat mesmerized, once her had washed the years of dust and dirt from the street cat's fur. It had gained a glossy sheen. The green was a lot lighter than it had first appeared, more of a sun-bathed meadow green than anything. After being dried, Aizawa ended up having to let the street cat borrow a long, large jumper, though, upon Izuku happily curl up in it, Aizawa was pretty sure he wasn't going to be getting it back any day soon. Izuku ended up falling asleep after his bath, center of the bed. Aizawa once again tucked him in, making sure he was going to be warm enough. Sure enough, Izuku was softly purring in his sleep. Doesn't seem much of a street cat now, you should think about getting him a collar. Yamada teased after peeking in. Aizawa glared over at his friend. Yamada just beamed in turn, chuckling quietly. This lovely piece was made by Gay Maple from my Discord server. I love it. The tail looks so fluffy. These two pieces were made by me, for the new Ask the Street Cat on Tumblr. I am happy with how these turned out. Izuku woke in the night. He lay in silence under the warm covers. His ears twitched. There was no sound. He assumed that meant everyone was asleep. He sat up and stretched, his back arching as he did so. His tail twitched as he took in his surrounds with luminous green eyes. He was alone, and he didn't like it. Once he wouldn't mind, but he felt safe with his soulmate. Izuku crept from the room, hoping to seek Aizawa out. He found him, sleeping on the sofa in a yellow sleeping bag. Izuku watched him for a minute before wondering what to do. There wasn't enough room to curl up next to him. He could always curl upon him, but that would lead to questions, and Izuku couldn't answer then, so it would be pointless. Besides, he had no idea if he would be comfy. He reached out with one of his paw-like hands and lightly tapped the yellow bag Aizawa was wrapped up in. It felt soft. Izuku moved around to the side, and silently began to knead the side of the sleeping bag. Aizawa was awoken due to the slight pressure being applied to his side. He opened his eyes, expecting to see Yamada trying to poke him awake, but was surprised to see Izuku kneading at him, trying to get him comfortable enough to cuddle into. What are you doing? He asked tiredly. Izuku immediately looked up at him. A guilty expression crossed his face, his ears pointed back, his breathing pace quicker than usual. Then he bolted, running back to the bedroom. He could practically hear the street cat scramble to get under the covers. Aizawa yawned and opened his sleeping bag and sat up. Granted, he was feeling a little pleased. Whilst no one actually knew the meaning of cats needing things, it was recognized as a good thing. He guessed he must have surprised Izuku. He frowned, realizing that Izuku must have felt he had upset him in some way. He got up and headed to the bedroom. He noticed a lump right in the center of the bed, curled up. Aizawa frowned and sat at the end of the bed. The lump backed away from him slightly. I'm not mad at you, Izuku. You just surprised me a little. He told him. Izuku peeked out of the blankets. Aizawa looked back, both falling into some sort of strange staring contest. Did you need something? He asked. Izuku remained where he was for a moment, before crawling out and over the covers. He sat next to Aizawa, cat-like, and rubbed his head against his shoulder, purring softly. Aizawa raised a hand and pet his hair in turn, making Izuku's purring get even louder. I see, you just wanted some company. Aizawa found himself smiling slightly. Then a thought occurred to him. Have you been alone all this time? He asked. The very thought of it hurt him. To his surprise, Izuku shook his head. So Someone did take care of you? Izuku nodded. Before stopping and looking confused, Aizawa chuckled softly. I guess another stray cat looked after you, he said, earning a nod from Izuku, who then glanced towards the window, his ears back. Aizawa scratched him behind his ear. I am sure, whoever they are fine, he said, hoping he sounded assuring. Izuku breathed out deeply and ended up leaning against him. When Aizawa glanced at him, the boy had gone back to sleep. He carefully moved the street cat back under the covers, but he felt a tug on his shirt when he went to leave. He looked down to see that Izuku had apparently reached out, his claws caught in the cloth of his shirt. Aizawa sighed and settled down next to him, petting his hair. This kid was definitely a problem child. Yamada was the first to wake in that flat the following morning. He entered the living and was surprised to find Aizawa gone. His sleeping bag lay open and empty on the sofa. Yamada smirked, guessing where he was. He pulled out his phone and looked into Aizawa's room. Sure enough, there was Aizawa, sleeping on top of the covers. Izuku was snuggled into his side, buried under the covers. Yamada snapped a photo of them before sending it to Kiyama. Hisashi, look, the grumpy house cat has tamed the feisty street kitten. Namuri, now that is cute. Namuri, I need to meet the little kitten. Namuri, I got him a few things. Hisashi, you brought catnip, didn't you? Namuri, of course. Hisashi, Should is going to kill you. Namuri, probably. Namuri, but Din it will be worth it. Hisashi, that's true. What are you grinning about? A tired voice growled. Yamada looked up from his phone. Aizawa was sitting up, glaring at him. The little street kitten as his side shifted slightly, trying to get closer to Aizawa's warmth. Just agreeing with Namuri about how a sleepy house cat has tamed a little street kitten. Yamada quickly glanced at sleeping Izuku. The kit was lonely. From what I gathered last night, he was raised by other strays in the street. Aizawa glanced down at Izuku, a sad look in his eye. He didn't want to be alone, and I wasn't going to let him be alone, not anymore. You're a good soulmate, Aizawa. Yamada muttered kindly. Though, that kid is going to keep you on your toes. You keep me on my toes, the amount of trouble you get yourself into. Aizawa looked over at him. Yamada just grinned. Yeah, that is true. Yamada smirked. The friends fell silent as Izuku seemed to begin to wake. Like a cat, Izuku weakly opened his eyes. He began to stretch, before sitting up. He saw Aizawa, and pushed his head into his shoulder, purring. Yamada's smirk widened. Aizawa shot him a glare, making sure he kept his mouth shut as he petted Izuku's head in turn. Izuku happily devoured his fish, as Aizawa was helping Yamada cook their breakfast. Izuku would occasionally stop eating to go and check. Aizawa's still there before going back to eat. He's really protective over you, isn't he? Yamada whispered. I think he's more afraid that I may just up a leave, like his parents. Aizawa frowned. Yamada scowled, the expression completely new on his face. They don't deserve to even be called parents. Your little street kit deserved so much more. Yamada said furiously. Aizawa nodded in agreement, not fully trusting what will come out of his mouth if he spoke. It was rare for him to be this angry, but this was about his soulmate. It was both a delicate and rather personal situation. But at least he has us now. Oh, and Tensei should be bringing those clothes around today. I wonder how he's going to react to the clothes, Aizawa mused, before glaring at Yamada. And no, you're not filming it. Yamada pouted at him. Aizawa just shook his head and looked away. The friends finished their breakfast before joining Izuku, who had moved to the window. His eyes were locked onto a bird, his tail slowly flicking side to side. When Aizawa put his bowl down, his ears picked up and he turned to the two older men. His ears turned to Yamada. He growled, clearly unhappy with him being there. He got closer to Aizawa, keeping his eyes on the blonde man. Izuku settled next to Aizawa. I thought I said you had to be nice to him? Aizawa looked down at him. Izuku looked back at him with an unimpressed look that seemed to say, You expect me to be nice to the loud one? I don't plan on hurting you, Izuku. Yamada told him softly. Izuku looked back at him. Yamada was almost impressed with how much Izuku's silent judging face looked like Aizawa's. But don't worry, I know you won't like me right away, Shouta was a lot like you in high school. Took me a few months for him to hold a conversation, if you could even call it that. Izuku's ears pick up at that. Yamada noticed and chuckled. Shouta and I go way back. 15 years is not way back. Aizawa replied. Come on, in 3 years we will have known each other for half our lives. Yamada gave him a look, before looking back at Izuku. I met him nice. He transferred to the heroics course from general studies. I remember the day his soul mark appeared. Izuku immediately looked at Aizawa. Guessing you haven't shown him your soul mark yet? Haven't had time, I can show you later. Aizawa pet the boy's head. Izuku happily snuggled closer to his side, purring. A sudden knock at the door caused him to jump, his fur standing on end. That's probably Tensei. Yamada got up and answered the door. At the sound of a new voice, Izuku ended up using Aizawa as some sort of wall as Yamada returned with a navy-haired man carrying a box. So, that's the street cat? The navy-haired man smiled at Izuku, who growled in reply. He growls at everyone, expect Shouta. Yamada told him as he put the box down. I thought you were just bringing clothes? Aizawa eyed the box. I have. Tensei looked at him, all the ones that don't fit Tenya anymore. Though they may not fit him, he's so small. Tensei looked back at Izuku. His was glaring at the new person in their home. Well, we can try. Aizawa got up and joined the other two as the box was opened. Izuku watched them, eyes alight with curiosity. I think all the trousers won't fit. We'd probably need to get some custom made, or he can just wear shorts. You could cut the jeans. Tensei suggested. They pilled the clothes into groups. T-shirts were pilled separately. For trouser there was a pile for jeans they could alter to shorts, trousers that won't fit, and shorts. Izuku eyed the box in interest. The men didn't notice Izuku eyeing until the boy literally pounced into the box. They visibly jumped. Izuku peeked out, ears picked up, eyes looking at the men, looking smug that he was in the box. Come on, street cat, out of the box. Aizawa told him. Izuku gave him an incredulous look, before sitting up, his tail twitching as he made it clear he wasn't going to move from it. Cats will sit anywhere they can fit in. Tensei smiled at Izuku's antics. Problem child. Aizawa sighed and pet his head. Izuku purred in reply, snuggling himself into the box. You're going to have to try these on, you know, so you need to get out of the box. Izuku chose to ignore him, quite happy to stay in the box. Aizawa figured he would get out of it eventually, so left him to play in the box. Tensei stayed for a while. He talked with Yamada and Aizawa. They mostly talked about their jobs. Tensei talked about his younger brother. Whilst Izuku was playing in the box, he pawed at it with his claws, scratching it, marking it as his own. When the adults glanced over at him, Izuku was biting it. He stopped when he saw them watching, before going back to gnaw on the box, 2 sharp fangs visible as he did so. He seems more cat than human. Tensei muttered. He glanced at Aizawa. Think you could reintroduce him into society? I hope so. I plan to ask the principal to help. Aizawa replied. Sounds like a good idea. He should be able to help the kid. Tensei nodded. He seems like a good kid either way. He hasn't caused any trouble. He does get a little lonely if left alone, and doesn't seem to want to get close to anyone other than me. Aizawa nodded. But considering how his family abandoned him, his uncertainty on people is well placed. True, well, maybe once he is more accepting of people he could meet Tenya, they're the same age. Tensei suggested. Maybe, but please don't tell him about Izuku just yet. I already have a feeling that most of the UE staff will want to meet him. I don't want him to get overloaded with so many people meeting him this early on. Aizawa glanced at his soulmate and the box had fallen onto its side. Izuku was happily curled up in the box. He smiled slightly before glaring at Yamada, who thought it would be a good idea to at him. Tensei and Yamada just laughed in reply. Thanks to Call Me By My Name on my Discord server for this lovely piece of her fave scenes. The bath one was one of my faves to write. You need to sit still, Kit. Aizawa frowned at Izuku was practically squirming from where he sat in Yamada's car. The boy seemed to want to get closer to Aizawa. Aizawa himself was slightly concerned with the fear and sadness reflected in the boy's eyes. The back windows are tinted, so you can undo his belt if it makes him more comfortable. Yamada glanced into the rearview mirror, looking at the boy concerned. Aizawa reached over and released the boy from the belt. Izuku immediately snuggled closer to Aizawa, rubbing his head against him. Aizawa frowned and pet his head. "It's okay, Kit," Aizawa told him in soft voice. Izuku looked up at him. His emerald eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Aizawa wiped them away. "What's wrong?" Izuku just clung to him, not wanting to let him go. "Show you. There's only one reason I can think of for him being like this." Yamada muttered. Aizawa looked down at Izuku. "Are you worried I'm going to leave you alone?" Aizawa asked. Izuku didn't nod. He just snuggled close to him. A deep rage bubbled within Aizawa. He put an arm around Izuku and held him into a tight hug. "I would never do that. I promised to protect you, didn't I?" Izuku buried his face into Aizawa's shoulder. The pro-hero could feel tears staining his uniform, but he didn't care. If his soulmate needed a shoulder to cry on, he was willing to deal with wet shoulder. He wasn't, however, willing to deal with the Midoriyas nicely. He knew the police were currently working on their case, and Aizawa was going to make sure they got what they deserved for ruining their oldest son's life. Yamada kept quiet. Aizawa, it was due to him being angry. His friend had a less control over his quirk when he got too emotional. He parked in the Yui car park. Aizawa got out, which was a slight struggle as Izuku still clung to him. But soon they were out and walking towards the giant school building. Izuku looked up at it with wide eyes. His ears twitched as he glanced around with interest. Aizawa happy that the kit was happier than he was in the car. It was a weekend and no students was around. That was how Nizu and Recovery Girl wanted it. They knew Izuku's condition and wanted to make sure he was okay, and taking the boy to a normal hospital would send him into a panicked state. Recovery Girl wasn't in the infirmary when they got there. Yamada surprised the boy by petting his head, before sitting outside, planning on waiting for them. Izuku eyed him curiously before Aizawa pulled him into the infirmary. Izuku sat on the bed, taking in the new room, before looking at Aizawa with a confused expression. "When I found you, you were hurt, and you had some bad injuries that had healed wrong," Aizawa explained. "Our nurse, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, had to re-break some bones and heal them with her quirk whilst you were out. She wants to give you a checkup to make sure you're well." Izuku looked at him a little worried. "Don't worry, I'm going to be here," he assured him. Izuku pushed his head against his shoulder, purring quietly. Aizawa rested a hand on his head, causing the boy to relax. Izuku jumped slightly when the door opened, and Recovery Girl came in. His tail began to twitch, looking like he wanted to bolt. "Good to see you awake and looking much better, Midoriya-kun." She smiled. Izuku continued to watch her, but moved slightly closer to Aizawa. "It's good to see he is close to you. It took a while, but it might be something with us being soulmates," Aizawa replied. "It's highly possible." Nizu had entered behind her. "Soulmates are often considered a second part of us. It is only natural for young Midoriya to feel safe around you." "He thought I was going to leave him today whilst in the car?" Aizawa frowned. Recovery Girl looked sorrowful. She got onto her chair and moved it closer to the bed Izuku was on. "He's too much of a softie to let you go, Midoriya-kun. Do you want to come over here? So I can see how you are." She spoke with a kind voice. Izuku eyed her nervously. He glanced at Aizawa. "I will stay right here," he promised. With that, Izuku slowly prowled towards her. His eyes never left her. She smiled at him. "You're very brave, Midoriya-kun," she praised. His ears picked up at her words. He moved a little closer to her. "How? I need you to hold still, okay?" she said. Izuku gave a nod in reply. Recovery Girl worked quietly and quickly, checking over his body, making sure he had no healing wounds, and she did a general check over his quirk, making mental notes to write down. She found he didn't have human ears, and thus the cat ears upon his head were for routine use. She mentioned this to Aizawa, who made a physical note of it, though he was curious to why Izuku didn't have normal ears. "There, all done. You're in fine health, Midoriya-kun. Still a bit underweight, but you can handle that, can't you?" She looked pointedly at Aizawa. "Of course." Aizawa nodded. "Good. Here you go, Midoriya-kun." Recovery Girl held out her hand, a small pile of cat treats in her hand. Izuku's ears picked up as she sniffed them. before happily eating them. Really? Cat treats? Aizawa asked. I'm not sure what he likes. I assumed as a cat he would enjoy these. I wasn't wrong. She seemed proud. As Izuku finished, he looked at her for a moment, before deciding she was safe, and rubbed his head into her hand, purring softly. Well, you've earned his trust. Aizawa smiled. Izuku looked back over at him, before moving to his side, and rubbed his head against his shoulder. You did good, Kit. Izuku purred happily at the praise. Then his ears picked up, he looked back at a window. A bird sat on the windowsill, his eyes became slits and he turned and prepared to pounce. Kit, don't. Aizawa's warning came a little too late as Izuku practically jumped at the window, crashing headfirst into it before dropping to the floor. The bird took off at the sound. The pros quickly went to check on Izuku. He was sitting looking at the floor, tears glistening in his eyes as a red mark appeared on his forehead. A little bit of blood trickled from his nose. Aizawa picked up his problematic soulmate and put him back on the bed. Recovery Girl pecked his cheek with a quick kiss. His bloody nose was healed, and the red irritated spot was gone, but he still cried. Tears spilled from his eyes. Aizawa softly petted his head, whispering kind words. Izuku looked up at him sadly. You're okay, Kid, just don't go jumping at windows again, okay? Izuku gave a small nod. I think you should take him home. I am sure he'll feel more comfortable in a familiar place. I will pop by sometime next week as I want to speak to young Midoriya. Nizu said. Sure, come on, Kit. Aizawa told him. Izuku got out of the bed and followed after Aizawa. He turned and gave a meek wave to Recovery Girl, who smiled softly and waved back. That boy is so sweet. She smiled. He has a good heart. Indeed he does. Nizu nodded. Ah. Kayama cooed quietly, peeking in at Izuku, who was playing in the living room. He was knocking a ball of wool he found around, pouncing on it, biting it. It was just too cute. Aizawa watched him with a small smile. The principal had agreed to help Izuku, help him get back the human side of him. Talking, education, just anything human he seemed to have lost. Luckily, he had the playful nature of the child he was. He's so cute. He isn't when he's growling and hissing at you. Yamada muttered. You asked for it, you got too close to him when he was asleep. Aizawa stated. Don't you need to be somewhere? Kayama glanced at him. Aizawa nodded. Yes, I'm going now. Aizawa approached Izuku, who stopped playing to look up at him. I need to go somewhere, so I will be back later, okay? Izuku looked a little worried. I'll bring you something back, promise? So be good for Yamada and Kayama. Izuku nodded. He rolled upright and nudged his head against Aizawa's shoulder. Aizawa pet his head. Good Kit. He got up and Izuku watched him go, before going back to playing with the wool. With Aizawa gone, Yamada looked at Kayama. You brought catnip, didn't you? He asked, slightly assumed. Nope, I brought something better. Kayama grinned. Izuku POV. The ball of wool rolled away. Izuku growled softly, before pouncing upon, growling playfully. Something flashed before his eyes, his ears picked up and he looked around, wondering what it was. When he didn't see anything, he went back to playing with the wool. Before something flashed again, this time he saw a red dot. Izuku stared at it unmoving, until blinking and slowly prowling towards it. He stopped near it, tail twitched, before he pounced. His ears picked up as he noticed the red dew was now on his hands. He growled at it. The red dot suddenly moved. Izuku moved after it to try and capture it, but it continued to run from him. Izuku chased after it, growling as he did. To his annoyance, the red dot was fast, didn't get tired, and it would occasionally vanish only to appear on the other side of the room. He became increasingly agitated. He tore after the red, but he wasn't going to let it beat him. But after a while, he began to tire, causing him to stumble against the sofa. He sighed and lay down to rest until he noticed the state of the living room. His ears fell back. He was going to get into so much trouble. With those worries in mind, Izuku began to cry, much to Kayama and Yamada's horror. Aizawa hadn't expected the best result when he got back. After all, he had left a boy who was unsure of people with Yamada and Kayama, and secondly, he had left Kayama and Yamada in charge. Yet, what he walked back into was far beyond what he had expected. The living room was a mess. It was quite clear that Izuku had seemed to have practically bounced around the room. And on the sofa, Izuku was in tears and Kayama and Yamada were failing at trying to calm him down. Aizawa noticed a small device on the side. He picked it up, a laser pointer. He groaned, causing Yamada and Kayama to look up. Really? You brought this, didn't you, Kayama? Aizawa frowned deeply. She looked extremely guilty, and Yamada just looked ashamed at going along with her. He rubbed his forehead. Maybe it would be better if you guys left and let me try and fix this. They both agreed and left. Aizawa settled next to Izuku and rubbed his back. The tears soon slowed to a stop. Aizawa wiped them away. You okay? Aizawa asked. Izuku looked so ashamed, before he bowed his head sadly. I know you're not the one to blame for this. I should have told those two to behave, not you. Aizawa pet his head. Izuku pushed his head's head against Aizawa's hand. Right, how about you go and have a nap in the bed, and I can get this sorted out. Then, we can have dinner, okay? Izuku nodded. He picked up his ball of wool, which had been left forgotten after the red dot appeared, and headed to the bedroom. Aizawa got to tidying up the room. He had to decide how Yamada and Kayama were going to have to pay for this. They mostly had to apologize to Izuku. He was fine with the living room, as it was something that could be easily sorted out, but upsetting his soulmate, that's where he was going to draw all the lines. Once he had tidied up, he headed into the kitchen. He noticed Izuku peeking curiously. I'll make sure to ask someone more mature to keep an eye on you next time. How about Nizu? You don't seem to mind him. Izuku moved to his side, leaning against him lightly. Sorry about today, Kit. Now to dinner. How about we try something new? How does Katsudon sound? It's one of my favorites. Izuku's ears picked up and nodded eagerly. Aizawa smiled them. Go and sit down then, I'll get started. Izuku replied with a soft trilling sound and settled himself comfortably on the sofa. Aizawa smiled softly and started on their dinner. Dig in. Aizawa put a bowl before Izuku. He sniffed it as his tail waved behind him happily. Aizawa picked up his chopping sticks and began to eat. Izuku watched him eat with the chopping sticks, his eyes gleaming with interest. Aizawa noticed him watching and smiled. Want some chopsticks? He asked, though he was sure that Izuku couldn't really use them. Either way, Izuku nodded. Aizawa got up and gave Izuku a set he had with cats on them. Izuku was clearly happy with the design. Aizawa showed him how to hold them. He then watched as Izuku tried to do them. His brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to pick up a piece of his pork cutlet. You don't have to rush to try and use them. Aizawa told him. You have time to learn. Izuku looked at him before looking back at his meal. He put the chopsticks to the side, and carefully so they weren't in danger of rolling off the table. He happily dug into his dinner, purring happily. Aizawa was relieved that Izuku seemed happy enough to eat the rice. At least he didn't have a food preference. After their dinner, Aizawa and Izuku sat to watch the TV. Aizawa stuck the news on, then glanced at Izuku to see if he was okay with it. Izuku was leaning tiredly against his arm, his drooping as he was slowly falling asleep. Aizawa made sure the volume was turned down, so it wouldn't disrupt the kitten's sleep. That's how they remained for a few hours. There wasn't anything remotely interesting on, so Aizawa found himself going through the channels. He reached the children channels. He was about to go back when a hand covered his hand on the remote. He glanced to the eye to see Izuku awake, wide eyes staring at the colorful anime on the TV, his tail swaying over the side of the sofa. You want to watch this? Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded. Aizawa smiled and put the remote to the side and let Izuku watch it. Aizawa had heard a few of the more well-known heroes had animes based on them, Yamada included. The one they had begun to watch was an all-might one, which was of little surprise as he was the most popular hero. And whilst Aizawa wasn't fond of the older hero, he couldn't help but smile at Izuku's clear excitement of the show. Whenever the villains were on screen, Izuku would growl and glare at them, but when the day was saved, he would happily snuggle into Aizawa's side. Aizawa was pleased. Most children Izuku's age admired heroes. It was nice to see that he wasn't much different. Aizawa checked the time on his phone after 5 episodes. It was almost midnight. Izuku, it's time for bed. He told him. Izuku looked up at him and nodded. He stretched, then went to the bedroom. Aizawa gave him a moment before getting up and turning off the TV. He stretched himself before heading into the bedroom. The street cat had snuggled under the covers. Only his ears and tips of his hair were visible. Aizawa smiled got into his night clothes, which consisted of an old pair of sweatpants and a plain shirt, before getting in his side of the bed. "Night, Kit," he said. Izuku purred in reply, snuggling into his side. Aizawa woke around 7 that morning. The faint glow of the sun rising behind the curtains bathed the room in a faint amber glow. A strange but comfortable warmth spread from his chest. He glanced down. Izuku had moved during the night and was now half curled up on Aizawa's chest, a soft purring emitting from the boy. Aizawa stilled for a moment. Before reaching out and petting the boy's head, Izuku snuggled closer to his soulmate, the volume of his purring steadily increasing. Luckily, it was Sunday, so he wasn't in a rush to get up, neither was Izuku from the looks of it. He glanced at a bag that Nizu had given him. Inside was a selection of work for Izuku to work on when the kit was ready too. They planned to teach him at his own pace, and from last night, Izuku seemed pretty eager to learn. Maybe he could try to get him to give the work a shot later. Aizawa was just dozing off again when he felt something press against his face. He cracked open an eye and saw Izuku had sort of booped his nose, much as a cat would do. Looking past the hand in front of him, he saw how Izuku was awake, his eyes opened tiredly. "Mornin', Kit," he greeted. Izuku yawned and snuggled closer into Aizawa in reply, drawing his hand back. It took a few minutes until Izuku sat up and gave Aizawa a chance to sit up. As he stretched, Izuku watched him curiously before he moved slightly and nudged Aizawa's back with his hand. "What is it?" he asked. Izuku patted where his soul mark was, then nudged Aizawa again. I did say I'd show you." He lifted up the lower part of his shirt. Izuku stared at his soul mark. It was the same as his. Izuku smiled and rubbed his head happily against Aizawa, purring loudly. Aizawa rubbed his head. "Happy now?" Izuku nodded. His eyes had a bright gleam in them. "Okay, breakfast. Yamada will probably be back around 10 to apologize. Kiyama will probably keep her distance for a while longer." Izuku frowned and didn't look too impressed with that news. Whilst Aizawa got to making their breakfast, he turned on the TV so Izuku could see more of the children's shows. Every time he looked into the living room, Izuku was on the sofa, a small smile on his face as his tail swayed peacefully as he watched another hero cartoon, this time based off the old hero Crimson Riot. Aizawa put 2 bowls of sweetened rice down on the table. Izuku's ears picked up and he immediately sat at the table. Aizawa had given him a spoon. He was suddenly thankful by Yamada's once urge to travel. He had picked up the foreign cutlery, now they had a use for it. Izuku took hold of the handle. It took him a while to hold it comfortably. Once he had got it, he happily dug in. Aizawa was about to join him when his phone went off. He groaned and answered. Izuku watched him as he ate. "What?" Aizawa asked. "The Midoriya family are trying to make a break for it." Yamada's voice was practically yelling. "The police went to their house this morning to arrest them, found the family gone. Their kids were with a family friend, but the parents are on the run." "You're joking," Aizawa growled. "I wish I was. We need your help. Midoriya Hisashi has a fire breath quirk. It could get dangerous if we find him and he decides to fight back." Yamada said. "I see. Hang on a moment." Aizawa put his friend on hold, before looking towards Izuku. The kid had stopped eating. He was looking at Aizawa concerned. He knelt before him and rubbed his head. "Did you hear all that?" he asked. Izuku nodded, his ears went back, and he suddenly looked afraid. "Don't worry, we'll get them back and I will be home in no time. I will call Recovery Girl. She can come around to keep you company, okay?" Izuku nodded. He snuggled into Aizawa, in his own way of saying goodbye and good luck. Aizawa quickly told Yamada he was on his way. He put his breakfast on the kitchen side. He can just reheat it when he got back. And he called Recovery Girl, who did agree to check on Izuku. "Hello, Midoriya." The old heroine smiled. The boy looked at her sadly. He was on the sofa, a cartoon playing on the TV. "You're worried about Aizawa, aren't you?" She settled on the sofa next to him. He gave a small nod. "Well, you listen to this old woman. Aizawa is a good hero, not known, but good at what he does. He'll come back safely." I promise. Izuku frowned and curled up, his tail twitch in worry. Everyone on the lookout for the Midoriyas, Aizawa and Yamada and a few other pros were doing a full search for them, all of them determined to find them so they could face punishment for what they had done. Aizawa settled on a roof and sighed. So far, the search had turned up nothing and he was beginning to worry they had actually got away. He glared into the street below one last time, before moving on. He wasn't going to rest until he found them. A few hours later the news came in. The Midoriyas had been caught trying to get overseas. They were stopped and currently detained at the closest police station. Do you want to go and check if it's them? Or should I do it? Yamada asked. I'm guessing you want to hurry back to the kit. Yeah, and I don't think I could hold my temper with them. Aizawa sighed. Yamada patted his shoulder as the underground hero headed back home. Izuku had practically jumped on him when he got through the door, clinging to him tightly as he rubbed his head against him. I'm alright, Kit. I'm fine. Aizawa muttered, petting his head. We know, we caught it on the news. Recovery Girl smiled. She petted Izuku's head before she bade them goodbye and left them alone. Izuku seemed set on not letting Aizawa go, so the hero had walked with the kit clinging to him. Once he had settled on the sofa, Izuku curled up as much as he could on his lap. If Aizawa wanted to get up, he couldn't. They fell into a comfortable silence, only to be disrupted by Izuku's loud purring. Oh, Izuku, Principal Nizu gave me these for you. Aizawa brought the bag into the living room. Izuku's ears picked up, and he turned away from the anime playing. He put the bag on the table and Izuku went to check it out, pulling out a selection of workbooks. From the smile on Izuku's face, he was happy with them. He looked up at Aizawa excitedly. You want to get started on them now? Izuku nodded. Aizawa provided a pen. He settled next the kit as he tried to hold the pen comfortably. What book would you like to start with? Aizawa asked. Izuku looked at the books, before holding up a kanji book. Okay, then let's start. Izuku did try. He would write a character on a separate piece of paper before he wrote it in the notebook. He got a few wrong and it upset him greatly. Aizawa rubbed his back. He wasn't quite sure how to comfort him in this situation. Even though Aizawa was a teacher, he taught aspiring heroes and tended to be harsh with them to make sure they were prepared to be heroes. You'll get there. You just need a little more practice. Then your body will start to remember when you used to write all those years ago, and you'll pick it up again. Aizawa told him. Izuku looked at him with teary eyes but nodded in acceptance. How about we take a break for now and we can get back to working after? Izuku looked at the workbook, before agreeing by closing it. He stretched before getting onto the sofa and laying down, his tail occasionally twitching as he yawned. Take a nap if you want, Kit. Aizawa pet his head. Izuku purred in reply. He let his eyes fall close and soon the kit was asleep. His body curled up and his tail wrapped around one of his ankles. Aizawa grabbed his sleeping bag and placed it over him to help keep him warm. Aizawa was tidying up the kitchen a little when he got a call. He glanced at the number briefly before answering. Principal? Fifth. Good afternoon, Aizawa. How is your kitten after the events of earlier? Nizu got straight to the point, as usually over the phone. In person he would settle you done and talk over tea. They were usually long-winded talks when that happened. He's okay. He seemed more afraid of me not coming back or getting injured more. Aizawa replied. Well, you were the first to show him kindness after what happened. He has a lot of natural trust in you too as your soulmate. It was only natural that he worried about your well-being. Nizu said, which does bring up the conversation that you should be more consecrate of your health. With Izuku now under your guidance, and the fact he is your soulmate, if you are injured or fall ill, he will likely panic. Especially in his current condition when he wouldn't know what to do and unable to speak up about how he feels. I know, but I am also terrible at reading people. So far Izuku has been upfront about how he feels by reacting, but if he stops that, I will have no way of understanding him. Aizawa told him. Which brings me to the second thing I wanted to talk about. I would like to meet the young street cat soon. The sooner, the better. If I can get him to trust me, I may be able to teach him faster. Nizu spoke quickly. The court date for the Midoriyas is being worked on now. The police are desperate for him to learn how to talk before it, so he can speak for himself, in his own defense. I see. Aizawa looked into the living room. The kit was still sleeping. He seems pretty eager to learn, so when were you thinking of meeting him? How about this evening? Mizu's. We have nothing planned. Aizawa replied. Good, I shall be there around 6. See you then. Aizawa ended the call. He looked at Izuku as he frowned. They wanted him to speak at his parents' trail? Did they already know the psychological effects of their abandonment has had on him? Izuku couldn't speak and was generally afraid of any new people. He was still unsure of Yamada, and he lived there. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He was silently hoped this whole trail wasn't going to be a huge headache, even though he already knew it was likely to be just that. Hello there, Midoriya. Nizu greeted the boy who was peeking a look at the principal from over the arm of the sofa. His emerald eyes were filled with curiosity. He watched as the mouse? No bear? Izuku wasn't sure what the creature was, but it settled on a chair across from him. Izuku sat up and looked at him confused. You remember me from before, don't you? Izuku nodded. Good, I am Principal Nizu of Yui High School. I am here to help you learn how to talk again. Izuku's ears picked up, an excited look appeared within his eyes. Aizawa watched with a small smile from the doorway, before leaving the principal to talk to the street cat. And that's how it went every day for 2 weeks. Nizu would come around in the evening and try to get Izuku talking again. Yamada and Aizawa would occasionally watch, but they mostly leave them to do whatever they did during their speaking lessons. Izuku had gotten better at his kanji. Once he got the handle on writing the characters, he could easily piece words together. Nizu was pretty impressed. Aizawa was just happy as he and Izuku could, somewhat, have a conversation. Izuku would occasionally get the wrong word, but once he knew he would never make the same mistake again. But when it came to speaking, Izuku never made a sound. Nizu was beginning to worry that he may never have to speak. Of course Izuku could write his side for the court, but hearing him speak would have been better. Will he ever talk? Aizawa asked as Nizu had left Izuku to watch a new episode of All Might's anime. I have no idea, but we shouldn't lose hope. Nizu told him. Aizawa looked sadly towards Izuku, who watched the new episode with a beaming smile and bright eyes. It was disheartening to realize he may never get to hear his soulmate's voice, ever. I do have to get back to teaching Izuku. Goodness knows what havoc my class has caused in my absence. Aizawa frowned, looking down at his soulmate, who was currently curled up on his lap, glaring at him for even suggesting that he would go back to teaching without taking him along too. And you still don't like people? You took a sizable bite of Yamada this morning. Izuku looked proud and smug with how he had dealt with the noisy man that morning. That's what he got for getting too close before he was fully awake. But he still refused to move from his place, his tail swaying, showing how comfortable he was. If I do take you with me, you'll have to stay in the staff room, understand? Izuku nodded. And no biting or scratching. Aizawa added. Izuku grimaced, but reluctantly agreed. Aizawa rubbed him behind his ears. Izuku began purr happily, melting into his lap. Good kit. Though he was still unsure whether taking the kitten into Yui was a good idea or not. I can't believe you're doing this. Yamada muttered. He was having to drive to Yui that morning that day, as Aizawa had decided to bring Izuku along for the day. The boy in question was sitting in the back of the car. Unlike last time, he was looking out of the window, watching things go by with intrigued eyes. Aizawa up front with Yamada, but he careful watched Izuku in the mirror. Me neither. But I couldn't leave him at home alone. He gets lonely, but I couldn't continue to stay at home when I have a job to do. Aizawa sighed. So, I have to bring him along. You had to? There are going to be a lot of people around. Yamada frowned. He will be staying in the staff room. Nizu promised to check in with him, and has already warned everyone else. Aizawa told him. Oh well, let's hope this day is an easy one. Yamada said. When is it ever an easy day? Aizawa looked at him. Yamada chuckled softly. Yamada and Aizawa were the first ones there, as planned. Izuku had decided to settle himself under Aizawa's desk, curling up whilst somewhat tangled in Aizawa's bright yellow sleeping bag. It was comfortable, and Izuku told himself mentally that he would nick it more for napping in. He purred quietly from his new napping spot, quite content with his position. Nizu was in soon after. He came and greeted Izuku, The street cat watched him with a small smile and responded with nods and head shakes. Nizu then left them to get some of his own work done, and then other teachers began to fill in. Kayama was obviously very excited when she saw both Aizawa and Yamada rushing over to them. She leaned on the table with a wide smile. "Sue," she looked at Aizawa. "What do you want?" Aizawa asked. The other staff were slightly surprised to see the unsure glare Aizawa was giving her. "Did you bring little Izuku with you? Or were you a meanie and left him at home alone?" Kayama grinned. "Careful, he bites." Yamada warned her. "And he hasn't quite forgiven you." "Wait, you brought your kitten soulmate?" Vlad King smirked. "How did you get landed with a stray?" At his words, a deep threatening growl could be heard throughout the room. Izuku had peeked out from his napping space, part of the sleeping bag resting upon his head of curls. He glared up at Vlad King, as if daring him to say anything else. Vlad was quickly silenced. Once sure he was shut up, Izuku's head vanished again. Aizawa smirked at Vlad King. "You should listen to his warning." Yamada told him. "That kid is something else." From his napping place, Izuku looked up at Yamada with large, curious eyes. He frowned. "He can kill you but look adorable whilst doing it. His cuteness is a lie," he accused. Izuku smiled brightly, before cuddling back into the sleeping bag. Whilst he drifted off to sleep, many of the teachers would pass Aizawa's desk, just to get a glance of the kit. When Izuku woke up, he saw that Aizawa's chair was empty, guessing he was off teaching. He stretched slightly, before peeking out to see who, if anyone, was in the room. He saw an older hero. He looked at him for a moment before remembering he was ectoplasm. There was also Power Loader. Izuku was slowly but surely coming from his hiding spot. Ectoplasm and Power Loader noticed this but kept quiet, not wanting to scare the boy. Izuku saw that they were the only two and gave a small smile. At least Kayama's wasn't there. He stretched in an almost human way, before deciding to nick Aizawa's chair, and was complete thrilled when he found out it spun around. "You came out of hiding then, Midoriya?" Nizu came in from his office. Izuku looked towards him, with a smile and nodded. "Good. How are those study books working for you?" Izuku gave him a thumbs up. "Excellent, I will want to see them tonight." Izuku nodded, then stopped as something was dangled in front of him. He eyed it curiously. When it moved, he followed it with his eyes. Then stopped. He quickly turned. As soon as he saw Kayama, he dived for his napping spot but ended up banging his head. He whimpered and held his head as it throbbed with pain. "Are you okay, Izuku-kun?" Kayama winced. "You just had to interrupt him, Namuri. He was just fine being out from under there too." Ectoplasm shook his head. "Sorry." She frowned. She moved Aizawa's chair and knelt before Izuku's napping place. "Sorry, Izuku. I didn't mean for you to be hurt." Izuku glanced at her nervously. Before his nose twitched, he could smell something, and it smelt good. He gave Kayama an expectant look. She smiled and pulled out a box of green circular cat treats. "I brought you these to say sorry for the laser point incident. Do you accept them?" She held them out. Izuku seriously thought about it. Before deciding it was a fair trade, he moved so he could get a better look at the treats. Kayama smiled. The principal frowned. "What kind of treats are they, Kayama?" he asked, though by his tone she could tell he already knew. "I read up and these are said to help with a cat relax." Kayama grinned. "I will let Aizawa deal with you, though I am curious of its effects," Nizu said. Kayama beamed and opened the tub and handed a few to Izuku, who ate them quite happily. Everyone went back to their seats. It took about 5 minutes for the treats to have any effect. The first signs were the unusually loud purring coming from Izuku, and it was soon discovered that catnip makes Izuku Avery-loving person cat. He quite happily let people scratch behind his ears. Though, it got difficult when Aizawa returned. And surprised to see a relatively domestic Izuku bathing in the fuss from the other staff. "Okay, who drugged my soulmate?" Aizawa asked, though his eye were drawn to Kayama. "I just gave him some of these, thought it would help him relax." She handed him the box. Aizawa read the box. Catnip treats. They really had drugged him. Though, Izuku did seem rather relaxed at that moment. Aizawa sighed. He approached Izuku and pet his head, and Izuku surprised everyone rather as his purring seemed to get louder. "Problem child," was all Aizawa could say in this situation. He wouldn't admit that loving Izuku was the cutest side of his soulmate he had seen yet. He made a mental note to keep an eye on Kayama, trying to bring in any more catnip-tainted products for Izuku to get at. Izuku sat playing in the bath, watching bubbles rise from the water. His eyes seemed to sparkle as he would watch a single bubble rise, before biting at it. He stuck out his tongue, clearly not pleased with the taste. Aizawa shook his head at the boy's antics. He was sitting on a chair holding a washcloth. The kid was getting used to doing human activities, but Aizawa still needed to aid him in some things, and helping make sure he bathed properly was on thing. Izuku looked over at the washcloth, before holding out his hands for it. Aizawa looked at him for a moment. "You want to do it yourself?" he asked. Izuku nodded eagerly. Aizawa handed him the cloth. Izuku took it, then began to wash himself down, starting with his upper body. The last part was his back. Aizawa took the cloth back at that point and washed his back for him. Then, when the boy was off guard, washed his face. Izuku shook his head and looked at Aizawa, clearly unimpressed. To get his own back, Izuku shook his head, flinging water droplets onto Aizawa. "Okay, I think you're clean enough now," Aizawa told him, getting a towel ready. Izuku climbed out onto the fluffy bath mat, and Aizawa wrapped him up in the huge green towel. He had brought it especially for him. Then he grabbed a small towel and carefully dried the boy's head, being careful with his ears. Izuku sat calmly, letting Aizawa dry his hair. He purred quietly at the sensation of the soft towel against his head and ears. It was warm and comforting. There was a knock on the bathroom door. "Hey, Shouta. When Izuku is done, want to try using a hairdryer? It may dry him faster." Yamada practically shouted the suggestion through the bathroom door. "You know he doesn't like the sound of that thing." Aizawa frowned. "Yeah, but it speed things up," Yamada pointed out. "We'll try it out another time, when he gets used to it," Aizawa replied, finishing with Izuku's hair. "With the amount of time you use that device because of your ridiculous hairstyle." "My hairstyle is not ridiculous," Yamada defended. Aizawa just smirked. Whilst Izuku smiled happily and began drying himself, Aizawa exited the bathroom to let Izuku do it himself. He could heard Yamada grumbling in his room, muttering how it would be so much easier with a hairdryer. Izuku came out a few minutes later in his own night clothes, a shirt with cat paws over it and shorts with the same pattern. Izuku smiled up at Aizawa, before heading into the living room. It was Friday and Aizawa had promised him that they could watch the new anime movie of All Might. Izuku was quite excited for it. Aizawa was about to go and wash the bath out so he could have a shower when Yamada came out of his room. "Are you going to be joining us for the movie?" "Nah, going drinking with Nemuri. You two enjoy the movie for me though." Yamada grinned. "Don't come back too drunk. I don't want Izuku to see that," Aizawa warned him. Fine. Later. See you, Kit." Yamada bade them both goodbye before heading off. Aizawa washed the bath out and had a quick shower before joining Izuku on the sofa. Izuku was trying to wrap himself up in a fluffy blanket. His back paw claws seemed to be getting stuck, causing Izuku to growl angrily at his failed attempt to get comfy. Without a word, Aizawa quickly wrapped it around him and Izuku snuggled into the blanket happily. When Aizawa had brought that blanket as a surprise present for Izuku, he barely let it out of his sight. When not working on his workbooks or spending time with Aizawa, he was often sleeping on it or under it. Aizawa got into his sleeping bag and turned on the movie. Izuku scooted closer to him until he was snuggled up against the pro, happily purring as the movie began. Izuku opened his eyes to find some bright yellow in front of him. He yawned tiredly and stretched the best he could within the confinements of his blanket. He moved slightly to see that he was leaning heavily against a sleeping Aizawa. Izuku yawned again and slowly began to untangle himself before standing up. He extended his arms to the ceiling, acting much more human than he had previously. When he glanced back at Aizawa, he had a feeling it would be a while before he woke up. Izuku smiled excitedly as an idea came to mind. He went to the kitchen and looked in the fridge. There he found some salmon and a tub of already cooked rice. If he put it in bowls and heated it with the spinning box, that would make breakfast. Izuku stopped his train of thought. Would that work? He shrugged to himself, it was worth a try. He put some rice in 2 bowls and set them in the box, a microwave, if he remembered correctly. His tail swayed behind him happily at the recollection, especially at the thought of telling Aizawa he got it and being praised. He pressed the 1-minute button and jumped slightly as it started up. His ears picked up happily, it was working. He smiled proudly, this was easy. He began wishing he had figured out how simple it actually was. He could have done it sooner, thinking of how proud his soulmate would be of him. He turned to get the fish from the fridge, only for there to be a sudden bang. He jumped, crouching low in a cat-like stance, his fur standing on end, staring at the microwave with wide eyes. There was a scrambling sound, and Aizawa rushed in. He glanced toward Izuku, who was staring at the microwave that was smoking slightly. The boy was completely frozen from shock. Aizawa sighed in both relief and slight annoyance, and placed a hand on the kid's head, causing him to jump again. He looked up at Aizawa, looking guilty. The pro just smiled at him kindly. It's okay, Izuku, he assured him. He opened up the microwave. The 2 bowls had seemingly exploded. It's fine. You just used the wrong bowls. A simple mistake. Izuku looked down sadly, disappointed in himself. Things had appeared to be going so smoothly too. Aizawa gave him a weak smile. Here, why don't we clean this up and we can make breakfast together? Izuku's ears picked up a little, and he nodded in agreement. An hour later, they sat down and enjoyed some miso soup with rice with cooked salmon. You did good, kid. Aizawa praised him. Izuku happily accepted it, pushing aside the guilt that gnawed on him. There was a yawn and Yamada came into the kitchen. Did someone come by a while ago? I thought I heard a knock. Yamada groaned, rubbing his head. Izuku watched him curiously. Aizawa sighed. You're hungover, he said. Yeah, and? Yamada looked at him. Go back to bed, Aizawa told him, clearly irritated with his friend. And come back when you sober up. Yamada grumbled something under his breath. He grabbed and downed a large glass of water before heading back to bed. Izuku watched him go, before looking at Aizawa curiously. When he's like that, ignore him completely, okay? Aizawa told him, rubbing his brow. Izuku nodded, deciding he didn't want to know what was wrong with the loud blonde. You'll be okay. Aizawa was kneeling before a pouting Izuku. Aizawa knew that Izuku would forgive him eventually, but right now it was clear that the kid had major issues, especially as Aizawa was having to leave his soulmate at home that day. And I'll be back at the end of the day. Izuku still looked unimpressed, but there was a small spark in his eyes. Worry. You know I will be back. Izuku let out a deep growl and looked away. Aizawa sighed heavily. He had to get going, but he was unhappy about leaving Izuku behind. He didn't want to, and the kit wasn't making it any easier. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Firstly, it was time for the midterm exams, and there was a teacher conference after, so there would be no one to watch Izuku in the staff room. So, it was safer for the street cat to stay at home than the possibility of being bothered by the teens at Yui if they discovered him. Aizawa couldn't ignore the bitter bite of guilt as he locked the front door. The kid was definitely not going to forgive him easily after this. Izuku sat at the window, an expression of sorrow and worry on his face. He really wanted to believe Aizawa's words. Goodness knows there's such a small part of him that did. The rest of his mind was left to worry in blind panic, telling him Aizawa may not return. Had he done something wrong? Was it because he blew up the microwave trying to make breakfast the other day? He knew it. It was a stupid idea. He was useless. He shouldn't have done anything. Useless. Worthless. Maybe he could make it up to Aizawa? A gift, maybe? Yeah. Everyone liked gifts, right? He couldn't buy anything, and that would have also mean that he would have to deal with people. Izuku frowned, trying to ignore the growing feeling of regret. So, what could he do? Izuku's tail twitched, tapping against the windowsill. His eyes immediately fell upon a flock of birds sitting on the telephone wires. The bird! He could get him a bird. Izuku sat up straight up, eyeing the birds with wide eyes. It was a perfect gift. He had always been pleased when Mama had brought him one. Granted, the feathers were a pain to pull out, but it was still good, and Izuku was sure the gift would make Aizawa forgive him. He smiled happily. This was a great idea. It was a terrible idea. When Aizawa and Yamada got back, it was clear to Izuku that they clearly didn't appreciate the gift. He didn't really care about Yamada's reaction, but Aizawa's. It broke something inside him. He had watched as his soulmate got rid of his gift without even trying it, so Izuku ended up curling up under the bed, ears back and tears rolling down his cheeks. Useless. Worthless. No one would want you. He flinched when he saw Aizawa's feet come into the room. Izuku! Aizawa called, the street cat curled up more around himself. Aizawa knelt and looked under the bed. He sighed in relief, relaxing, relieved that Izuku hadn't run away. Come on, Izuku. Aizawa held out his hand. Izuku eyed his outstretched hand. He wanted to take it, accept it and snuggle into his soulmate. But, then again, he knew he shouldn't fall any deeper into this domesticated reality. He didn't belong here. He may have never belonged there. Why would his soulmate even want someone like him? Izuku's lower lip trembled a little. Did he belong anywhere at all? No one wants you. Izuku shuffled himself away from Aizawa's outstretched hand. A deep growl came from his throat, his tail twitching across the floor. Izuku, it's not going to be comfortable under there. Aizawa told him calmly, sounding kind and concerned. A single moment of his past flashed before Izuku's eyes. A bright smile, a joyful Izuku found himself hissing at Aizawa, shuffling further away, turning his back to Aizawa. Aizawa's hand withdrew from his soulmate. Aizawa had no idea what to do. How does one cheer up someone like this? Cheer up a cat? The question he needed to answer first was why was his soulmate so angry? Aizawa looked at his soulmate sadly for a moment. Was this because of the bird? When Ant had gotten in after work, Izuku had been next to the table, and UPN it with ruffled feathers was a dead bird. Yamada had obviously screamed, which had caused Izuku to bolt and hide a wall. Aizawa suddenly remembered the look Izuku had on his face before Yamada had screamed, the pride, excitement. That bird had mostly likely been an attempt at a gift, and there he and Yamada had both disregarded that of obvious reasons. He would have to explain to Izuku that dead animals weren't gifts. I'll be in the living room when you're ready to come out and talk. Aizawa told him, and when Izuku didn't move, Aizawa moved to the sofa and sighed heavily. Hiding under your bed? Yamada asked. He'll be unlikely to forgive me any time soon after this, Aizawa nodded. He was obviously upset this morning when we had to leave, but the whole dead bird seems to have made matters worse. I don't know what to do. Well, we'll just need to wait for him to cool off. Yamada gave him a sympathetic smile. Dinner came and went. Despite being called, Izuku didn't move from his spot under the bed. Just before Aizawa went to bed, he tried to lure Izuku out again, but the boy just growled in warning, so he had no choice but give him more time. You're not in any sort of trouble, Izuku, Aizawa said softly, hoping the street cat was listening. So, let's start tomorrow on a happier note, okay? Silence. Aizawa sighed. Night, Kit. It wasn't until much later when Izuku left his hiding spot. He stretched and looked at the bed. Aizawa was fast asleep. Izuku fought against the urge to curl up beside him and sleep, to revel in his warmth. No. He couldn't fall for this. No one wants you. He couldn't build up around this, just to be torn up again. Izuku snuck out of the room. A cold breeze hit him. A window was open. The window in question was in Yamada's room. Izuku looked at it. He could get out through that, leave before the inevitable moment when his soulmate realized he was useless. Go back to his old life with his clan. Forget this ever happened, but did he want to forget? He had not been this happy before. His soulmate took care of him, even loud Yamada was kind to him. His heart was torn. He didn't want to stay because he knew he would have to leave in the end, but wanted to stay and be happy for what time he had left. Izuku wandered into the living room and found a toy that Kayama woman had brought him, a ball that rang like a little bell. He picked it up and bit his lip. No more? No one wants you. Izuku took the ball into Aizawa's room and placed it on the pillow next to him. After a quiet moment, he turned and left, making his way to Yamada's window before climbing out. He jumped on to the neighboring rooftop, landing on his feet and hands. He shivered slightly. He shot a sorrowful, teary gaze at the window, before taking off into the night, off in search of his mama and his clan. His mama was probably waiting for him to come home. Not ever your soulmate would want you. Not even your soulmate. No one. When Aizawa woke the next morning, his eyes immediately fell upon Izuku's bell ball, something Kayama had brought him. He was quite fond of it, and Izuku always had a smile when he played with it, but it was in the living room last night. Aizawa sat up. Izuku! Aizawa got up and checked under the bed, not there. A quick search through the flat turned up nothing, he was gone. Aizawa stood completely still as his mind tried to process it. Did I do something wrong? Where did I F up? Shouta. Yamada yawned whilst humming slightly, noticing his friend just standing there as he walked into the living room. He's gone, Aizawa muttered. Wait, what? Yamada looked at him, surprised to see Aizawa looking at the small bell ball with a somewhat broken look. Izuku's not here, he's gone. I fed up somewhere. I shouldn't have fallen asleep. Aizawa growled to himself. He had failed his own soulmate. What kind of person was he to do that? Get changed and go find him, I'll tell Nizu. Hurry. Just bring him back safe. Yamada told him. Aizawa didn't need to be told twice. Getting into his hero costume, he rushed out of the flat. Yamada got changed himself, then headed out, sending out a message to Nizu and Officer Tamakawa. Nizu so he knew Aizawa was likely not to be in and the reason, and Officer Tamakawa in hopes the police could aid in the search for the kid. Yamada might not have been on the best of terms with Izuku, from Izuku's viewpoint, but he was seriously worried, knowing him screaming at the dead bird wasn't much help either. Find him soon, Shouta, Yamada prayed silently. What were you thinking? Where are you? I'm sorry. Izuku prowled across rooftops, listening to the sound of the night life. It had been a while since he had heard it. He could hear a hero and villain fighting somewhere, so, it's still the same. But why did it seem so different? He paused on the edge of a roof, staring off into the distance. It was a beautiful sight at night, and he found himself wondering about Aizawa. He growled, reprimanding himself. No, he had to forget him, he had to think about his mama. Gulet nipped at him like frosty air. He had forgotten his mama when with his soulmate, he'd forgotten his family, the ones who helped him. Izuku bowed his head. What sort of son, what sort of clan mate was he to forget them? No one wants you. Izuku moved quickly. He couldn't allow himself to get too domesticated like that again, never, not to be torn down once more. But it had been his fault this time. Maybe he could have stayed, if he hadn't effed up and ruined that rice morning, or the bird, maybe if he had shown he wanted to stay there. Izuku felt his body pause again, and found himself wondering what Aizawa would do when he found him gone the next morning? What if he came looking for him? Would that mean he cared? No one wants you. Was there that chance? Did he dare hope that someone needed him? He sighed, barely noticing as a tabby settled next to him. He had been happy and had fun with Aizawa. The man was his soulmate and had promised to protect him. He had been so willing to help when no one else had. The tabby seemingly decided the boy had been moping long enough and brought him from his mind with a loud meow. Izuku's ears picked up and he looked down as the tabby rubbed up against him, purring slightly. Izuku smiled and happily accepted his mama's warmth. His mama rubbed her nose against his forehead, sharing all her love. Her kit was a strange one, but he needed all the love she had. Izuku rested his head lightly against hers, allowing tears to fall through closed eyes. He had missed her. They remained in silence, resting their heads against each other as the world seemed to still around them. But his mama knew it was not safe to be out in the open so casually, especially to her young kit. She meowed once more before setting off, looking back once to see if her kitten was following her. He was. The street clan were all too happy to see Izuku once more. Izuku happily accepted their greetings with a little purr. Even Tequo, the clan's strongest warrior, besides Izuku, was quite content to steal the boy's lap, purring happily at the strange kit they had so willingly accepted as their own. Of course they were also quite annoyed, demanding to know where he had been all that time. Izuku made sure to tell them everything. Stealing from those three villains that led him to meeting his soulmate, and then loud Yamada. Weird Kiyama. Nice recovery girl. Nizu, the strange creature that wasn't quite a dog, not quite a bear, or a mouse. Officer Tamakawa, who was part cat himself, and the fact his biological parents were going to get into trouble. He told them his concerns too, though they weren't very surprised. The clan gathered around him, keeping him warm. Izuku yawned and found himself falling asleep as the sun rose. Mama let out a soft yowl, giving Izuku a small lick on the cheek. She had been keeping an eye over Izuku as he had been in the care of his soulmate. She knew his mate cared and wanted him. But she also knew Izuku would naturally feel he wasn't wanted, or that he would soon be discarded again. It was like that when they first took him in. It took a while for him to finally accept that he was stuck with them, that they wanted him. He was constantly afraid that he would be abandoned by those who show him kindness. Knowing Izuku was safe with the rest of the clan, Mama left the alley. She had to find his soulmate. For if anyone deserved to be loved, it was her kitten. He was wanted. Aizawa had not rested, searching for his street cat nonstop. It was now late afternoon. Yui had ended and his co-workers had joined him in the search. Aizawa was moving into the shadier parts of town. He had checked Izuku's old hideout first, but he hadn't been there, so had begun the long, painstakingly slow search. Fatigue begun to creep into his muscles. He sat down on a roof to catch his breath. As he did, guilt reared its head once more. He bowed his head. He should have kept Izuku close, should have taken him to Yui, persuaded Nizu to let him nap in the conference hall, locked the staff room so no one could bother his soulmate. But no, he had to leave him at home. Aizawa heard a yowling sound. He raised his head to see a tabby cat. Its fur was of dark grays and white. There was a patch of white fur around its jaws and almost black on the tip of its ears. Its yellow eyes were trained on him. Aizawa smiled softly, reaching to scratch her ears. The tabby purred before pulling away. She meowed, before jumping into an alley. When she noticed he wasn't following her, she yowled angrily. At least her kitten did as he was told. She jumped back up, grabbed the end of his scarf in her mouth. "Hey," Aizawa began, but she ran off. Aizawa grumbled and gave chase, a waste of time. Though, he was surprised when the tabby let go off his scarf. He was in a new den. Sleeping peacefully against the wall was his own little street cat. The tabby jumped onto the box Izuku was napping on. She turned to Aizawa and meowed softly. "Street cat," Aizawa muttered. He approached his younger mate and slowly ran his fingers through Izuku's unruly curls, setting his purring off. He barely noticed the approach of many cats, each one carefully watching his every move, ready to act if he even dared to insult their clanmate. The tabby nudged Izuku with her nose, trying to rouse him softly. Her kitten yawned and curled up a little more. But he soon woke after the tabby bit his neck. The tabby moved out of the way as Izuku bolted up, growling, but the growls soon turned to purrs as Aizawa continued to pet his head. Such a problem child. Aizawa smiled. Izuku jumped back, eyeing Aizawa. His eyes widened in surprise. He had came looking for him. He cared? Izuku sat watching him through curiously nervous eyes. The tabby yowled, causing Izuku to look down at her. She meowed softly, resting a front paw on his cheek. Izuku closed his eyes and purred in turn. Seemingly pleased with his reply, the tabby stepped back to watch with the others. Izuku looked back at Aizawa, shuffling forward slightly. Aizawa noticed how nervous Izuku was, and without a word, reached out to pet his head. "Sorry, Kit? I shouldn't have left you alone." Aizawa apologized. Izuku continued watching him. "After everything you've been through, I am so sorry." Izuku teared up and rushed forward, nuzzling his face into Aizawa's shoulder. Aizawa could feel him crying, the steadily growing wet patch on his shoulder and the boy's shaking shoulders. Aizawa wrapped his arms around his soulmate. He felt Izuku tense up slightly before relaxing in his hold. Aizawa took that time to notice the cats surrounding them. "So, this is your family?" Izuku pulled away slightly and glanced around and nodded. "Lucky Kit." Aizawa smiled. Izuku smiled too, before burying his face back into his shoulder again. "How about we go home?" Aizawa felt Izuku freeze, before he nodded. Aizawa and Izuku got home. Aizawa had allowed a small smile to grace his features when seeing Izuku's expression after putting his own capture gear on the boy's shoulders. His eyes lit up bright and he snuggled the capture gear into his face, purring happily. Izuku entered the house proudly wearing the scarf. as Aizawa closed the door behind him. Yamada appeared in the hall. He let out a yelp of joy and quickly picked the kid up. "You found him." Yamada smiled as Izuku struggled out of his grip. "Please don't run off again." Izuku looked up at the loud man. "You gave us both quite a scare. We just want you to be safe." Izuku looked at him with wide eyes. "We just want you to be safe. We want you to be safe. We want you. He was wanted." Yamada began to panic as the kid began to cry. As an extra surprise, Izuku allowed himself to lean into Yamada as he cried. Yamada looked at Aizawa in panic, unsure what to do, but found the man smiling. "Time to start the actual healing process." Aizawa muttered. Yamada smiled and nodded. A whole 4 months had passed since Izuku had entered his life. After that little runaway scare, Izuku seemed to be more accepting of Yamada, and if Aizawa was busy, he would sometimes curl up next to Yamada and nap. That of course made Kayama quite jealous, though no matter what she did, Izuku was extremely cautious of her. Izuku seemed happier too, whilst his mind would often wonder, he was happy. Overall, the street cat was still very much a cat, but seemed to show a bit more of a human side to him now and again. Even his learning was coming along well. With renewed enthusiasm, Izuku worked hard with Nisa's help, and as slowly but surely picking up writing. When he could finally write a full sentence, Nisa gifted him with a little notebook, which Izuku used to communicate, usually in short words or questions. Everyone was impressed with his progress, and Izuku was clearly pleased with himself too. But speaking was still not on their list of accomplishments. Aizawa had begun to wonder if he had become muted during his years on the streets. He knew there was a chance Izuku could be selectively mute, choosing not to speak due to what happened. He was hoping that was the case. "Eat up, Shouta." Yamada yelled at him. It was dinner and the underground hero had let his mind wander once again. Aizawa shot him a glare. "Don't look at me like that. You need to be setting an example for the kitten." Izuku watched their bickering with a light of amusement in his eyes. He found that they would often do that, and he would just observe with a smile. "Doesn't need me to set an example. He's already street smart with more common sense than anyone in my current class." Aizawa scowled before taking a bite out of his meal. He felt a nudge as Izuku pushed his notebook towards Aizawa. "Are you still planning to expel all of them?" "I am close to it." Aizawa nodded. Izuku's smile widened. That was how close he got to laughing. At least they would have a higher chance of surviving past their 20th birthday. Valid point. Aizawa nodded. His kit never failed to amaze him with what he knew. Aizawa expected that it was due to the years on the streets. He had to grow up incredibly fast for a child. Far too fast, so Aizawa and Yamada would often get too carried away with it, made sure that Izuku had time to act like a kid, to have at least a little fun in what was left in his childhood. After eating, Izuku began to get tired. He gave a small nod at Yamada, before nuzzling Aizawa. That was his way of saying goodnight. He then headed off to change and to crawl under the sheets and curl up. The kid's clever, but I think at this point, he isn't going to speak at all. Yamada frowned. Aizawa didn't reply. He knew it was likely true, but he still had that silent hope. It was illogical, but it was there. He sighed and slowly began to finish his own dinner. Shouta. A voice roused him from his sleep. Aizawa groaned and turned on to his side. "Later," he replied. "Shouta." The voice repeated, almost impatient. Aizawa sighed. Couldn't Yamada wait until later? Then he stopped. The voice wasn't Yamada's, but the only other person in the flat was. He was soon wide awake. He sat up. Next to him, Izuku was watching him with glowing eyes. "Izuku, was that you?" Aizawa asked curiously. Izuku's ears picked up before he smiled brightly. "Shouta," he said. His voice was jagged from the years of unuse. But there was a clear childlike edge to it, playful, full of joy, but quietly so. The childlike loudness one would expect wasn't there. His voice was quiet, soft in a way. The kid clearly quite proud of himself. Aizawa pulled his younger soulmate into a hug. Izuku happy accepted it, purring loudly. "Shouta," he muttered again. "Well done, kid, you did good." Aizawa praised. Izuku smiled happily. Aizawa didn't sleep for the rest of the night, neither did Izuku. Izuku sat up trying to string together a sentence. Aizawa watching with a kind smile as the street cat stumbled over his words, but soon pieced it together. Aizawa pet his head, Izuku smiled and purred into his hand, before he pulled the kit closer. They sat in a strange embrace as Aizawa continued to pet his head, mostly hiding his expression from Izuku. You know, you're going to give Hisashi and Nizu a heart attack when they hear you. Aizawa told him, amused. Izuku's eyes light up playfully. See, can I wake up Yamada? Izuku asked excitedly. Aizawa glanced at the clock. It was 5 in the morning. Yamada didn't usually get up until 7 on school days, so naturally Aizawa was all for waking his friend 2 hours early. Go ahead then. Aizawa nodded. Izuku got off the bed and hurried across the hall to Yamada's room. Aizawa listened out for a familiar scream. Instead there was a thump, and about a minute after an ow. Aizawa frowned. He looked into Yamada's room to see him silently crying, whilst holding a struggling Izuku in a death grip hug. He chuckled slightly at the scene. Izuku ended up glaring at him, before letting a weak smile across his features. As Izuku snuck into Yamada's room, he was grinning wildly, knowing how many times he had woke Aizawa, and through Aizawa, now it was payback time. He climbed onto his bed and knelt next to him. Why Yamada? He said cheerfully. He had expected the man to scream, not to sit bolt up, causing their heads to clash together. Izuku backed off, holding his head as it ached. Yamada turned to look at the intruder. He was a little confused when he only saw Izuku. He watched him for a full minute, until Izuku opened his mouth. Ouch, he mumbled, rubbing his head where a red mark was forming. Yamada's eyes widened, tears glistened at their corners. He reached out and quickly pulled the street cat into a hug before he could run away. Izuku ended up giving up fighting, knowing he wasn't getting out of the voice hero's grip. Nizu had a less excitable reaction. When Izuku first spoke to him, Nizu looked surprised but quickly recovered. He happily shook the boy's hand and congratulated him. I know you have just learned to speak, young Midoriya, but I just need to ask you something, Nizu began. The policy want me to speak at earnt, do not they? Izuku asked, his speech a little broken, but understandable. Nizu couldn't hide his surprise this time. I heard you talking about it too, to show Yuta. He looked at Aizawa curiously. Our policy? He asked. You've met them, remember Officer Tamakawa? The man in a blue uniform and cat head. Aizawa tried explaining. Izuku thought about it and nodded. He's nice. Izuku said softly. Well, police are there to help you, like heroes. Aizawa continued. Izuku's ears picked up interested. They help people out, make sure villains are out of the public's way, they work closely with heroes too. Izuku listened to his explanation, his tail twitching on occasion. They make sure everyone follows the laws. Laws? Izuku asked. A list of rules everyone must follow. Aizawa told him. Like Wchen mama tells me to, hide from bad people? Yes. Like when your mama tells you keep any from them. If you don't follow them, you get into trouble. Aizawa nodded. Izuku looked away for a moment before asking a second question. Wchat's a court? A place, a big building where people listen to what is wrong, you tell them your story and they decide what happens. I jing it to tell a story? Your story, what happened when you met your mama, okay? Aizawa gave him reassuring smile when Izuku looked a little troubled at his words. Will the why in it mama? Izuku asked nervously. No, but after it all, we can go and see her, I am sure she will be worried about you. Aizawa told him. You will be worried me? Emerald eyes were filled with worry and fear. Of course, Kit. Aizawa told, reaching over and pet his head to comfort the kit. I am going to have to speak too, after all, I was the one who found you. And there was no way I was letting you face this alone. Izuku looked happier at that and happily snuggled into the older man. He didn't need to be afraid, he had show Yuta after. The day of the court trial approached. Izuku didn't stammer as much as he spoke whenever he could. Yamada and Aizawa were both shocked with the amount of questions that sprouted from the kitten's mouth when they were watching the news. Izuku often wondered about quirks, the ones he could see being used on the TV, muttering softly under his breath, which sounded more like the soft chattering of a cat. But if Izuku had any questions, or needed something to be explained, he wasn't afraid to ask them what was on his mind. He wondered about the quirks of the people he saw, analyzed what he had seen of them, and then went on to the many uses those quirks could provide, revealing the analytical side of his mind. They were both surprised and impressed with how his mind was able to quickly go through so much information in such a short time. One would have guessed he had a quirk similar to Ragdoll's. When Nizu found out, he happily congratulated the kit on the achievement. Though, after a conversation with the boy's mama, he had learnt that Izuku had always been clever, learning how to handle different tests that would arise, mostly villains. It had seemed that Izuku had a natural analytical mind, and that was something Nizu wanted to help the boy expand. But as the court date came closer, Izuku began to fall quiet. Officer Tamakawa had been to visit Izuku and spoke to him alone. Since then, he had been silent. "You okay, kid?" Aizawa asked. They were eating dinner. Yamada silently glanced between them. "Yeah, just thinking," Izuku muttered, picking at his food. "About what?" Aizawa frowned. "Officer Tamakawa said I would need to tell the court what happened before and after I was left." Izuku replied. He stopped, tears gathering in the corner of his eyes. Aizawa rubbed his back. Ever since he had started talking, Izuku had kept clear of any mention of what his life had been before he had been abandoned and after it. He talked about his family, his cat family, of course. He named them all, and told them the typically family-like stories of them. But that was about it, nothing of how he got his scars that littered his back and chest and the 3 on his face. Aizawa found himself too nervous to ask as he was unsure how Izuku would react. "It hurts." Izuku wiped at his tears. "Before you came here?" Aizawa spoke softly. Izuku nodded. "You won't be hurt anymore." "I know, but remembering hurts." Izuku sniffed. "And what about all the people? Anthy will be there." "I know, you'll be okay though when the day comes." "We'll be there." "I know Nizu, Recovery Girl, and Kayama will be there too." Aizawa told him. "They will be there for you. You have a lot of people already on your side, Izuku." Izuku nodded, feeling a little better about the situation. Aizawa made sure to wake Izuku early on the day of the trial. They ate a quick breakfast before Aizawa had to help Izuku change into a suit. Yamada had gone out and got it custom-made, as most of Izuku's trousers had to be custom-made just so they would fit around his legs. Izuku's tail twitched as Aizawa fixed his black tie. "Is that everything?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, go wait in the living room. I'm sure Hisashi is ready." Aizawa nodded and Izuku headed into the living room where, sure enough, Yamada was fixing his own tie. Their suits matched, both a deep black, though Yamada's had a golden thread lining the suit. He smiled at Izuku. "You ready?" "No, but I don't have much of a choice, do I?" Izuku frowned. "That's true, but please remember your health and safety comes first to us. If you get uncomfortable when they are asking questions, you can say so." Yamada told him. "If the questioning gets out of hand, we can get them to stop." Izuku nodded. He turned as Aizawa came in dressed in his own suit, a simple black business suit with a matching black tie. "Right, ready to go?" Aizawa asked. Yamada and Izuku nodded. In the court, Izuku was sat between Aizawa and Nizu, feeling quite safe between them. Aizawa was his soulmate, and Nizu was just naturally terrifying when matters needed him to be, and right now he was protective over Izuku. The case began with Officer Tamakawa going over the basics of the case. Izuku timidly glanced to where his parents sat. Inko had a stone-like expression whilst Hisashi looked furious. After Officer Tamakawa finished, he sat down, and his parents' lawyer stood to speak from the Midoriya's side of it. They had ultimately gone with he was a troubled child route. Yamada was forcing himself to stay silent, so settled with death glaring at that Midoriya's. First witness to the stand, pro-hero Eraserhead. Aizawa went up to the stand. Yamada quickly moved next to Izuku, so he was still between 2 people he trusted. Both Izuku and Aizawa were thankful. "You were the first person to find Midoriya, Izuku, correct?" the lawyer asked. "The first willing to help him, yes." Aizawa nodded. "What do you mean by the first willing to help him?" I first came across him when a group of small-time villains had cornered him in an alleyway. Aizawa explained he had apparently stolen some food from them and they were obviously not pleased. I see, and what happened during the confrontation? The boy simply escaped. Using his agility, he climbed onto a roof and ran off. Aizawa answered. Then you followed him to his home? I couldn't really call it a home. Aizawa said, more of a den. It was clear he had been there for a while. Then you called in your co-work Midnight to help calm the boy? He seemed to be quite untrusting towards me and was clearly ready to fight me if I got too close. By putting him to sleep, we could move him and make sure he was okay, or deal with any injuries he may have had. Aizawa nodded. The lawyer nodded in turn, and Aizawa was sent back to his seat. Recovery Girl was up next. She brought the x-rays she had gotten of Izuku when he had first been brought in. Everyone was shocked at the amount of broken bones and fractures that had not healed right. She was questioned on each injury by both sides, and she explained each and every one of the injuries. Midoriya Hisashi was then called up to speak. Mr. Midoriya, what can you tell us about your son? He was an alright kid until he turned 4. Hisashi said. And what happened when he turned 4? Hisashi made up some grand tale of how jealous Izuku became of everyone around him getting quirks, after being diagnosed as quirkless, so he ran away. They had no idea where he went. If that is true, and had happened, Mr. Midoriya, why didn't you declare him as a missing person? Officer Tamakawa asked. There were slight mutterings around them. Even if we did tell, what was the chance of him being found alive? Hisashi replied through gritted teeth. Then it was Izuku's turn to get up and talk. Aizawa patted his hand before he stood up. Izuku felt a little braver. He had Aizawa and other heroes at his side. They believed in him. As he settled in the chair, his ears and tail twitched nervously. Midoriya Izuku, you understand that you are here to be asked some questions, right? The lawyer asked. This must be quite scary for you. Izuku didn't miss the patronizing tone he had used, neither had Aizawa, who was glaring at the man. Yes. Izuku spoke in a quiet voice. Luckily a mic was placed there so he could be heard. His voice shook from his nerves and the look upon the boy's face showed he was clearly afraid of being up there. People are scary, he quietly added. A few people in the courtroom felt sympathy towards the boy. It was clear he had been through much. I see. Now, how long ago was it when you ran away? The lawyer asked. Tamakawa went to intervene, but Izuku looked at the lawyer confused, his head tilted slightly. I didn't, that meant to be a trick question? So, how did he get lost in the city? I wasn't lost. I was after, but I didn't get lost. I was always told to stay at, he immediately stopped before trying to figure what to say. To stay by their side in the street so I don't get lost. We went on a drive, and I was left on a street. You fully believe your parents purposely left you? I was quirkless, it wouldn't, Izuku began. I believe everyone will agree. While similar to other cases of quirkless children, this tale you're telling seems a little too far-fetched. The lawyer interrupted. The courtroom was silent as they wait to see what Izuku was going to say. His head was bowed, his ears set back. Useless, he spoke, his voice a little louder, the words not his own. Worthless. No one wants you, he then looked up, his eyes steadily glared at the lawyer. I knew I was quirkless for one day, and that is what I was told. By kids in my daycare, by my best friend. Izuku sank, ears drooping sadly, his voice went quiet again. They didn't want me, teachers didn't care when the other kids were being mean. All because I was quirkless. My so-called best friend also told me my soulmate wouldn't want me, and you will have no idea how much that hurts, and how quickly you find yourself believing in their words. I have lived with that because that is how people see us. But you have a quirk now. The lawyer said. Yes, but it isn't natural. And I will make sure everyone will know that, if someone asks, I will make sure they know it is force manifested. A quirk is an extension of someone's body. Izuku glanced at his tail. Mine is just something that aided in my survival. Midoriya Izuku. Officer Tamakawa spoke before the lawyer could. We have heard from all those who wanted to speak. We have heard from before and after. But what about in between, from your point of view? Can you tell us your story? Izuku's ears twitched. He glanced around the courtroom. No one knew his story. He hadn't even told Aizawa or Yamada yet. He took a deep breath. It began when everyone began getting their quirks. Izuku began, his voice shaking. Your quirk is so cool, Kaken. Izuku beamed as he followed after his best friend. I hope mine is as cool as yours when I get it. It doesn't matter what quirk you get, it will never be better than mine. Maybe not, but I'll still be a hero. Izuku told him cheerfully. Whatever, Kaken replied. You might as well give up. The doctor said. Izuku felt his whole world shatter around him, quirkless. But how is that possible? Hisashi demanded. Both me and his mother have quirks. It doesn't always work that way. The doctor told him, then brought up some x-rays. See? Young Midoriya has an extra joint in his toe. Probably due to fourth generation. The doctor's explanation continued, but Izuku blocked it out. He was quirkless, but what would that mean for him now? Did you hear? Midoriya is quirkless. He could hear his daycare class mutter. He sat alone, drawing, listening to his classmates belittle him as the teachers stood by and did nothing. Izuku bit his lip to stop himself from crying. Izuku glanced up and saw Kaken watching him with a smug grin. The young quirkless boy shivered. Come break time, Izuku found himself surrounded by Kaken and some of his new followers. Izuku looked around at them nervously. What do you want, Kaken? He asked, trying to sound at least a little brave, but failing miserably. So, it's true you're worthless? Kaken had the same dark grin as he had earlier. Izuku was terrified. He wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run to. I'm not worthless, he defended meekly. You're quirkless. That means you're useless, worthless, a Deku. Kaken beamed, seemingly pleased with himself. That's mean, Kaken, Izuku replied. Well, what are you going to do about it, Deku? Kaken smirked, before punching Izuku with his quirk activated. Izuku didn't even cry out in pain as Kaken and his followers took all of their issues with him out on him. You're useless, Deku. Kaken sneered. He caught a flash of color from Izuku's hip as the boy moved on the ground. So useless not even your soulmate would want you. Izuku's eyes teared up at his words. He knelt on the floor clutching at his heart. He barely heard his teachers calling them in. He was only vaguely aware of how his tormentors moved away from him. Izuku stumbled to his feet and joined everyone else. No one bothered to ask if he was okay. Izuku kept his head bowed. He was useless, worthless. They didn't care. That night, at home also felt off. Izuku could hear his parents whispering, but always stopped when he entered the room. Izuku had a little hope left. They were his parents. Surely, they still cared. Izuku! His mom called him downstairs. Izuku headed down to see his parents wearing their coats. Come and get your jacket on. Where are we going? Izuku asked, a bit excited. Were they going out for dinner? They hadn't done that in ages. He put on his jacket and zipped it to the top, following his parents to their small car, his mind still racing with ideas where they could be going. Just get in the car, his dad told him. Izuku sat in the back, happily humming to himself as he watched the street lights fly by the window. They seemed to be going quite far. Maybe it was a new place out of town? Izuku glanced out of the window as the car slowed to a stop around about an hour later. Here we are. Inko smiled bright. Izuku beamed back, undoing his seat belt and hopping out of the car. As soon as he shut the door, the car's wheels spun and sped off. Izuku reached a hand out for it, feeling his heart break at the lights racing away. His last piece of hope washed away with the tears that began to stream from his eyes. His mind that had been racing a moment ago had froze, like he was floating in an empty space. His heart began to ache. It hurt and it wouldn't stop. When his arm began to hurt from being held out, Izuku drew it closer to his body where he cuddled his hands to keep them warm. With his mind beginning to process the situation he was left in, Izuku looked around. It was dark and didn't look safe. But here he was, alone and useless. What was he going to do? He didn't know where he was lost and alone. There was also a little chance that a hero would find him. There was a slight chance, as Izuku guessed this was a shadier part of the town. If there was a hero around, they would likely be an underground hero, and there weren't many in that area. Izuku shivered. It was so cold even with his coat. so he knew he should probably try and look for some shelter to sleep under. So, he began to walk. Izuku was panicking, he was lost and terribly confused now. That day's events clouded his mind, filling him with a deep sense of hopelessness. He was alone, lost, and had the sinking feeling that was how it would be for the rest of his life. He stopped when he heard voices. He looked up to see a small group of men before him. "Looks like we found another one of them quirkless scum. Get him." Izuku tried to run but men quickly grabbed his arms in a death grip. Nails digging into his skin, piercing it so little bubbles of blood began to surface. That was nothing compared to the knife he could feel penetrating his back. He cried out, hoping, such a little piece of hope, that someone would hear him, save him. A strange ache began to thud through his body, even his bones were aching, the world around began to fall into darkness, as the pain from within quickly overwhelmed him. In the shadier part of town, it was not a surprise at the number of stray cats in the area. There were a number of clans too, groups of strays that stuck together for protection. One such clan, the smallest, was led by a tabby she-cat. And one morning she was out hunting for some food to take back. It was kitten season. With the newborns needing milk, their mothers needed to feed, so she took it upon herself to look for food. She jumped from a roof onto a trash can located in an alley and immediately froze. Her tail twitched as she surveyed the sight before her. There was a slight yowl and large mane sin joined her. Tequo, one of their fighters. They stood on the trash can looking down. Before them, curled up was a human-like form, but the human form seemed different. Their lower half was more feline, and they had a tail. "This is a human kitten," Tequo growled, but his growl was borderline soft. The tabby, Jean, jumped down and sniffed at the human kitten, prowling around his form. Her bright yellowy amber eyes grazed over the wounds on his back and arms. On his legs, clumps of fur were missing, and large gashes were visible. "He has one of those quirk things," Jean decided. "Must make him look like us, he even had ears. But what is a kitten like him doing out here? And harmed?" Tequo hoped down to sniff at the child. "I'm not sure I want to know. But he is harmed." Jean found herself growling. A child had been harmed and most likely by his own. She went around to his face. The child had closed eyes, freckles across his nose. She lightly nudged his cheek. The child moved. She watched as he opened his eyes carefully. Bright emerald cat eyes peered from underneath his human eyelids. Tequo brushed up against the child, hoping to get him moving. The boy shook his head and looked over himself, surprised to see his legs and the fact they were now that of a cat. Once he had looked over himself, he turned his attention to the two cats watching him. "Can you stand, little one?" Jean meowed kindly. The boy's eyes widened, his ears twitched, causing him to gasp and reach for the cat ears on his head. He looked back at the cats, before trying to stand. He couldn't quite stand on just his back legs now, and had to settle for all fours. His bone structure had changed. Jean purred happily at him. He was such a good kitten. "What do we do with the kitten now, Jean?" Tequo asked. "I don't not plan to leave him out here. Look at him." Jean looked at the boy, as did Tequo. "I plan to take this kitten home with us." You will take me home?" The boy spoke up. The felines looked up at him. His eyes were tearful. He shook his head. "I don't want to go home. Mama and Dad hate me." The cats jumped as the boy began to cry. Jean and Tequo rubbed against him, trying to calm him. "Not your home kitten, ours." Tequo growled softly. The boy perked up at that. "What's your name, kitten?" Jean chirped kindly. "I'm Midoriya Izuku." "Little Izuku, let's go home." Jean purred. Izuku happily followed the two cats to their den. The other strays within the clan watched the boy with wide eyes. Izuku froze and clearly looked like he wanted to bolt. Jean was immediately at his side to calm him. The others moved in closer to welcome their new clan mate, rubbing against him. Izuku felt a deep purr rumble through him, which did surprise a few of the cats, but then caused them to snuggle into him more. Izuku smiled. He had maybe found a place where he was wanted. Izuku continued his tale, the times a member of his clan was about to be hit by a car, and how he rushed in to save him and got hit instead. That explained a few of the broken bones. The villains he would occasionally stumble into, which led to the explanation of many of his scars. The court was silent when he spoke. Everyone shared a look of horror. Hisashi was crying, Nizu was silently death glaring the Midoriyas whilst Recovery Girl and Kayama made sure Aizawa couldn't get up to beat the sheet of Midoriya Hisashi, no matter how much they agreed he deserved it. By the end of the court, the jury had ruled in Izuku's favor. The Midoriyas found guilty of their charges and was given a prison sentence, whilst informed that their other children would be moved into foster care. Aizawa smiled down at Izuku, who had released the breath he had not noticed he had been holding. As his parents were taken off. "You okay, Kit?" Aizawa asked. Izuku looked up at him. His eyes had a small, but bright spark of life within them, something Aizawa was sure he had not seen before. "Yeah. Can we have katsudon for dinner?" He smiled. "Sure, let's get out of here before the media tries to get their hands on you." Aizawa ruffled his hair. Izuku happily purred in reply. "Shouta." The underground hero was shaken lightly. He groaned and ignored the voice, rolling onto his side, pulling the blankets closer around him. "Shouta." The voice complained. "I'll bite you." It threatened. Even in his half-asleep state, Aizawa let out a snort of laughter. "No, you won't, Kit." He smirked and swore as the kit did, sinking his fangs into the back of Aizawa's neck. Izuku jumped off the bed, giggling as Aizawa sat up. Aizawa glared at him, forcing himself to stay mad, even though the pure laugh of his younger mate made it extremely hard. "Shouta, look." Izuku now had his face pressed up against the window. Aizawa groaned and checked his phone. It was 5 a.m. in the morning, thank goodness it was the winter holidays. He got up and looked out. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. He looked at Izuku. The boy's eyes seemed to glow as he looked around excitedly. "Want to go and play in it?" Aizawa asked, looking outside again. "Is playing in snow this early a good idea?" Izuku asked. "It means you get to play in it first." Aizawa smirked, as pure joy crossed Izuku's face. "But wrap up and wake Hisashi, he'll be grumpy if you go and play without him." Izuku nodded and rushed to wake Yamada. Aizawa sighed. Christmas was approaching, and it was going to be their first together. He planned to keep his street cat smiling this season. "Oh ho, great snow cat Aizu." Yamada beamed, looking over at the cat-shaped snowman Izuku was working on. Izuku blushed and smiled happily. He was bundled up in a warm clothing. Jumper, jacket, woolen scarf, hat and gloves. Aizawa had been able to get a pair of custom-made shoes for Izuku, but he wasn't able to wear them for long as they got too uncomfortable. His claws would get stuck and they would irritate his paw pads after a while. Izuku patted down the snow with his gloved paws. He looked up as Yamada burst out laughing, to see he had caught Aizawa in the face with a snowball. Izuku covered his mouth trying to hide his own giggles. Aizawa looked at him, with an unamused expression. With a twitch of his ear, Izuku immediately ducked, avoiding a snowball from Yamada. "No fair." Izuku pouted. "Snowball fights are not meant to be fair." Yamada smirked, just before a snowball hit his cheek. Izuku smiled, rushing from behind his snow cat to behind Aizawa. "It is on," Yamada declared. A snowball fight ensued. Izuku dodged around most of Yamada's attack, getting hit only a few times. Snow dusted his tail, and he shook it to get it off. He used his snowcat as a shield as he tried to ball up snow, but his hands would feel like they were freezing up whenever he tried. The gloves didn't seem to help. Instead, Aizawa made snowballs for him, and Izuku threw them after glaring at Yamada for a moment or two. He seemed to have a good aim, being able to catch Yamada most of the time. Izuku sneezed. The two pros stopped their fight. The street cat rubbed his nose and yawned. Their fight had been going on for no longer than an hour or so. "Okay, I think that is enough for now. Let's get into warm clothes. Yamada can make hot chocolate." Aizawa said. "Yes, with marshmallows, cream." Yamada went on, muttering about how to make the perfect hot chocolate. Izuku agreed with a tired nod. Once inside again, Izuku got into a pair of fluffy pajamas with paw prints all over them, then stole Aizawa's sleeping bag and his fluff blanket. With everything, he nestled down on the sofa, warm and content, purring as he curled up. Aizawa sat next to him and rested a hand on his head. Izuku opened his eyes and yawned, smiling happily as he rubbed his head against Aizawa's hand. Have fun? Aizawa asked. Lots. Izuku nodded, closing his eyes once more. Can we do it again? Tomorrow. Aizawa replied. Izuku purred happily. Hot chocolate's done. Yamada brought in 3 mugs. Made yours extra special, Izuku. It has a lot more milk in it to make it cooler. Izuku sat up, accepting the mug. Cream and marshmallows were piled upon the arm drink. Your first time trying hot chocolate in a long time, right, Izuku? So enjoy it. Yamada told him. Izuku nodded happily. The old men were surprised to see the disgusted look Izuku pulled when he ate one of the marshmallows and watched as he removed them all from the cream. He enjoyed the cream to no end, just like a cat, which had Yamada smirking at Aizawa, who glared back at him. Izuku drank the warm drink rather quickly. Yamada was glad he had put that extra milk in, otherwise the boy would have burnt his throat. Only then did they see the strange look Izuku pulled. You okay, kid? Aizawa asked as Izuku frowned. My stomach feels funny, he muttered. You drunk it a little too fast, lay down for a bit and you'll feel better? Yamada advised. Izuku nodded, curling up under his blanket and the sleeping bag once more. It didn't help, not in the slightest. Izuku slowly began to turn visibly sick, which led to Aizawa immediately calling Recovery Girl. He couldn't trust Izuku with normal doctors just yet. She arrived as soon as she could and immediately began to tend to the boy. Izuku growled when she touched his forehead. It's okay, young Midoriya, it's just me. She replied softly. Izuku forcefully opened his eyes, looked at Recovery Girl. The pros flinched at the fear they saw within his eyes. It's okay, you'll be better soon. I promise you. She took his temperature. He was a little too hot, and made Aizawa go and get her a cold cloth, but the longer she stood trying to get his fever down, the worse he seemed to get. How did he get in this state? She asked. He mentioned feeling a little sick after drinking a mug of hot chocolate, but we thought he just drank it a bit too fast. Aizawa frowned. Recovery Girl looked at the ill boy before her, before something came to mind. I don't think my quirk or expertise is needed here. But I think I know someone who may be able to help. Stay with him. She ordered the 2 men as she stepped out to make a call. A man soon arrived. Aizawa and Yamada were silent as he knelt down beside Izuku. The street cat opened his eyes. When he saw the man, he growled threateningly. It's okay, young man. I'm here to make you better. The man assured him. He carefully put his case down and opened it, pulling out a needle. Recovery Girl had fetched a bucket from the storage room. You were right to call me. This boy is a special case indeed. He muttered, injected Izuku in his arm. The boy flinched, growling again, but quickly relaxed, too tired to fight back. I don't follow, Aizawa said. I got the explanation from Recovery Girl. Your soulmate has a force manifest quirk, yes? The man looked at Aizawa, who nodded. Well, most people with animal-related traits from their quirks are still completely human. However, it seems in this case the boy may just have more in common with cats than looks. Such as what? Yamada asked. My quirk allows me to see ailments in animals. It led me to become a vet. You gave him hot chocolate, right? The man closed his case. Chocolate is poisonous to cats. Aizawa sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's not your fault, Aizawa. No one knows what force-manifested quirks actually do to a body which isn't meant to have a quirk. Recovery Girl told him. Her sentence only mildly stopped by Izuku throwing up into the bucket. The vet rubbed the boy's back, but the whimper that came from the boy surprised everyone. Aizawa sat on the sofa next to him and pet his head. A low purring could be heard. But Aizawa knew it was more due to him being stressed than him being calm. After a while, Aizawa was advised to move him to a bed, which he did after giving the kit a small glass of water. Making sure he was comfortable, whilst also close to the side where the bucket was placed. Aizawa felt his forehead. He didn't have a terrible fever now. He sighed, hoping that meant he was recovering. If he is part cat, in all sense, what about the injections cats and kittens usually need? Yamada asked the vet, who introduced himself as Otaki Tahiji. Well, I could easily come by and administer them here. Young Midoriya is an extremely new case, and I think it would be best to have a doctor and vet on call at all times. As we are unsure what can affect the boy, I think we should avoid the basics. Here's a list of everything you should keep away from a cat, or well, young Midoriya. Otaki gave him a leaflet. My number is on the back if you ever need a vet to come by. It will be a while before he will be up and himself again. This is a lot, Yamada muttered, peeking at the list in question. Yes, you should avoid giving him any human treats, just in case. Otaki nodded. Good thing he enjoys normal cat treats. Recovery Girl smiled softly. But there is one thing I can tell you. If he does eat something that is potentially poisonous to cats, but isn't to humans, it will have a longer effect, as you saw today. He is affected to a point he is visible sick, but if that is left it could potentially kill him. It seems his human part fights the effects but only for so long. Otaki added. So, keep a very close eye on him. I will. Aizawa nodded, Otaki and Recovery Girl left together. Yamada closed the door as Aizawa went to check on the street cat. Izuku's breathing was normal and he was no longer purring in distress. Aizawa settled himself next to his soulmate, brushing his uncontrollable curls aside. Izuku opened his eyes slightly. Upon seeing it was Aizawa, he closed his eyes again and allowed himself to relax. For pieces of art for you. As Izuku remained in bed for a few days, Aizawa and Yamada began to formulate a plan. Normally Aizawa wasn't one for the holidays, but now he had a young mate. Luckily, Yamada was a crazy holiday maker, and Aizawa agreed to decorate the flat. Yamada took that in his stride, and whilst Izuku slept, up went a tree, decorations and lights. Aizawa let Yamada lead this project, but soon regretted it when he called for help. Soon, wrapped gifts began to appear under the tree. Izuku is going to love this. Kayama beamed, as the UE staff members admired their handiwork. Yeah, he is. Aizawa muttered. He was looking forward to seeing how Izuku was going to react to all of this. So, will you be spending your first Christmas together alone, or are you finally going to accept one of our invitations? Kayama looked at him expectantly. Alone, it gives them more bonding time. Yamada replied for him. I wasn't asking you. Kayama shot him a glare. It's true. Besides, if I took up any offers it would be Hisashi's as he is the only one Izuku is actually fine around. Izuku doesn't really trust the rest of you, especially you Nomuri. Aizawa found himself agreeing with Yamada, which was something that rarely occurred. Either way, Aizawa hadn't really celebrated Christmas as a kid for his own family reasons, and here was Izuku who had about 4 Christmases before being left and who knew if he could remember them. Aizawa knew every family had their own traditions, and by spending this Christmas alone, he and Izuku could set up their own. He knew Yamada's huge family all gathered at his parents' house at Christmas. They came from all over to have a festive reunion. Yamada had dragged Aizawa with him once, in their final year of Yui when he had found out the truth of Aizawa's past. The Yamada family had been very welcoming, though, for the longest time, they had been hoping the friends were dating. That had been the most embarrassing event Aizawa had ever faced, but he and Yamada still laugh about it to this day. But Shouta, Kayama pouted. Izuku is still unsure about you after the laser pointer incident. Aizawa glared at her, letting her know he still hadn't forgiven her either. Kayama sighed but dropped it, so the conversation turned to what everyone still had to get ready, leading everyone to set off to finish their own plans. When the kit's ready, you can both come and spend Christmas with my family. Yamada offered. When he's ready. Aizawa nodded in agreement, causing Yamada to beam. After the 3rd day, Aizawa woke to find Izuku lying across his stomach, his right cheek squished against his chest. At least the kit was moving in his sleep again. He ran a hand through the kit's hair, rousing him soundly from his sleep. Izuku opened his eyes tiredly, before smiling softly. This morning. Izuku stretched, blinking his eyes open slowly. Morning kit. Feeling up to getting out of bed today? Aizawa asked. Izuku seemed to think about it, before nodding. Good, I have a surprise for you. What is it? Izuku's eyes lit up with curiosity. Come and you'll see. Aizawa smiled. Izuku sat freeing Aizawa so he could get up. Aizawa was already in the hall by the time Izuku forced himself from the bed, but kept his blanket around him. Wow, Izuku's eyes widened as he saw everything. Emerald eyes flicking from the tree to the walls before landing on the gifts. This is a lot of boxes. And if I now my friends, that's all for you. Aizawa smirked. Really? Izuku tore his eyes away and looked up at him. Yeah, all this is for you. I was never one to celebrate the holidays. Yamada has pulled me along for the last couple of years, kicking and, well, not much screaming I suppose. Aizawa nodded, Izuku giggled lightly. But, I'll happily spend Christmas celebrating with you if you want. Though with everyone else, I don't think we'll get much of a choice. Is Yamada spending Christmas with us too? Izuku asked. No, he goes off to celebrate with his family. He said we can go along with him when you're ready. He has a very big family. Aizawa ruffled his hair. Now, go and sit down, I'll make breakfast. And no opening the presents yet. Izuku let out a low whine at that, but settled down on the sofa and admired the decorations. Eyes traveling from one decoration to another, Izuku bite back the urge to try and claw at the tinsel and the decorations hanging from the ceiling. Aizawa smiled fondly at his soulmate before going into the kitchen. Yamada joined them just as they were finished their breakfast. Good morning. He beamed. Morning. Aizawa greeted as Yamada scratched Izuku's head, causing him to purr. You heading off now? No, not until noon. Yamada sat down. Can we really spend Christmas with you 1 year? Izuku looked up at the blonde. Sure. Yamada grinned. Izuku seemed happy with his answer and finished the last of his meal. Oh, Namuri messaged me. She got Izuku an early present that he can have now, though I am not sure what it is. That is worrying. Aizawa frowned. Please don't let it be a laser pointer. Izuku muttered, his ears back. Or catnip. It's most likely catnip, but I thought you liked that. Yamada looked at Izuku. It's alright, but not when it's given without me knowing. I would like to know if someone is going to give it to me, Izuku muttered, hiding his face, clearly embarrassed. You're so cute, Izuku. Yamada gushed, scratching his head again. Izuku began purring once more. Aizawa couldn't help but agree with his best friend. His soulmate was very cute. Though, she seems a little too keen to give him catnip again. Yamada whispered to Aizawa. She knows it's the only time she can get close to him. Aizawa replied. The only time she gets to pet him. His hair is very soft. Yamada chuckled. That's no reason to try and drag me. Izuku complained. Probably not, but you're so loving then to everyone. Yamada pointed out. Yeah. But my defenses are down. I wouldn't be able to protect myself in that state. Izuku defended. No one around you now would even think of hurting you. Aizawa told him. They would have to get past me if they did. Izuku hummed in reply, though Aizawa could tell his kit was still unsure about it. Yamada was preparing to leave for the holidays when Koyama arrived. Merry Christmas, Izuku! She cried happily. Izuku hid himself behind Aizawa, his eyes glaring at her in distrust. Ah, don't be like that at Christmas, Aizu. That's Shouta's job. Izuku gave her a confused look, sure he was a little grumpy she was there, but he had never seen Aizawa look too grumpy. He decided to voice his thoughts. Shouta's not a grump. Izuku said. You are truly too good for this world. Yamada chuckled, setting down his suitcase. So, what is this earlier gift you got him? Oh, Tada! Koyama brought out a box. It looked like it held some sort of jewelry. Izuku eyed it curiously. A necklace? Aizawa asked, a little confused. Nope. She opened the box to reveal a bright green collar, including a tag with his name, your address and number, in case he gets lost. Oh my goodness, Namuri! Yamada laughed, but Aizawa was glaring at her. You better keep your sadistic ways away from my soulmate. Aizawa warned. Izuku looked at the collar for a moment, taking the time to read the tag too. No thank you, he said, remaining curled up. He tore his eyes away from it and to the Christmas film on TV. Really? Shame, it would have looked so cute on you too. Koyama sighed. You had a little too much hope hung on that gift, Namuri. Aizawa said. Besides, that color wouldn't suit him. Izuku's ears twitched at that. Don't deny you have thought of getting him one. Kayama glared at him. Aizawa didn't reply. Yamada chuckled. Well, I'm heading off. See you all before New Year. Yamada headed off. Kayama left not long after. Izuku snuggled into his soulmate's side as they continued to watch a series of Christmas films playing. Christmas morning was cold, beyond it actually, freezing. Wanting to sleep in a little longer, Aizawa grabbed his sleeping bag and got into it, before sliding back under the covers of his bed. In his own sleepy morning state, Izuku ended up snuggling into the sleeping bag too. They fell asleep that way, guarded from the cold until they were ready to wake up. Shou, it's cold, Izuku mumbled as they finally woke up around, I know. Hang on. Aizawa turned on the heating, before looking into the living room. He found Izuku curled up in his sleeping bag with his blanket, eyes closed as he tried to keep warm. Aizawa knew he should have put the heating on that night, but had forgotten. As Aizawa was preparing breakfast, the flat began warming up. Izuku wormed his way out of the sleeping bag and peeked into the kitchen. Before heading into the bedroom, he crawled under the bed and grabbed a badly wrapped gift. Izuku smiled. Yamada had taken him shopping for a Christmas gift for Aizawa, but had wrapped it himself. Izuku, breakfast. Aizawa called. Still holding the gift, Izuku wiggled from under the bed and returned to the living room. He smiled nervously and held out the gift. Aizawa looked at it in surprise, but accepted it. I'll open it after breakfast, okay? Izuku nodded as he settled next to Aizawa to eat. Aizawa had made udon, tenmu and warabimachi with kainake, may be incorrect. Izuku happily dug in. Aizawa had not added any of the potentially dangerous to cats ingredients, so they could still enjoy the same meals. Like it? Aizawa asked. It's good. Izuku nodded happily. Can we have this for breakfast again sometime? If you want it. Aizawa replied. Izuku's tail swayed happily. They had finished breakfast, and their bowls had been washed up. They sat back down in the living room. Izuku watched Aizawa expectantly. Aizawa picked up the gift from Izuku and carefully unwrapped it to reveal an boxed mug. A happy cat, heat-changing mug. When it's empty, its eyes are open. When you put a hot drink in it, its eyes close. Izuku told him, before looking nervous. Do you like it? I love it, thanks Kit. Aizawa reached over and scratched his head. Izuku purred happily. Aizawa then gave Izuku his gift. A fluffy, back hoodie with white words saying cat, 'cause people SK, on it. Izuku giggled, and put it on. And whilst Izuku was clearly pleased with his other gifts, he made it quite clear that the hoodie was his favorite. Nizu had seemingly collected as many educational workbooks as possible for Izuku, though Aizawa told him to set them aside for the day as they were meant to be relaxing, not working. Yamada had brought him a sleeping bag, black with green paw prints all over it. Izuku had carefully placed it next to Aizawa's. Recovery Girl had got him a collection of treats. Whilst looking at the packaging, Aizawa figured they were treats that would help Izuku health-wise. Nemuri had a similar gift, though most of the gift had something to do with catnip. Izuku had immediately backed off, but surprised Aizawa by muttering he would be willing to try the treats later. Aizawa was honored by the amount of trust his soulmate had just revealed he had in him. By the time Aizawa got up to make them lunch at around 1, Izuku was curled up in his sleeping bag. A soft purring filled the room. Comfortable in there? Aizawa asked with a small smile. Izuku nodded, and the purring persisted. Aizawa decided that his best friend deserved to experience this, so got a short video of Izuku before sending to Yamada. Shoyuta sent a video. Shoyuta, he likes the sleeping bag. Hizashi, that is the cutest thing I have ever seen. Hizashi, and I thought he would. Hizashi, what did Nemuri get him? Shoyuta, catnip treats, catnip-scented toys, basically catnip. Hizashi, do you think she realizes that she just wasted money, right? Shoyuta, not really. Izuku said he is willing to try them later. Hizashi, he really trusts you, doesn't he? Shoyuta. Izuku yawned. Aizawa looked up from his phone. Izuku had a tired look in his eyes. Tell Zashi hi. Shoyuta smirked. Sure thing, Kit. Shoyuta replayed his message. Wait, how did you know I am talking to Hizashi? You smile. Izuku replied. Zashi is nice, he mumbled tiredly. Shouta also told Yamada that. Of course, the hyperactive man overreacted and starting cooing how cute Aizu was. Shouta, you know he can't hear you, right? Hizashi, so? You tell him. Shouta, no. Hizashi, but Shouta. Shouta, tell him when you get back. Shouta, I have to go and make lunch. Speak to you later. Hizashi, fine, speak to you later. Hizashi, Hizashi, and Merry Christmas. Aizawa rolled his eyes and put his phone away to get started on their meal. He felt a little bad at having to wake the kid from his nap, but he enjoyed the food nonetheless. They both rested on the sofa after that, Izuku snuggling closer to him, still wrapped up warm in his sleeping bag. Aizawa pet his head as a Christmas film played. Whilst Aizawa was watching it, he wasn't paying any attention to it. Izuku watched it with tired eyes. Are all Christmas films like this? Izuku frowned. Huh. Aizawa looked down at him. Sappy family and romances? Izuku asked. I guess. Aizawa muttered, most did revolve around solving a family issue or falling in love. I don't like them. They're all the same. Izuku said. Me neither. Should we watch something else? Aizawa smiled. Can we watch something with action? Villains fights with cities on the line. Izuku spoke enthusiastically, his eyes shining. Aizawa chuckled. Don't see why not. I'm sure Hizashi has a few good action films. Aizawa got up to look through Yamada's extensive DVD collection. Eventually, the two of them settled on a film based on a hero team who were trying to stop some big-time villains. Aizawa watched his soulmate curiously, as Izuku got invested into the movie in a very Yamada-like fashion, but as the story progressed and the villains gained the upper hand, Izuku ended up cuddling into Aizawa. Though, he soon realized his mistake in movie choice when one of the heroes died, causing Izuku to burst into tears and proceeded to sob out threats to the villains on the TV. Aizawa tried to calm him down, but luckily Izuku did that himself. Apparently all that crying had worn him out, and Izuku was leaning against Aizawa asleep. Aizawa wrapped one of his arms around his soulmate. Izuku let out a sigh and snuggled closer to Aizawa. He smiled and pet his soulmate's head, maybe celebrating Christmas like this wasn't a bad idea? Do you really have to go? Izuku pouted from the sofa, where he was curled up in a nest of sleeping bags and banquet. Aizawa cast him an apologetic look as he sorted out his capture gear. It may be the holidays, but villains don't care. We heroes still need to work to keep everyone safe. Aizawa told him. How long will you be one? Izuku asked. About 3 hours at most. I'll be back soon after 6, then we can watch that movie Hizashi recommended. Aizawa said. Izuku thought about. Hizashi will be back by then. We could all watch it together. But please don't get hurt. Izuku said. Aizawa nodded and ruffled the boy's hair. I'll be fine, kid. Don't go causing trouble, okay? Aizawa smiled. Izuku nodded, then watched Aizawa leave. He listened to the door locked and he wormed his way out of his sleeping bag and yawned. Before getting up and going to the living room window, he couldn't see Aizawa anywhere and he smiled, pushing open the window. He shivered in the cold wind. He looked out of the window, watching cars drive by and people walking in the streets below. Sharp voices rose up, and Izuku strained to look down. Right outside the flats they lived in was a group of teens, surrounding a teen with purple hair. Izuku's ears twitched as he strained to hear what they were saying. Your quirk would make you a useless hero. It's a villain's quirk after all. Someone sneered. You can't be a hero when you go controlling people against their will. Another voice said. Izuku flinched back at the shrill tone. He shook his head, wanting to get closer. He looked at his hand, but he would be easily noticed as he was. He frowned slightly, then his ears picked up and he smiled. There was one way to get closer without them noticing, and he had to make a mental note to tell Shouta what he can do. Izuku went into the bedroom and undressed, and once he was out of his clothes, he let a secondary side of his quirk take over. Within a minute, Izuku no longer stood in the spot. Instead there was a little, green cat with curly fur. Izuku smiled and bounded out of the room and to the window, before jumping out to the next roof. Taking care of where he stood, Izuku made his way closer to the group. He got close enough to listen without having to pay attention, but he found his eyes stuck on the purple-haired boy. The others belittled him, teased him, telling him he was a villain more than a hero. Izuku growled, what did they know of villains? The growling caught their attention. The group turned and looked at him. Izuku crouched low, his tail swaying across the ground, growling threateningly at them. Ah, kitty cat. A girl reached for him. Izuku immediately swiped at her hand, his claws sinking into her skin as he hissed. She quickly withdrew her hand. A little bit of blood bubbled from the wound. FNG cat. One of the guys went to kick him. Izuku moved quickly, and then latched onto his leg, clawing and biting. It wasn't long before the bullies ran off. Izuku sat down to clean his paws. Some humans were despicable. When he was satisfied, he looked up to see the purple-haired teen still there, looking at him with something akin to awe. Izuku's ears went back as he looked back at the boy curiously. You're quite the fighter, aren't you? The boy smiled, allowing himself to sink to the floor and sighed. Wish I could put up a fight like that. Izuku's ears picked up. I want to be a hero, but everyone says my quirk is villain-like and I will never be one. After years of it, maybe I am beginning to believe them. Izuku looked down. He understood. Like how he had began to believe his friend's words all that time ago. And how those words still affected him. In a sign of comfort, Izuku lightly put one paw on the boy's leg. He looked up at him, green and purple eyes met. The teen smiled. Though, never seen a curly-furred cat before, he muttered. Izuku froze as he felt a hand begin petting his back, but he soon calmed to it. The teen was slow with his petting, like Shouta. It was nice. I wonder if you have a home. You don't have a collar, the teen muttered. Izuku's immediately got up and jumped onto some boxes. The teen stood up quickly too, almost like he was about to give chase. You have a home? Of course I do. Izuku spoke out indignantly. His fur bristled up in annoyance as the boy stared at him in shock. You know I can talk, the teen gasped. Yes, so? Izuku eyed him. So, you're a cat with a quirk? The teen muttered. Peef, I wish. Izuku said, before yawning, that he doesn't seem too bad, kinda lonely. Of course I know what that is like. Izuku's ear twitched slightly. Shouta has been worrying that I won't know how to act around people. I could use this guy as a trail run, to see how well I can deal with people. He seems nice enough. With that in mind, Izuku decided that this teen would be a trail, to see if he could find a good human outside the house. Guess I should ask his name. That's what people do. Who are you? Shinso Hitoshi, do? The teen looked at him. Midoriya Izuku, call me Izuku. Izuku told him. You're, Shinso looked away awkwardly. Izuku eyed him. He looked sorry. Izuku was a little confused. Why was he sorry? Before he could, as he froze, his ears picked up and he looked towards the exit of the alleyway. I think they are coming back. Izuku growled, tail twitching. Shinso jumped up, clearly a little panicked. Follow me. Izuku darted off. Shinso struggled to keep up. Izuku noticed this and slowed down a little, so he was running just a little bit ahead of Shinso. Why are they being mean to you? My quirk. They say it's a villain's quirk. Shinso gasped for breath. Well, that's stupid. I mean, look at my parents. Izuku stopped, looking back at the other teen. That's when Izuku decided. You're a good one. A good one? Shinso repeated. A nice person. Izuku explained. Before looking down, his voice fell quiet. I am scared of most people. Then why help me? Shinso asked. Because I know what being ganged up on is like. That was my life for one day when I found out I was quirkless. Then was my life on the streets. You wouldn't believe how many small-time villains roam the streets at night. Izuku said. I'm sorry. Shinso frowned. No one should have treated you that way. And they shouldn't treat you that way. Izuku waved a paw at him. No one should be hurt because of a quirk or lack of. That's what my soulmate says. Your soulmate, you know them? Shinso gave a small smile. Izuku nodded. Shouta. He is great and kind and is patient when I take a while to pick things up, like the first time I spoke in 8 years. I spent a good hour trying 2 piece words together, but he waited and listened. Izuku's voice burst with joy and excitement. Shinso happily listened to the cat talking about his soulmate and loud roommate. before going off and ranting about someone who keeps trying to give him catnip. So, even as a human, your quirk makes you to catnip? Shinso seemed amused at the idea. My quirk has caused a lot of unusual mutations to me, like you know how chocolate is poisonous to cats? Izuku asked. Shinso nodded. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. It's poisonous to you too? Shinso asked. Yep. Gotta be very careful with what I eat. Izuku nodded. No. Tomatoes. Garlic, onions. There are a few plants too, human painkillers. I have a long list. Sounds harsh. I only have one rule where I'm from, and that's keep my mouth shut. Shinso looked sad when saying it. Where are you from? It sounds horrible. Izuku frowned. An adoption center on the other side of town. Shinso replied. I should probably head back soon. They think I'm up to now go if I come back late. I can show you out of here. Izuku said, getting up stretching, before showing him the way out again. The others were nowhere around, which both Shinso and Izuku were thankful for. Hopefully I'll see you around, Izuku. Shinso gave him one last look before heading off. Izuku watched him go, his tail swayed slightly. Where were people mean to each other? He would never understand that about people, but at least he had been able to meet a good person, though what was the chance he was going to meet another one? Izuku pushed those thoughts from his mind and began to make his way up to the window again. As he jumped back in, he found himself looking at a panicked Yamada and Aizawa. They stared at him in a mixture of confusion and worry. Izuku. Yamada was the first one to speak. Yeah. He replied. Yamada's jaw dropped. Why? How? Since when? He exclaimed loudly. Aizawa let out a sigh of relief. You should have told us you could change your whole form. Aizawa shook his head. Can you change back? Oh yeah, hang on. Izuku ran into the bedroom. The older men looked at each other. A few minutes later, Izuku came back to his half form and fully clothed. I'm back. He smiled brightly. You gave us both a bit of a scare there, Kit. Aizawa ruffled his hair. Sorry I didn't tell you. I forgot. Izuku told him. Well, at least we know now. Aizawa said. That makes his quirk a mutant transformation quirk. Has there ever been a quirk like that before? Yamada asked. Not sure, could ask Nizu, or it could just be a rare occurrence due to the quirk being force manifested. Aizawa shrugged. Anyway, what were you doing as a cat outside? I heard a group and got a closer listen. They were being mean to someone. Izuku frowned. He was nice too. You spoke to someone? Aizawa was a little surprised. I remembered when Kaken was mean to me, I wanted help then, so I thought he would like help. Izuku looked up at him. Is that okay? That is fine, I am sure he appreciated the help. Aizawa smiled. He said he hoped to see me again, that means he is happy, right? Izuku asked. That means you made yourself a friend. Yamada beamed. What was his name? Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku answered. Well, I am sure Shinso wants to be your friend. It would be good for you to have a friend your age. Aizawa smiled. Good for you, Kit. Yamada said. Izuku purred happily. Can we watch that film now? Izuku asked, looking at his soulmate excitedly. Sure, go and get the film, Hisashi. Aizawa turned to Yamada, who nodded and went to get the movie from his room. Soon, the trio sat on the sofa, Izuku burritoed up in his blanket and sleeping bag as the film began. On the night of December 31st, Aizawa was rudely awakened by someone jumping on him. He grunted but didn't open his eyes. Kit, what are you doing? He grumbled out, before there was a bang and Izuku flinched against him. He hummed softly, wrapping an arm around his feline soulmate to comfort him. You okay? The noise, don't like it. Izuku mumbled into his chest, his whole body shaking. Aizawa rubbed his back to try and calm the boy down. Fireworks were the source of the noise. It was the last day of the year, so fireworks were pretty common to hear at night, at least one every 15 minutes. But if the kid was scared of them, Aizawa knew he would have probably have to make sure that Yamada hadn't brought any fireworks for that night, but he knew it was highly likely as Yamada seemed intent on showing Izuku everything he may have missed. It's okay, kid, I got you, Aizawa said, in what he hoped was a reassuring voice. Izuku cuddled closer into Aizawa, obviously trying to get away from the loud noises. Aizawa opened his eyes and looked down at his soulmate. Izuku had buried his face into his nightshirt. Another bang sounded from outside. Izuku whimpered loudly, and his shaking only seemed to get worse. Aizawa sat up, bringing his soulmate with him. "Izuku?" he asked calmly. Izuku warily looked up at him, emerald eyes glistened with tears. "It's okay, I've got you," he said, wiping away his tears. "Will it stop soon?" Izuku asked. "I want it to stop." "It will, I promise it will stop." Aizawa told him he didn't like how scared Izuku sounded. Why was he so scared? He held Izuku close as the night wore on, more fireworks going off. Aizawa was slowly growing agitated with the continuous fireworks. It was clear that Izuku wouldn't be sleeping for the rest of the night. When day finally broke, Aizawa was still holding Izuku, but they were finally lying down and the kit was asleep. Aizawa wasn't, he couldn't, he felt the need to watch over him. There was more to his fear of fireworks than just the noise they made, but he was unsure how to ask. After lying there for a while, he carefully let Izuku go, letting the boy sleep. He went into the kitchen to find Yamada up and already making breakfast. "Good morning," he greeted. "Is the kid getting up?" "He's going to be asleep for a while, he didn't sleep last night." The fireworks scared him. Aizawa sat down. Scared may be an understatement. Terrified maybe. Cats are usually scared of fireworks though, aren't they? Yamada asked. Not as scared as he sounded. He was crying, Hisashi crying. Aizawa said. Yamada watched his friend sadly. He knew it must be hard for someone to see their soulmate crying. "So the firework display I wanted to put on for him is a no-go. But what are we going to do tonight? It's New Year's, there are going to be more fireworks than last night." Yamada asked. "It honestly don't know, but I don't want to see him that scared again." Aizawa sighed. "We'll think of something." Yamada assured him. "I hope we do." He muttered, glancing back towards his room. It was a few hours later when Izuku roused from his sleep. He looked around tiredly, before wiggling further under the blankets to keep warm. He really didn't want to get up, but that changed when he realized he was alone. He quickly sat up, but calmed as he heard his soulmate and Yamada talking in the kitchen. Stretching, he got out of bed and slowly made his way into the kitchen, yawning. "Izuku, you should sleep a little longer, you were up most of the night." Aizawa's voice sounded worried. Izuku just hummed quietly and made his way over to his soulmate and cuddled in his side. "Lonely?" he muttered. Aizawa softly pet his head. He purred in reply. "Well, you up for eating something?" Yamada asked. "I can throw something together quick for you." Izuku looked at him, tiredly and confused. "You can't throw food together, Zashi, it would make a mess." Izuku muttered. "It's a figure of speech, it means making food very quickly." Yamada explained. Izuku's mouth formed a small O before he nodded. Yamada got up and went to make to the kit something. Izuku remained cuddled close to Aizawa. "You feeling better?" Aizawa asked softly, continuing to pet the kit's hair. Izuku hummed in reply, but didn't give an actual answer. "Izuku? You know you can talk to me about anything." Izuku buried his head into Aizawa's shoulder. "I know," he mumbled quietly. "It reminded me of guns," he added. Aizawa frowned. "I see, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Aizawa. Izuku nodded, cuddling closer. Aizawa held him tightly. Izuku nodded, cuddling closer. Aizawa held him tightly. Yamada returned with a plate of sashimi. Aizawa let Izuku go so he could eat, but even then, the kit didn't stray too far from his side. "Are there going to be more noises tonight?" Izuku asked quietly, poking at his food. "Yes, it's New Year's, there is probably going to be more than last night." Yamada nodded, but the two men frowned at Izuku's expression. "But, I have an idea, if you want to hear it?" Izuku looked up and nodded. "You can use my headphones and play some music so you can't hear it at all." "Not a bad idea, but will your headphones fit him?" Aizawa asked. Yamada stopped and frowned. "I am popping out for a sec, I am sure there is a place nearby that sells what we need." Yamada grabbed his coat and rushed off. Izuku watched him go with a confused look. Is Zashi okay? He asked. I think he may be a little eager to help you, Kit. Now you better eat, then you can take a nap, or your internal clock will remain out of sync. And that isn't good for someone your age. Aizawa told him. Izuku nodded, eating the sashimi Yamada had made, before he cuddled back under the covers of the bed. When Aizawa went to leave the room for his soulmate to sleep, he heard a low whimper. He looked back to see Izuku reaching for him, his eyes a little fearful. Please don't leave me, he said. Aizawa moved back to him. Izuku clung to his arm, curling up closer to the hero, before he fell asleep. Aizawa still didn't move when the kit went into the world of dreams. If his soulmate needed him there, he was staying there. Yamada walked into the quiet flat. He saw Izuku's plate was in the sink, showing that the kit had finished eating. He looked into the living room and upon finding it empty, he headed to Aizawa's room. A strange sense of déjà vu overcame the blonde as he saw Aizawa napping with Izuku cuddling into his side. He smiled, remembering the first time he had caught them napping together. He headed into the living room, placing his gift for Izuku on the side. Yamada settled down to watch some TV whilst working on a special playlist. Shouta. Izuku mumbled tiredly. He opened his eyes to find his face pressed closely into Aizawa's arm. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes and snuggled closer to his mate. You finally awake, Kit? Aizawa asked softly. Izuku hummed in reply. Aizawa chuckled, running his hand through Izuku's hair. Not really an answer, Kit, but you can nap a little longer if you want. Awake. Izuku opened his eyes tiredly. He looked up at his soulmate. Aizawa smiled at him calmly. I think Yamada is back. I can hear the TV on. Aizawa told him. Why did Zashi rush off? Did I do something wrong? Izuku frowned. You did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing. Zashi just rushes everywhere once he has an idea. That's why he's an idiot. Aizawa smirked. Izuku smiled softly, cuddling into Aizawa again. It was a few more minutes before Izuku made to move again, sitting up yawing. I'll be in the living room, okay? Izuku nodded. Aizawa got up and heading to the living room, stretching as he went. Ah, and he finally rises from the dead. Yamada chuckled as Aizawa walked in. How's the kit? Better. What did you go rushing out for? Aizawa frowned. Noise-canceling earphones. I even made a playlist of music from his favorite anime shows. Yamada said, to help him get through the night. He'll like that. Aizawa smiled. Izuku joined them not too long later, wrapped in his blanket. Hey there, Kit. Grabbed you something to help you block out the noise? Yamada held out the noise-canceling headphones. Izuku eyed them before accepting it. He looked over the packaged earphones. How they work? Izuku asked curiously. You got to open it first here. Would you like me to do it? Yamada offered, holding out his hand. Izuku looked from his hand to the earphones, before handing them over. Yamada took off the plastic, before beckoning Izuku closer. The street cat shuffled closer. Yamada inserted the earphones into his phone, then held out to the boy. You put them in your ears. Izuku put them in his ears, making sure they were comfortable. Now nod if it is okay. Yamada pressed play. Aizawa watched as Izuku's ears picked up and a look of surprise crossed his face. He looked at Yamada, who gave him a thumbs up. Izuku smiled happily and closed his eyes to listen to the music. He seems to like them. Aizawa muttered, watching his soulmate with a smile. Of course, music can be a great way to cheer people up, and this way he won't hear the fireworks. Yamada said. That's good. Aizawa nodded, feeling relieved. As long as Izuku was going to be okay. After a while, Yamada and Aizawa got up to get started on dinner. Izuku followed them, watching them cook whilst he continued to listen to the playlist. His tail swayed along with the music. It was around 6 o'clock when the fireworks began. At the first firework, Aizawa glanced over to see if Izuku was okay. The kid had started working in one of the books Nizu had given him for Christmas. Looks like they work, Yamada smiled, also stealing a glance at the boy. Yeah. Aizawa nodded. So, is he only afraid of the sound of the fireworks? Yamada questioned. I think so. He mentioned how it reminded him of a gun. Aizawa looked at his friend. Why? Just thinking, what if we let him watch the fireworks from the window, whilst he still wears the earphones? Yamada suggested we could speak to him using that notebook he used before. I'll ask. Aizawa found the notebook in a drawer. Would you like to watch the fireworks? He wrote. He slid the book over to Izuku. The kid looked at the note, before looking back at Aizawa, confused. Aizawa smiled, and beckoned Izuku to follow him to the window. He did, nervously glancing from the window. The sky was dark and littered with stars. Izuku jumped as colors exploded in the air. He looked around, but the colors soon faded from sight. Izuku turned to Aizawa, eyes alight with questions. Shouta. Yamada handed him the notebook and a pen, before going back to making dinner. That was a firework, Aizawa wrote. Izuku frowned slightly, as if he didn't believe what Aizawa had wrote, that they are loud because they have gunpowder in them, so they can explode in bright colors. Izuku took the notebook and looked at the pen in Aizawa's hand. Aizawa gave him the pen without question. Izuku wrote his reply carefully, before pushing the notebook and pen back. They're pretty, but I don't like their sound, Izuku had written. They are rather loud. Do you want to watch them listening to your music? Aizawa wrote. Izuku smiled and nodded in reply. Aizawa returned to help Yamada, but dinner was practically finished, so he helped his friend plate up. This time they ate by the window, watching the fireworks. By the time midnight rolled around, Yamada and Aizawa were the only ones awake. Izuku was fast asleep, curled into his soulmate's side. Music still playing as the fireworks increased in number as people welcomed the new year. At least we can make this year the best year of his life. Yamada smiled, glancing at the street cat. Yeah. Aizawa nodded, and we can celebrate his birthday. Kids his age still have parties, don't they? He asked. Yamada beamed. You can never be too old for a birthday party, Shouta. Yamada told him. Think that Shinso kid he befriended would come? Maybe, if we can find out where the kid lives, we'd have to ask Aizu when he's awake. Aizawa reached and scratched Izuku behind the ear. Happy New Year, Kit. He muttered quietly. Are you sure you want to come along, Kit? Aizawa asked, watching as Izu tried combing his curls. It's the first day of the new school year, things are going to be busy. Don't want to be alone. And I'll be quiet, you won't know I'm there. Izuku turned to him with wide eyes. The comb looked stuck within the mass of curls. I'm fine with you coming along, you'll make my day bearable. I know Hisashi won't mind driving us there this morning. Aizawa was quick to reassure him. And I am sure Nizu would like to see the work you've done. I just don't want you to be stressed out by the other staff or students. Aizawa silently began to untangle the comb. Izuku closed his eyes and allowed his mate to remove it. I'll staff in the staff room, unless I need to go. Izuku promised. Can I take my blanket, sleeping bag and workbook? Sure you can. Aizawa nodded, frowning when the comb was proving difficult to remove. I am going to have to get Hisashi to try and get the comb out, he's better with hair. Okay. Izuku nodded. He sat calmly as Aizawa went to get the voice hero. Yamada was able to get the comb out, ruffling the boy's hair once it was free. There you go, breakfast should be done soon. Yamada told him. Okay. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Zashi. No problem, Kit. Yamada beamed. They headed into the kitchen, where Aizawa had been left to watch their breakfast. Good, you got it out. Aizawa glanced to see his soulmate's hair comb-free. Yeah, these sort of combs aren't great on someone with thick curly hair like Izuku has. But I do know some good ones, I'll grab one for you next time I'm out. Yamada told Izuku. Okay, Zashi. Izuku smiled, his tail swaying behind him happily. We'll be leaving not long after breakfast, so you should go and get your things ready. Aizawa looked at Izuku. Izuku hurried off to get his things, bringing Aizawa's sleeping bag with him, seeing how Aizawa always took it with him. After breakfast, they headed off, aiming to reach earlier than most of the other staff members, so Izuku could get settled before it got busy. Luckily no one was in the staff room when they arrived there. Izuku happily claimed his place under Aizawa's desk again. Yamada chuckled lightly when he saw Izuku making some sort of nest from his sleeping bag and blanket, before he settled down in the middle of it and got out his workbook. Slowly, the staff room began to fill in. Izuku peeked from his place to look out at some of the teachers. Ectoplasm saw Izuku looking and gave him a small smile and a wave. Izuku suddenly looked embarrassed and gave him a small wave in return. Later that day, Ectoplasm admitted to Aizawa that it had been the highlight of his day. Of course, the moment Kiyama found out Izuku was there, she had tried to get close, with Izuku clearly not happy with it. Izuku growled loudly, and eventually Kiyama backed off. "It's okay, Kit," Aizawa assured him, as Yamato was teasing Kiyama. Izuku huffed loudly, before continuing with his workbook. For Izuku, the day was going well. He did get a little lonely for the first part of the day when everyone had to go to the opening ceremony, leaving him alone in the staff room. Though he did get a lot of his work done. When the staff returned, Nizu checked over Izuku's work, going over some things Izuku got wrong, but that was due to very simple mistakes that Izuku didn't make again once Nizu had explained them. And it continued to be a good day, right up until just before the lunch break, when Izuku needed to go. Lunch had begun when Izuku had left the bathroom. He backed straight until a wall at the sight of all the students. He took a few shaky breaths, a little overwhelmed, but he knew he had to get back to his soulmate. But he had been pointed out by someone, and the next thing he knew, a small crowd, mostly girls, had converged upon him, cooing slightly. Izuku cowered slightly before them, his tail wrapped around one of his legs to stop anyone from touching it, as those around him clearly wanted to. "Hey, can't you see you're scaring him?" A voice demanded. Izuku's ears twitched as he looked up. A trio had forced their way into the circle and were standing between him and the students. There was a girl with light blue hair, a boy with bright blonde hair, and a boy with dark hair. The two boys turned to him. "You okay?" The blonde asked with a beaming smiling, reminding Izuku greatly of Yamada. He nodded shyly. He glanced at the dark-haired boy, who reminded him faintly of Aizawa, and the girl had the same charisma as Kiyama. It was odd from Izuku's perspective. This a high school for heroes, you should be making people smile, not terrifying them. The girl angrily told the crowd. Izuku kept his back to the wall. He wasn't sure if he could trust these three either. But the girl had managed to chance of the crowd, and the hall seemed a lot more empty than it had been a moment ago. Izuku visibly relaxed, sighing loudly, his tail unwinding from his leg. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Touch you?" The girl immediately rushed to look at him. Izuku jumped, but decided not to run from the ones that clearly helped him, though he was a little curious to why. I think he was more startled than anything. The black-haired muttered. The blonde immediately pulled him into a hug. "So, he's probably just shy like you." The blonde beamed. Izuku watched as the dark-haired boy smiled faintly too. Izuku's ears picked up. "Soulmates?" he asked curiously. The two looked at him before laughing. "Nope, it may seem that way. We're just great friends, brothers in a sense. Known each other since we were little. I'm Togata Mirio, and this is Amajiki Tamaki," the blonde introduced them. "And I am Heido Nijire. What about you, little one? You seem a little young to be a student here. And we're first years." Heido said, "Hi, Mido, Izuku stopped, his tail twitching slightly. "It's okay if you don't want to tell us," Heido told him with an understanding smile. Izuku looked down. "I don't know how to, Izuku blushed. "Not good. Talking. People," he muttered. "So, you are shy. It's okay." Togata smiled. "Izuku." Izuku said softly. The three looked at him. "Namely, it's mine." "Izuku." Heido repeated. "Cute. Can I call you Aizu-chan?" she asked. Izuku stopped before nodding softly. "Right then, Aizu-chan, why are you in Yui? We can help you look for someone." "Shoyuta, I need Shoyuta." Izuku mentioned the way to the staff room. "I am meant to be there." "Shoyuta? You mean Aizawa-sensei?" Amajiki asked. Izuku nodded. "Soulmate." Izuku said. Heido smiled brightly. "Right, then how about we take you back to your soulmate and keep others away from you?" she suggested. Izuku's nodded, accepting that. "They seem nice. Come on then, Aizu-chan." Togata smiled. Izuku followed after the three of them. He listened to them talking about their class, and it put Izuku at ease when they spoke about his soulmate, as he was their homeroom teacher. "Be honest, Aizu-chan, is Aizawa-sensei always that grumpy?" Heido asked. "No, Shoyuta is nice. Most of his class are people who don't take it seriously. That makes him grumpy." Aizu told her. She nodded in agreement. Yeah, I can think of a few people in class like that. She said. Can't really blame him for being moody now. How did you meet Aizawa-sensei? Togata asked. He helped me. Izuku replied. I was living on the street with my street cat family. He found me after a fight and took me home. I didn't trust him to begin with, but he gave me food and was nice and friendly. Pituin too. He explained. At least he treats you well, right? Pituet. Izuku nodded, his tail swayed happily. He lets me sleep during the day and helps me with work. The trio smiled slightly. Izuku seemed so happy to talk about his soulmate. So, how about the other heroes? Do you like them? Amajiki muttered. Izuku turned to him. Zashi is nice and Nizu. Kayama is scary. Aizu told them. Kayama? The trio frowned. She can make people sleep. Izuku nodded. Oh, Midnight? Yeah, she does seem a little scary. Amajiki agreed. Izuku perked up at that and began talking about how she won't leave him alone, the laser pointer, and catnip. He was still talking after Togata knocked on the staff room door, and only stopped when Yamada immediately picked him up. Izuku smiled. Zashi, he said happily. I met friends, they're nice. Friends? Aizawa repeated. He came to the door and looked at his 3 first-year students, who looked at him nervously. Friends are nice people, they are nice. Izuku told him with absolute certainty. Then he frowned and looked at the trio. Are we friends? We can be friends. I think being friends with you will be so much fun, Aizu-chan. Heido beamed. Izuku smiled happily too, his tail swayed as he purred in his happiness. Well, lunch will be over sooner than later, you should go and enjoy what is last of it. Aizawa told the students. Okay, bye Aizu-chan. Heido smiled and waved to him. Izuku waved back as they left. Yamada hadn't put him down when Aizawa shut the door. The other teachers were watching Izuku, who was beaming happily. How did you meet those 3? Aizawa asked curiously. I had to go, then when I left lots of people. They surrounded me and went to touch my tail. Heido came and scared them off, and Togata and Amajiri asked if I was okay. Izuku explained. They brought me back too, so no one would bother me. It's good you met some nice people. Aizawa told him, petting the boy's head. Izuku purred happily. Hizashi, you can put him down now. No. Izuku is just so cuddly. Yamada hugged him closer, much to Aizawa's dismay. Izuku happily snuggled into the hug, purring. You're a bad influence. Aizawa teased his friend. Hey, giving hugs is not a bad influence. Besides, you don't complain when Izuku clings to you during the night. Yamada replied, still holding on to Izuku as he sat down. Then he smirked and whispered something to Izuku, his ears picked up. Then, Izuku suddenly latched onto Aizawa. Aizawa calmly pet his head. I see, you were just jealous that Aizu likes my hugs just as much as yours. Yamada pointed out. The rest of the staff burst out laughing as Aizawa went red. Izuku looked around a little confused at why everyone was laughing. Saturday rolled around again, and Aizawa found himself up early. He wasn't sure why, but he was. Izuku was still asleep, curled up under blankets. Yamada was also asleep, which was unusual. He was normal, the first one up. Aizawa began making himself a mug of coffee. He looked up at the clock as he took a sip of his coffee. It was only 7. Far too early to be alive on a Saturday in his opinion. He couldn't help but notice Izuku's mama sitting on the next building's roof, watching him with her yellow eyes. Aizawa wasn't surprised to see that she was keeping an eye on the kitten. She was his mother after all. A soft knock on the door drew Aizawa from his thoughts. Placing his mug down, he went to see who it was. Upon opening the door, Aizawa was surprised to see Officer Tamakawa Sansa. Ah, Aizawa, sorry for this early door call. Tamakawa apologized. It's okay, I was awake. Would you like to come in? I'll assume this is about Izuku. Aizawa stepped aside to let the officer in. Indeed it is, nothing bad of course, but I will need to speak to you and Izuku. Tamakawa nodded. I'll go and wake him. Aizawa said. Hey kid, you need to wake up. Aizawa ruffled his hair softly. Izuku squirmed and yawned, his eyes opened tiredly. He blinked up at Aizawa Shouta. He mumbled, snuggling into his side. Morning. Morning to you too, Kit, but there is someone here who needs to speak to you. Aizawa told him. Who? Izuku asked, looking a little confused. Officer Tamakawa. Aizawa replied. Did I do something wrong? Izuku immediately panicked. No. It's nothing bad, I promise you, Aizawa said, bringing him into a comforting hug. And I will be there. Do you trust me to make sure it's nothing bad? Izuku nodded. Then, let's go and see what it is he needs to talk about. Okay. Izuku agreed. He held on to Aizawa's sleeve as they moved into the living room where Officer Tamakawa was sipping a cup of tea. Good morning, Izuku. He smiled. Izuku smiled and waved in reply. Aizawa and Izuku sat across from the officer before he began to speak. Now, I will say again, it is nothing bad. Overall, it may be more beneficial for young Izuku in the long run. Beneficial? Izuku repeated. It means it will help you. Aizawa explained. Izuku looked at Tamakawa confused. Now, the arrangements of Izuku's living is fine. The thing is, at this current time, he has no official guardian. Officer Tamakawa said. That is a problem. So, what do you suggest? Aizawa asked, though he was fairly sure he knew what was coming, though looking at the confused on Izuku's face, he didn't. Well, if Izuku is okay with it, I will legally adopt him, but he can continue to live with you as you are his soulmate. Tamakawa said. Adopt? Izuku repeated. Meaning he will become your new dad. Aizawa looked at him. Izuku frowned slightly, thinking about it. It was clear he was unsure about it. Izuku, if you agree, he won't be like your real dad. Promise. Izuku looked up at him. Aizawa looked back a little surprised. But he nodded. I promise. Aizawa said, taking his hands in his. I promise you that he won't be anything like him. Izuku looked into eyes, as if searching for an hint of a lie. When he found none, he looked back at Tamakawa. I can still stay with Shouta? Izuku's ears twitched. Of course, it would be wrong of me to take you away from the one person you truly feel comfortable with. Tamakawa smiled at Izuku calmly. Basically, all I will do for you is sign forms that need a parent's signature. And I will likely come and see your progress daily if that is okay. Okay. Izuku immediately said. He gave a small smile as his tail swayed behind him. Would I be allowed to call you Dad? Tamakawa's own ears twitched in surprise. If you want to. He muttered, obviously a little embarrassed. Izuku hummed lightly in reply before yawning. Can I go back to sleep? Izuku asked. If you want, Kit. Aizawa pet his head. Izuku purred happily, before heading back to bed, giving Tamakawa a small wave before he left. Well, with that sorted, there is nothing more to worry about. He has a legal guardian, has a home, Tamakawa began. And is safe. Aizawa sighed with a small smile. That's good, he looked relieved. Morning, Shouta. Yamada greeted, walking straight into the living room, shirtless. You could at least put a shirt on, Zashi. Aizawa sighed. He then glanced at Tamakawa, to see he was looking at Yamada, seemingly a little surprised. When Aizawa looked back, he noticed Tamakawa was looking at Yamada's soul mark, located just under his right collarbone. It was the paw of a cat, with a pair of cat ear headphones. He thought for a moment, before smirking. He got to his feet. I think the two of you need to speak. He left, patting Yamada on the shoulder before he left. Aizawa closed the bedroom door behind him to give them that little extra privacy. Izuku, who had been snuggling into a comfortable position, looked up at him. His ears twitched as he looked at Aizawa confused. Seems like Tamakawa and Hizashi might be soulmates. Aizawa told him quietly, lying on his side of the bed. Izuku moved to lay pressed up against Aizawa's side. Cuddling close to him gave Izuku a sense of security. Like us? Izuku asked, with the same marks? Probably, so they are talking at the moment. Aizawa nodded. Izuku raised his head and looked towards the door, ears twitching. Does that mean we have to stay in here? Izuku looked at him, his head ped to the side a little. Aizawa reached up and pet his head, Izuku purred softly, pushing his head into Aizawa's head, chasing the comfort of his hand. Aizawa smiled at him softly. Yeah, we'll stay in here until they are done. He continued to pet Izuku's head. The kit lay his head on Aizawa's chest, ears back as Aizawa ran his fingers through Izuku's curls. His eyes closed, but his purring soft resonating throughout the room, into the comfortable silence. Zashi! Izuku whined, pawing at the man's headphone wires. Yamada chuckled and tugged the wire away. You can't play with that. Ibird. Izuku pouted, play with me. I have some work to mark first, Kit. Yamada told him, ruffling his hair. Izuku chirped and shook his head. He didn't stop pouting. I have 6 more essays to mark, after we can play a game, okay? Izuku sighed. Okay. Izuku bounded over to the window and lay next to it to watch the world pass outside. Aizawa had been called to a meeting at Yui, about the people he had put in to expel. So, he wouldn't be back for a while. Izuku stretched out and gazed out of the window, his tail twitching. Yamada watched him for a moment, before turning back to the essays he had to mark. 2 essays later, there was a noise outside. Yamada pushed back his headphones and Izuku, who had been napping, looked up. The kit yawned and peeked out of the window. Yamada pushed himself up and also looked out. Below them was a boy with purple hair, trying to hide behind a trash can. Izuku's ears picked up. Shinso Hitoshi, he muttered. Wait, is that the kid you met? Yamada asked. Izuku nodded. His ears twitched. He was being bullied last time, he's hiding now. Izuku frowned. He then jumped as there was a loud shout. Oi, Shinso, where'd you go? A voice yelled. A small group stopped by the alleyway. He hid down here last time, right? Oi, Shinso, why'd you run? Them. Izuku snarled, his fur standing up on end. His form changed and a fluffy cat wriggled from the clothes. I'll see you down there, Kit. Yamada pet his head. Izuku let out a soft growl, and jumped onto the roof, and began to make his way down. Whilst Yamada went down the human way. Izuku landed on a bin and growled at the small group. It's that cat again. One of them whispered. Izuku growled, claws extended. It's just a cat, kick it. The obvious leader glared at Izuku, who snarled in reply. He could smell fear with Shinso scent, and he felt a protective streak in him. One of the group reached for Izuku, that was until Yamada appeared before them. What are you doing? He asked. They all jumped, and turned to face the hero out of costume. Not a lot people recognized him like this. Nothing, just getting my cat, one of them pointed. I am pretty sure that is my cat. Yamada said. Izuku. Izuku bounced on the group to settle around Yamada's neck. He growled at the group, who gulped. You should all head home. Don't want to see troublemakers like you are here, okay? The group nodded and ran. Yamada watched them until they were out of sight. Izuku jumped back onto the bin and looked down at the hiding Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi, he said, his tail wavering. The teen stood inside. You had to help me again. He looked troubled by it. He then looked at Yamada, nervously. Izuku turned to Yamada. Can he come in? Izuku asked. Yamada frowned slightly and rubbed the back off his head. I don't know. I don't have an issue with it, but you know Shouta. Yamada began. I'll deal with Shouta, please? Izuku pleaded at him. Yamada broke and sighed. He gave Shinso a smile. Come on then, but you will have to change back, Kit. Yamada told him. Izuku nodded and began to climb up to the window. Yamada sighed. Oh day, he'll use the door. He muttered wishfully. Shinso eyed the green-haired boy who was practically at the door when Yamada let him in. He was a little surprised at how cat-like he looked out of his cat form. Izuku? He asked. The boy beamed and nodded. Shinso Hitoshi, welcome. Izuku said. Would you like a cup of tea? Yamada offered. Please. Shinso nodded. Is there milk? Izuku asked, bounding over with Yamada. Shinso took note on how Izuku's body seemed to be hunched over, his hands hanging low, as if he was about to fall on all fours and get around that way. I think there is a little left. Yamada brought out a bottle of cat milk. Izuku let out a happy chirping sound. Cat milk? Shinso frowned. Did you know cats are lactose intolerant? Yamada smiled. I can't drink normal milk, but that milk is nice. Izuku said. Yamada made the boys drinks, and then the two of them sat down and began talking as Yamada went back to marking. Aizawa had been expecting two things when he got back. Yamada had finished marking. Izuku would have forced him into playing a game. He had not been expecting to walk in to find Hizashi making dinner and Izuku to be playing a card game with a teen. That's Shinso Hitoshi, you know, the kid Izuku told us about. Hizashi whispered before Aizawa could ask and interrupt the teens. He was hiding from the same group as before. Izuku wanted to hang out with him, so to speak. They watched the teens for a minute. Izuku seemed to be really happy talking to Shinso. His tail swayed behind him. Good to see he really did make a friend. Aizawa gave a small smile. Izuku's ears picked up. He looked over Shinso's shoulder. Shouta. He smiled, bounding over Shinso and to his soulmate, snuggling up to him in welcome. Shinso turned and stared at Aizawa in surprise. Aizawa was looking back, just as surprised. Izuku looked from Aizawa to Shinso. Shouta? You're Hajime and Mihoko's kid, Aizawa muttered. Shinso looked nervous, but nodded. Who's Hajime and Mihoko? Izuku frowned. Isn't Mihoko your sister? Yamada asked. Aizawa nodded. Which makes you? Shinso seemed to be trying to process the information. My uncle. Uncle? Izuku looked confused. I'm confused. That makes both of us. The kid said, you're from an orphanage? Aizawa asked. Shinso nodded. Do you know their number? He asked, surprising the teen and Yamada. Izuku's ears picked up. Shuta's going to get you out. Izuku smiled, bounding around the room happily. So, I drew art for this FIC. Art based in the future. And yeah, decided to share it now. This is from the USJ arc. Hitoshi sat in the living room with Izuku, who had settled across his legs the moment he had sat down. To keep him from leaving apparently. Yamada was finishing dinner, whilst they listened to Aizawa pace the hallway, talking heated on the phone. If Shouta is your uncle, that means your family. Izuku muttered and yawned. Why didn't he know? I was just told no one in my family wanted to take me in. Hitoshi sighed. My dad died in a villain attack on a hospital. My mom fell ill and died of that. I got her quirk. Shouta will want you. Izuku smiled. You can stay. Well, we have quite long process to go through, unless Shouta can find out why he wasn't told. Yamada came in with food. Izuku immediately jumped up and to the table. Hitoshi followed, but slower. He can stay though, right? Izuku looked at Yamada. Sure. I mean, we'd have move and all, we can totally do that. Yamada beamed, then Aizawa walked in looking really annoyed. This is why I hate the system. He growled. Izuku's ears twitched back. What did they say? And chill, you're upsetting Izuku. Yamada asked. Aizawa settled next to him and pet his head. Izuku closed his eyes and smiled weakly. Sorry, Kit. But they said I wasn't informed because they assumed I wouldn't want him, like everyone else in my family. Aizawa said, his voice strained as he tried to remain calm. Izuku snuggled closer, to bring comfort to his soulmate. So, they assumed? Yamada frowned. What did you tell them? To sort things out, and that I would be taking him in. Aizawa said. Hitoshi stared at Aizawa in surprise. Thought so. I'll be deciding the house though. You have a terrible sense in houses. Yamada told hi. Aizawa nodded in agreement. Can I bring the clan? Izuku's ears picked up. Mama will want to know where I am. Wait, just like that? Hitoshi asked. Aizawa looked at him. You have your own life and... You are family. I am pretty sure that means you are also part of my life. Aizawa gave him a look. Unless they're mean. Izuku said, sniffing his food, before digging in. Then leave them. Izuku's right, families should be there for each other. If they're like yours, aside from Shouta and Izuku's, it's best that you don't bother with them. Yamada nodded. You should eat, Shinso. Hitoshi looked at his dinner, before quickly glancing at Izuku, who had almost finished his own. He began eating his own. As the boys ate, Yamada and Aizawa had a discussion in sign language. What about tonight? He can stay here, already told them that. Okay, but where is he going to sleep? He can have my bed, I can sleep in here. And Izuku? You know he can barely sleep without you being in the room, unless you have work and he knows it. Aizawa stopped. That was true. How about I sleep in here? You and Izuku, or Shinso can have my bed. Aizawa gave him a look. What, that way everyone is comfortable. You hate sleeping on the sofa. So, this is the best way to deal with it. Izuku and I can sleep in here. Their discussion ended abruptly as Izuku fell against Aizawa's side. His ears were pointed back as his breathing was even. I'll grab your sleeping bags. Yamada smiled, getting up. Hitoshi glanced at Izuku, who seemed to be trying to stay awake. Where's Shinso sleeping? He mumbled. He will be having our bed. We'll have our sleeping bags in here. Aizawa told him, petting his head. Izuku yawned and humming lightly in reply. He looked up as Yamada came in with the sleeping bags. Is this really okay? Hitoshi frowned, feeling like he was intruding. It's fine really. Don't worry about anything. Hisashi smiled. So don't go feeling guilty. Shouta added. Izuku climbed into his sleeping bag, growling as his claws got stuck. Hisashi glanced at him. We may want to get your claw cut soon, Kit. He said. Izuku growled in reply, and when he settled, he got into a position where it would be a challenge to get to his paws. He glared at Hisashi before sticking out his tongue. Shouta pet his head, eyes relaxed, eyes dropping. Hitoshi found himself staying in his uncle's room, his long-lost uncle who had no idea what had happened to him. That he lay looking up at the ceiling. Without the usual yelling, he found himself quickly falling asleep. When Hitoshi woke up, it took a moment to remember where he was. He had found his uncle and his soulmate. It was kind of weird thinking his uncle's soulmate was his age, but it wasn't like people could pick their soulmates. He got from the bed and wandered into the living room to see if anyone else was awake. He saw Aizawa asleep in his sleeping bag, but found Izuku no longer in his place, but curled up on top of Aizawa's legs, looking quite a piece. The feeling that he was intruding was back. He shouldn't have barged into their lives like this. Izuku, roused at the scent of guilt, reached him. He looked up, blinking, seeing Hitoshi head for the exit. Hitoshi? He asked with a yawn. The other boy turned, guilt washed over his face. I shouldn't have barged into your lives, Hitoshi muttered. Your arrival was quieter than mine. Izuku yawned. Which is weird, as I couldn't speak at that time. But it did involve a lot of growling at everyone. I actually bite Zashi at one point. A small smile tugged at Hitoshi's lips. Come here. Izuku carefully got from his place without waking Aizawa and went to the window and pushed it open. Hitoshi wandered to his side. Izuku looked out of the window, ears twitching. I know there is usually someone. He made a chirping sound, and a scarred main sin landed on the roof across from them. It leapt across. Hitoshi, this is Tequo, the warrior of my clan. Izuku happy smiled. He looked at the cat. Tequo, this is my mate's nephew, Hitoshi. He's family too now. The cat eyed Hitoshi curiously, before letting out a soft yowl, moving closer to the boy. He says welcome. Welcome. Hitoshi repeated. To the clan. Izuku nodded. The clan? Hitoshi looked even more confused. Yeah, my clan, well, my mama's clan. 'Cause I'm a member, they accepted Shouta and Zashi as members, because they are also my family. And your family too, so you are a clan mate too. Izuku happily told him, his tail swaying behind him. Hitoshi looked at Tequo, who was watching him. Can I pet him? Hitoshi asked. Izuku giggled and nodded. Hitoshi reached out to pet the stray cat. Tequo happily accepted the petting. Izuku bit his lip. Tequo chirped loudly. Izuku replied in kind, but he then grinned and giggled. What did he say? Hitoshi asked. He's just telling me that if I told the clan about this, he would deny it. He is the best fighter, but a real big softy. Everyone already knows. Izuku smiled. Hitoshi chuckled and continued to pet Tequo. So had quite a bit of fan art. The first is from Trickster Crow on Tumblr of an older street cat. The second is from Sephiria. She writes a series on roasting Endeavor. You should check it out, it's brilliant. The next ID from someone on my Discord server. Thanks so much for this, Sabi. When everyone was up, Tamakawa came around to see Yamada, and he decided to stay to help pick out a new house, whilst Aizawa and Hitoshi were going back to the orphanage to talk over with the people there. Izuku was left in the care of Yama and Tamakawa, but easily entertained himself by playing with his ball of wool. Hitoshi watched him in amazement as he got ready to leave. Is he usually like that? He asked Aizawa, who looked over at Izuku. When he first got here, it was the only human-like thing he would do, acting his age. Aizawa replied, "It also helps with the reflexes anyway. Why do you think normal cats pay like that?" "Ah." Hitoshi muttered, "See you later." Aizawa called out, "Bye." Izuku replied, Yamada replied in kind. And the two of them left. Izuku continued playing for a bit, before he finally got bored. He rolled onto stomach and looked over to where Tamakawa and Yamada were looking on a laptop. Izuku prowled over and peered over the screen, looking at high upside down. "What you doing?" he asked, looking for a bigger home. "What do you think of this one?" Yamada asked, bringing up one building. Izuku hummed and shook his head. "What's it garden like? Would there be room for the clan?" Izuku looked at the two of them. Tamakawa read through its description. "Not a big one from the sounds of it," he said, and soon, Izuku settled himself between them to watch them look through houses. "Oh, what about that?" Izuku asked as the next house came up. "Very tradition in design." Yamada commented. 5 bedrooms, kitchen with dining room, family room, and a large garden. It's closer to Udata than this place, away from a lot of other places. And within range of our pricing. "Can we have that place?" Izuku asked, excitedly. "We'll have to see what Yuta and Hitoshi think. But I like it. It's a nice place, a nice area." Yamada gave him a thumbs up. Izuku happily closed his eyes and began to purr. Tamakawa slowly reached out and pet his head, causing Izuku to lean closer into his side. Yamada gave Tamakawa an encouraging smile, knowing that his newly found soulmate wanted to create a bond with the young kid as he was becoming a parental figure, but was still unsure how to go about it. So, the fact the kid was comfortable to allow the cat head cop to pet him was a good sign. "I've been thinking, considering we're moving to a bigger place and all, that you would move in with me. Of course, you don't have to, or don't have to straight away. But, you'll be closer to both me and Izuku." Yamada muttered, blushing a little. "The whole clan together?" Tamakawa gave him an amused look. Yamada blushed a little deeper. "It's not a bad idea." Yamada relaxed a little, relieved. "We would probably have to bring it up to Yuta too. But it would be better with Izuku too." Yamada said, "It's good to see he's already okay around you." "That could be due to my quirk," Tamakawa pointed out. "Most likely, but it's a good look for you, Yamada blushed. Tamakawa chuckled lightly. "This is getting ridiculous," Aizawa grumbled, pacing back and forth. Hitoshi was sitting down, looking at his hands. "The staff in this place were taking their sweet time. Sorry." Hitoshi sighed. "It's not your fault, it's the fault of the people working here. If they had told me, like they were meant to, we wouldn't be going through this," Aizawa said, glancing at his nephew. He did share a resemblance to his sister. He knew she would never have wanted this to happen to her son. He looked away when someone finally came out of the office. "Mr. Aizawa?" A woman asked, "Have you dealt with the issue?" Aizawa turned to her, usual glare in place. The woman took a little step back. "We're working on it, sir." She said, "How long will it take?" Aizawa frowned. "Between a month or 2. She replied, "Hitoshi will be staying with me during that time. I know how you and the other kids here have been treating him because of his quirk. He will be safer with me." Aizawa told her. She gulped. I will need to speak to the office again." She hurried back into the office. Aizawa groaned loudly. Was the system really this bad? Maybe he should ask the pro-hero mother hen to look into it. Hitoshi kept his head down. "It's the silent villain." A voice sneered. Hitoshi flinched. Aizawa watched from the corner of his eyes as 3 boys stalked over. His dark eyes narrowed but kept quiet. Hitoshi remained silent, bowing his head. "Thought you'd gone for good. Not that anyone cared, not like there is someone to miss ya." "Who are you brats?" Aizawa glared. The boys finally noticed him. "What business is it of yours?" One challenged, because he's my nephew. And I like to keep names of bullies like you, so I know if you try to get into Yui, people like you have no business trying to be heroes. Aizawa replied. You have no potential. The boys grumbled and stormed off. Then, the woman emerged from the office again. Why, you have permission to keep your nephew in your care. She nodded nervously. Good. Keep in mind this would have been avoided if I had been informed like I was mean to be. Aizawa turned to Hitoshi. Let's go and get your things, then we can get out of here. Okay. Hitoshi nodded. He was finally free. Yamada and Tamakawa were cooking when Aizawa and Hitoshi came back carrying a small box each. Aizawa placed his down, as the sound of someone rushing to their feet could be heard. Shouta! Izuku cheered, running into his arms. Rubbing his head against his soulmate's chest, Aizawa smiled and pet his head. Yamada chuckled lightly. He almost knocked you off your feet. He smirked. Bet he could do the same to you. Aizawa glared over at him. I can knock down, Izuku clearly had the next word on his tongue but was trying to think about it. Seismic. That guy with the seismokinesis quirk. Izuku beamed. The heroes and police stared at him. They all knew Seismic. He had caused a load of trouble before they found him unconscious in a back alley on evening. Not that hard. Izuku added with a smile. Are you the one who took him down? Tamakawa asked. Maybe. Izuku put his head to the side, not really sure himself. He chased me so I fought back. Izuku added with a twitch of his tail. You're not in any trouble. Anything you did whilst living on the streets cannot be charged, as you were unaware of most laws at that point. Tamakawa assured him. Izuku relaxed a little before his ears picked up. Oh, we found a house. Izuku looked up at Aizawa. With lots and lots of room. Izuku bounded into the living room again. Aizawa glanced at Yamada questioningly. Yeah, closer to you. Then this place, 5 rooms, living room, large kitchen with a dining room. The blonde nodded. Large garden so if the Kit's clan decides to came along they have a large space for themselves. I'm sure the Kit will enjoy the space too. Aizawa hummed and nodded slightly. It sounded like then perfect place for them. Guessing you'll be living with us from now on then, Shinso, Yamada smiled. He nodded a little nervously. Shouta? Izuku called, peeking from the living room, having obviously expected his soulmate to follow him to see the house they had found. Coming. Aizawa told him, going over to his soulmate. You better going and check it out too, seeing how you're living with us. Yamada gave Hitoshi a smile. Hitoshi followed after his uncle. I am wondering just how many villains Izuku has taken out. Seismic wasn't the first, or the last villain we found unconscious in Black Allies. Tamakawa murmured. Yamada just chuckled. I wouldn't be all surprised if the Kit was responsible for all that. He said Tamakawa had quickly run out as Yamada continued cooking, and Izuku happily showed Hitoshi and Aizawa the house they had found. It's nice. Hitoshi muttered. I am comfortable living anywhere, so you like this place? Aizawa looked at his mate. Izuku nodded. Big garden, the clan will like it. Izuku smiled with a nod. So, we can live here? He motioned to the house. We'd need to go and see it in person first. If we still like it then we can, okay? Aizawa replied. Izuku nodded, curling up on his spot on the sofa. Over dinner, Tamakawa showed various photos to Izuku, who was able to identify all of them, in his own words, mostly by mentioning their quirks. There was another, Izuku muttered, as Tamakawa put the photos away. The officer looked at him. He looked strange, smelled strange too, like death. Izuku visibly shivered. He sounded old, like he had lived a long time, but didn't look it. I meet him, he was wandering around, I think looking for something. But I knew he was a bad guy. He was like the other villains, just a little different. He must have gotten away. Izuku frowned. Do you remember what he looked like? Tamakawa asked. Izuku's frown deepened and he shook his head. Sorry? He mentioned to a successor. Think. I never got his name or saw him use his quirk. Izuku explained. Well, I wouldn't worry about villains can't run forever. Tamakawa assured him. Izuku's ears picked up at that and he smiled with a nod. He wouldn't worry, the heroes can deal with any more villains. Kit wait. Aizawa signed as soon as the car door opened, but Izuku was out, taking in the new scent of the area. He doesn't like cars, does he? Hitoshi asked. No, well, he can bear them for a short time, but the longer he's in one, the more fidgety he will get. Yamada said, turning of the car as the rest of them got out. Something to do with how he ended up on the street? Hitoshi muttered quietly. Yamada nodded. The teen looked over at Izuku, who was taking in all the surroundings, ears twitching and turning in all directions. Aizawa placed a hand on his head. Izuku looked up at him. It's okay, Kit. He smiled reassuringly. Izuku relaxed a little, but kept looking around. This area was new to him, completely new. The scent was so different. It was cleaner, he could hear a lot more birds. Great hunting practice, Izuku thought, eyes darting around, taking in scene around him. Of course, he couldn't see the world as Shouta saw it, or Hisashi or Hitoshi. His cat eyes were more limited in that aspect. He can barely remember the bright colors he saw as a normal child. Most he saw now was dull. The grass was almost brownish in color, but how it felt under his paws, Izuku saw sure it was a bright green. He did happen to have a slightly wider range of sight, and at night could see better than any human. Good morning. A voice greeted. Izuku's ears picked up and he saw a man in a suit approaching them. Izuku moved closer to Aizawa, but enough that he was half hidden behind him. Aizawa placed a hand on his head before he replied. You're Amari, right? Aizawa asked. Yep, you must be Aizawa, Tamakawa and Yamada, correct? Amari looked at the three adults. They all nodded. Izuku was eyeing the man curiously, but returned to hiding behind Aizawa when the man looked his way. Well, let's get this viewing started. Amari led them into the house. Izuku stuck by Hitoshi, who looked just as nervous, but not as much as Izuku. His ears twitched at the slightest sound, eyes darting around the house and sniffing at the new scents filling the air. Aizawa kept an eye on his, whilst listening to the estate agent talking about the house. After the viewing of the house, they stopped in the kitchen. Hitoshi and Izuku sat outside. What are the neighbors like? Aizawa asked. Do they have pets? Especially cats. Izuku probably wouldn't like having others coming into what he could claim as his territory. Yamada added. There is a family that has a cat, but if you chose to move, I would probably inform her, so she can make sure the cat doesn't come into your garden. Amari said. Well, the place is good, Hisashi began, when they heard a hissing noise. They all looked outside. Hitoshi was holding Izuku back. The street cat was soaked and there was laughter from the other side of the fence. Shouta glared. Tamakawa patted his shoulder and went out round the front. He saw some kids laughing with an empty bucket. Not the best prankto play on the son of a police officer. Tamakawa called out to them. The group jumped and turned to him. He glared. I will be keeping note of this incident. He warned them. He headed back in. Izuku was back inside, having tried to dry himself the best he could outside. There are the kids too. Amari sighed. They aren't the best behaved. If they do something like that again, just let him have them. Hitoshi muttered. They would stop then. But that could lead to Izuku getting into trouble. Aizawa sighed. As much as he would like to set the street cat on them himself, they would learn fairly quickly not to mess with him. After a few more questions and a discussion over the property, the adults decided it was a good place. They signed the paperwork, and Amari informed them they would be getting a letter to inform them of when they can come and make a payment on the building and a day they could move in. It came several days later. With the last of the paperwork signed, the payment made, they were ready to move out. Izuku had got together his whole clan, a lot of them looking forward to having a safer place to rest than out on the streets where anything could happen. And that's where they were. A month after seeing the house, Izuku and his clan were outside exploring, whilst the others were unpacking. Aizawa picked a room which had a door to the outside, purely so Izuku could feel like he could come and go as he pleased. Aizawa froze as he brought in the last box of his things. On the bed was a lump under the blankets. It was clearly the street cat. What are you doing? He asked, his tone fond. The lump wriggled and Izuku peeked his head from the blankets. Izuku didn't ask but curled up more into the blankets. Aizawa put the box down and sat next to him, petting his head. Izuku began to purr and cuddled into his side. It's scary, moving to a new place no matter how much you like it. Aizawa muttered. Izuku glanced up at him. So, don't worry. We can get used to this place together. Thank you. Izuku mumbled, happily snuggled close to his lap. Anytime, Kit. Aizawa smiled. Let's have dinner. Yamada yelled from somewhere in the house. Izuku jumped at his loud voice and growled lightly, but Aizawa could see the playful glint in his eyes. Come on, Kit, then we can have an early night. We need to finish sorting out the house tomorrow. Aizawa said. Izuku nodded and got out from under the blankets. They joined the others in the kitchen to enjoy a meal together in their new home. A few months passed, the family got used to their new home. Izuku was fine being left home alone during the workday. He spent the time with his clan, protecting their territory. Aizawa was looking in a few pet shops. It was a few days until the first anniversary of the night he met Izuku and wanted something for him. The idea currently in his mind was the object that Yamada and Nemuri wouldn't shut up about him getting the kit one. One caught his eye and he smiled. Perfect. Aizawa was sure to get up early the anniversary of the day he met Izuku. He made sure the gift he had brought was wrapped and lay it on the table so Izuku would find it when he woke up. Yamada, Hitoshi and Tamakawa got up early too, mostly as he had made plans to remain out all day to give the soulmates their space, so Nemuri was dragging them out shopping. So, do you need anything? I could grab it whilst I am out, and it would save you the bother of getting it yourself. Yamada offered. Not really, you can check to see if there is anything important on the list that we need. Aizawa replied. Yamada grabbed the list in question. No, we can leave this stuff for the main shop. Yamada decided. There's nothing I need. Aizawa said, working on his and Izuku's breakfast. I'll see you later then. Say hi to the kit for me. Yamada beamed and headed out. Aizawa shook his head. To think, a year ago he had woken up with little care who his soulmate was, and here he was now taking care of him as if he had been for years. He heard a small noise and when he glanced up, he saw a sleepy-looking Izuku looking around through heavy eyes. They looked a little red. You okay, Kit? He asked. Izuku didn't say a word. Instead he slid close to Aizawa and buried his face into his shirt. Aizawa frowned and ran his fingers for the curls. I'm here, Kit, it's okay. Aizawa muttered smoothly, turning off the cooker and covered the food. He could finish it when Izuku was feeling better. He carefully picked up his mate and they settled down together on the sofa. Izuku continued to hold himself close to Aizawa. The older man just waited until he was ready. A few of his clanmates watched from where they were resting, making sure their kit was also okay, but trusting his mate to comfort him well. Bad dream, Izuku muttered after a while. Aizawa glanced down at him. His kitten was looking around the room. About the past? Aizawa asked and was surprised when Izuku shook his head. Future, he replied. You should never worry about the future. What happens, happens. Aizawa pet his head. Do you want to talk about your dream? Izuku shook his head, cuddling into Aizawa. I don't want to worry, he said tiredly and yawned. It wasn't long before Izuku dozed off again. Aizawa smiled and ever so carefully, he bundled his mate into his yellow sleeping bag. Izuku sighed with a smile and snuggled into it happily. The clan took that as their chance. They approached their clanmate and curled up around and upon him. Aizawa smiled at them and went back to cooking and put the food away so he and Izuku could eat once he woke up. When the boy finally roused from his slumber, they ate breakfast, whilst Izuku continuously eyed the small wrapped gift. It is for you, Aizawa told him, to celebrate the first day we met. It's been a year? Izuku asked. His ears twitched as he curiously took the gift. Aizawa suddenly looked nervous. He was honestly not sure what Izuku would think of the gift, and he was silently cursing Kiyama and Yamada for giving him the idea in the first place. Whilst Aizawa was distracted by his thoughts, Izuku unwrapped his gift and his eyes widened. Aizawa had brought him a plain black collar. It was much better than the bright green one Kiyama had tried to give him at Christmas. There was a small, rounded piece of metal coming off it. Engraved on the front was Street Cat. Izuku smiled as he turned it over and read the back. Midoriya Izuku, soulmate of Aizawa Shouta, and underneath that was their address, and then Aizawa's phone number, in case Izuku ever got lost. Izuku looked up at Aizawa, who was watching high with a look of worry and concern. Izuku smiled brightly. "Can you help me put it on?" he asked. He had denied Kiyama's collar because he didn't want it from her. But this one was from his soulmate. It was proof of that other than their soulmarks, and it was also proof of the fact he had a home and was wanted. Aizawa seemed surprised but agreed. Izuku was thrilled with it. It was soft, and he wore it proudly. "I was afraid you wouldn't like it, not after Kiyama tried to give you one," Aizawa admitted. "But I don't belong to Kiyama. I belong with you, so why shouldn't I have accepted your gift? It made me really happy." Izuku purred happily, cuddling into Aizawa again. "You can wear it whenever you want, and you also can take it off when you want." Aizawa told him. "I'll wear it in, but not out. I don't want to ruin it," Izuku said with a smile, his tail swaying happily. Aizawa pet his head. "Okay then, you may want to finish your breakfast, kit." Aizawa smiled. Izuku immediately went back to eating, a smile still on his face. The rest of the day was filled with them cuddling together on the sofa watching movies. Izuku didn't take the collar off when Yamada and the others returned. Nemuri pouted at the sight of his collar. "Ah, no fair. Why does he wear your collar but not mine? The green would look so cute on you," Nemuri cried. Izuku curled into his sleeping bag and growled. "I'm Shouta's mate, not yours," Izuku replied, glaring at her, hoping she got the message. "Oh ho, that explains it." Nemuri beamed. Izuku tilted his head to the side a little. "You should have said so before, kit. I can't argue against a reason like that." She smiled. Izuku still looked a little unsure, but accepted it. "We got a new film whilst we were out." Hitoshi showed it to Izuku. His eyes lit up and ears picked up as he looked at the case. "Can we watch it?" he asked. Aizawa nodded. The adults took the sofa as Izuku and Hitoshi sat on the floor to watch. The two of them watched it closely, both reacting in similar ways to different parts of the movie. "To think, a year ago, we wouldn't be like this without meeting the kit," Yamada muttered. "You both are so much happier." Nemuri smiled. Aizawa just grunted a little, but smiled a little as he watched Izuku and Hitoshi cheer on the heroes. "If you are able to do this well in the exams, you can get in." Nizu smiled as Izuku's eyes brightened up, his tail twitched happily. He was now 15 and looking forward to the chance at joining USJ. Then he would have a reason to come to school every day with his soulmate and Yamada. Over the last year or so, Nizu helped with his classes. He walked in the town a few times, and decided to take a few side routes, bumping into a minor villain or two. After that, the police gave Aizawa an additional tag for the street cat's collar, despite him wearing it little when he was out, allowing him use of his quirk when it comes to villains, mostly as they knew he fought on pure instinct, something they would not be able to change easily. "You really think so?" "Pff. I don't think so, young Tamakawa. I know so." Nizu nodded. "I should let you run along now. No doubt your soulmate is worrying about you." "He's always worried about me." Izuku rolled his eyes. "That feeling is mutual, isn't it?" Nizu watched him knowingly. Izuku looked at him and gave a small smile with a nod. "As it should be, run along now." Izuku bade him goodbye and headed out. He wanted to head into town before going home. He wanted to get something for Shouta. His mind traveled back to the collar Shouta got him. He had left it at home that day mostly because he didn't want it getting dirty when he went out. He wore it in the house only, though if he did get into Yui, more importantly, the heroics course, he might just add it into his costume. Izuku found himself as he thought about how Shouta would react. He was just passing under a bridge when he stopped, ears twitching as he picked up slight sounds. He could feel the ground vibrating slightly through his paws. He immediately rushed back the way he came, crouching low as he hid, peering around to catch sight of the thing. His eyes working wonders in the shadow of the bridge. The thing was in fact a load of sludge. Izuku frowned. He definitely didn't seem like a good guy, so a villain, he thought. The sludge villain chuckled, causing Izuku to shrink back. "I know there is someone there, watching. Why don't you come out to play?" He laughed. Izuku took a deep breath and came from his hiding place. "Ah, just a cute little kitten. Well, beggars can't be choosers." The villain lunged at him. Izuku was quickly to move, dodging, growling as he got away from the villain. His fur was standing on end, ears up pointed in the villain's direction, eyes slits as he snarled in challenge. The little kitten has guts, impressive. That street cat actually. Izuku snarled, his mouth turned up into a smirk. He had been living with Shouta for 2 years now, but that didn't end his darker, street cat side. Izuku extended his claws, the sludge was just a thing for him to toy with, and he had a feeling he was going to get a good kick out of it. I can't have lost him. Pro-hero All Might was running along the sewer, he could hear noises up ahead. He picked up his speed and climbed out and his jaw dropped at the sight. The sludge villain was after a young boy, around about the age of 14, but the boy was. All Might wasn't too sure what he was doing. But one could compare it to a cat playing with a mouse before they killed it. All Might found the thought quite fitting considering the boy's quirk seemed to give him cat-like attributes. The boy chuckled as he dodged the villain once more. Is the tal you have useless? He scoffed. You need to learn how to pick your fights. Next time, don't pick someone who knows how to fight dirty. His tail twitched slightly, his ears picked up the arrival of someone else. His nose twitched slightly, taking in the newcomer's scent. It was him. That is a scent I have smelt in a while. And how does a kid know how to fight dirty? The villain looked at him. Sure, it's only villains who know how to do that. Not really. Had to learn to survive and look. I'm alive. Izuku held his arms out as if it was some miraculous declaration. Before he put his hands on his hips. Now, I believe someone is here for you. Immediately catching on to his words, All Might acted, knocking the villain back with a Texas smash, before gathering him up in a bottle. All Might looked towards the boy, who stretched slightly with a yawn. He then glanced towards All Might, he gave him an amused look. You're almost out of time, you should go and hand him in if you want to keep your secret a secret. He muttered teasingly. All Might stopped before glaring at the boy. What are you talking about? Pith. I saw you once, last year sometime, turned into a skeletal guy. Something about wound, a quirk, a major bad villain you stopped. I heard it, don't worry. I don't intend to tell anyone, but I should really go, I need to get a gift for my soulmate. Izuku added with a bright smile. All Might could say nothing as the boy hurried up. There's someone I need to speak to. All Might spoke to his police force friend, Tsukachi Naomasa. But he left before I could get his name. He was attacked by this villain, but was able to dodge around him. Right, what kind of quirk did he have? Or, well, did it look like he had a quirk? Tsukachi asked. Cat ears, eyes, tail, and the whole of his lower body it seemed. All Might thought back. Tsukachi looked at his friend, before laughing. So, you met the street cat then? Tsukachi smiled. Street cat? All Might repeated. Oh yeah. 2 years ago, Eraserhead found him living on the street. He was only 12 at the time, living as a stray cat, stealing food to eat. Turns out he was Eraser's soulmate, so he took the boy in, especially once we figured out he was abandoned by his family for being quirkless only for his body to forcefully manifest a quirk. Tsukachi explained. That boy has been doing well in the last 2 years. Very clever, he doesn't hate humans as much as he used to, still afraid of some people but that is only natural. He doesn't get out much, but when he does villains tend to find them and well. He toyed with the sludge villain, didn't he? Like a cat messing with a mouse. All Might nodded. That's how it's often described. Tsukachi nodded. If you want to speak to him, however, you must first get in contact with Eraser, and to do that you need to get in touch with Present Mike or Midnight. Possibly the principal, considering he's teaching the boy. All Might nodded at the information. He would go to the principal. Izuku looked at the little cake he had gotten. Shout. It had a green cat paw on it. His tail swayed happily as he reached the flat. He entered and smiled. I'm home. He smiled, taking off his bag and hanging it up on the hangers by the door, keeping a good hold of the door. I see. Yamada yelled, running in for a hug. Izuku panicked for the survival of the cake and dodged under his outstretched arms. Careful. I don't want this to be ruined. Izuku warned him. Yamada glanced down at the cake in his arms. That is Shuta's favorite. He commented. Izuku beamed. Think he'll like it? I wanted to get him something. Izuku smiled. And he made it clear mice and birds don't make good gifts for humans. He'll love it. Yamada grinned. How about you help me make dinner? We're having katsudon. Then you can give it to him after. I'd like that. Izuku nodded. He put the cake in the fridge to keep it cool and began to help Yamada. Aizawa sat in the UE staff room, rubbing his forehead as All Might finished telling him what had occurred with the Sludge villain. Principal Nizu smiled, sipping his tea as he listened. Was he hurt? Aizawa asked, glancing up at the number 1 hero. Not at all. The Sludge villain couldn't get close to him. But I heard from my friend on the force that Street Cat often seemed to meet villains when out. All Might said. Old habits. He usually takes side streets and detours he used to use before I found him. They are usually used by villains, so it's not a surprise. Aizawa sighed. I should speak to him about using those routes. Either way, despite the fact the villains usually attack him, he never fully fights back. He toys with them. All Might nodded. Young Tamakawa doesn't mind a fight. From what we have seen in his training, he is quite strong and fights strategically. But when it comes to villains, he will never attack head-on. Principal Nizu said, but I suppose that is a good thing. He could probably deal a lot of damage to the villains. All Might frowned. If that was so, why didn't Tamakawa fight back when attacked? After finishing the main part of their dinner, Izuku ended up going into the living room, curled up on the sofa and took a nap. Yamada instinctively moved Aizawa's sleeping bag over the boy. Much like a cat, Izuku would take naps throughout the day, but he seemed to sleep more peacefully when he had Aizawa's sleeping bag over him. It didn't take long for his clan to swarm him and fall asleep around him, as they usually did. Tamakawa and Hitoshi came home not long later. Yamada gave Tamakawa a hug, before letting him go to change out of his uniform whilst Hitoshi went straight to his room. A few minutes later, Aizawa returned home with All Might in his true form. Yamada smiled at them before pressing his finger to his lips. Tamakawa and Hitoshi looked at the blonde man with surprise, but after a brief explanation from All Might, they let it go. Hitoshi was more interested to see how Izuku would react to someone new in the house. He's taking a nap. Yamada whispered. He looked between Aizawa and All Might. Did he bump into a villain again? That obvious? Aizawa asked. It doesn't surprise me anymore. Dinner will be ready soon. There should be enough for you too, Yagi, if you want some. Yamada told him. All Might nodded. Oh, don't go in the fridge. Izuku has a surprise in there for you, but you're not getting it until after dinner. He added. Fine. Aizawa sighed, though he was slightly intrigued. He showed All Might into the living room. Aizawa settled down next to Izuku as All Might sat across from them. You were staying before. That Izuku knew your secret? Yes, from how he spoke he knew. Of course he promised to keep it a secret. He seemed like a good kid. All Might glanced at his sleeping form. He is, though sometimes Kayama goes a little too far with a laser pointer. Aizawa smirked slightly. May I ask, what is he planning to do? All Might asked. Go to UE. It will be his first time going to school since his time in daycare, before everything happened. Aizawa said. He has a good head on his shoulders, naturally quite clever, which kind of surprised us all. But Nizu seems sure he can pass the written exams with moderate ease. That's good, but what about the practical? All Might frowned. He wasn't sure how Izuku's quirk would work against robots. I am sure he'll have a plan. If not, he knows he can go into the general studies course and work his way up to the heroics course. Aizawa replied. I have faith in him. He'll do well. You seem quite interested. You're not planning to make him your successor, are you? Aizawa frowned. That remains to be seen. He has a good quirk, clearly good at fighting and strategy. All Might stopped. He is a worthy candidate, but I think it would be best for me to wait and see what he can do in UE. I want to at least choose a successor before the sports festival. Before the sports festival? Aizawa repeated. Yeah, that way, whoever I choose as my successor can say to the world I am here. All Might nodded. Seems like a logical plan, seeing how everyone watches the sports festival. Aizawa nodded. Just, if you decide he will be your successor, please inform me first. Of course. All Might agreed. Dinner. Yamada called, his voice rousing Izuku from his nap. He raised his head and blinked sleepily before yawning and stretching. Hitoshi and Tamakawa joined them in the living. Both of them shot the sleepy Izuku a smile. "Evening, Kit." Aizawa greeted. Izuku just hummed in reply, turning around and snuggled into Aizawa's side. Aizawa petted his head. Yamada brought in the food. Izuku quickly turned his attention to the food, but then he noticed All Might. He gave a small smile. "Hey," he said, then stopped, then glanced at Aizawa. "You know about the Sludge villain then?" He sighed. "Yep." "Am I in trouble?" "Yep." "No treats for a week?" "Of course. And I will be making sure Yamada, Tamakawa, Hitoshi, and Kiyama don't sneak you any either." Aizawa told him. Izuku groaned, getting closer to his food, pouting over his punishment. "Also, you need to stop taking those side routes, you may end up getting hurt." "I know." Izuku sighed, poking at his pork cutlet with his chopsticks. "They just have less people around." "I know. Next time, why not get me or Yamada to come along with you? Or Kiyama, she won't say no." Aizawa suggested. "Kiyama keeps trying to drag me with catnip." Izuku gave in an incredulous look. "She is sure she'll get you one day." Yamada smirked. Izuku shook his head fiercely. Before taking a bite out of his dinner, his tail swaying happily. He then turned to All Might. "But why are you here?" he asked. "I have 2 questions for you." All Might smiled. Izuku frowned. "What kind of questions?" His ears twitched. "Well, for starters, I heard you have bumped into a few villains, but during those times, even after they attacked you, you never fully fight back. Why?" All Might looked at him, eating his own katsudon. Aizawa and Yamada glanced at Izuku, who had looked back at his dinner. "Because I would hurt them." Izuku replied. "I may have had to fight to survive on the street, but I would never willingly harm anyone." "Even if they hurt you first?" All Might watched him curiously. "Yeah, 2 wrongs don't make a right." Izuku said. "I see, and secondly, you want to be a hero?" "Why?" All Might said. "So, I can help people from being in the same situation as me." Izuku immediately replied. "People who are quirkless don't have a hero. People born with quirks will never understand what it's like to be quirkless, the pain, the opinions of other. I want to stop that, and I want to be a hero for everyone quirkless, those with quirks, kids, adults, the elderly." All Might looked deeply impressed. "That is a very good reason, a goal worthy of a hero." All Might smiled. Izuku's ears picked up at his words and smiled proudly. "You are going to be fine." Aizawa pet Izuku's head, letting the cat relax. Before he headed down to listen to the exam presentation, Izuku purred happily. "You are doing to have to head down now so you're not late." "Ah," Izuku murmured but didn't move. "I'll be watching with the other teachers, you got this." Aizawa smiled. Izuku smiled and leaned into him happily one last time before he got up and headed down. He avoided most people and settled at the back, avoiding all people, remaining hidden as Yamada came onto the stage. Izuku's perked up as he listened to one of his dad's talk. The written exams was a lot harder than Izuku had expected, or had he forgotten everything he learnt? He glared down at the paper as he answered the questions. He caught the occasional eyes turning in his direction, eyeing his tail. He wanted to growl, but Aizawa had told him he had to be silent in an exam like this. He was thankful for when he finished and had to head out to the practical exam. He sat away from everyone, looking at the gates, occasionally glaring at people who tried to approach him. One had managed to sneak up behind him. As soon as a hand closed around his tail, he stood and turned to the person. That girl had run away pretty quick. That wasn't very hero-like. A blue-haired boy stated, coming over to him. Izuku just growled in reply, turning away. Luckily after that girl, everyone else seemed to get the message, leave him alone. Izuku bolted as soon as Yamada yelled start. On all fours raced into the fake city, his ears twitching for the sounds of the robots. He jumped and climbed the side of a building, before running across the roofs, eyes trained on the top of a robot. He jumped onto it, reached to the back of its head and tore out the wiring. The robot rumbled to a stop. Izuku spotted several more. Jumping from one to another, he tore out their wiring. He continued like that, bouncing from one robot to another. He didn't pay attention to what the robots were, and just enjoyed how fun it was. He spotted a robot to his left. He turned and charged at it. He did realize it was in the main street where most of the examinees were. They just watched in surprise as he jumped onto the side of the robot. It actually collapsed onto its side. Izuku stared down at it, surprised himself, but he tore out the wiring just in case, before darting off again. "What the hell?" someone muttered in surprise. Izuku's ears picked up at a yell. He finished the robot he was sitting on, tearing up a building. He come to rest at the top only to see the zero-pointer. He ran closer and looked down. There was muffled screams for help, where a building once stood. Someone was trapped. Izuku looked around. Everyone had run from the robot, leaving the person without any help. Izuku snarled and glared up at the zero-pointer. He sat back on his hutches and pounced. He began to scale the robot, getting to its head. Holding on, he bit the wiring and pulled, growling as it wasn't as easy as the smaller ones. But soon it spluttered to a stop. Once it had, Izuku ran and jumped off it. Some other exam takers screamed. Izuku landed on a roof and then to the pile of rubble. He wondered over it, sniffing. When he finally caught a scent, he quickly transformed, squeezing through a hole. He wandered down, his eyes glancing everywhere. His nose twitched. Help! The cry came again. "I'm here!" Izuku was able to locate them. It was a girl. "Can you move?" "My leg is trapped," she whimpered. Izuku moved down to her legs and saw a piece of a building on it. He struggled under it and pushed up. She gasped and moved slightly so it would get caught when he put it down. Thank you." She gasped. "Stay still, heroes are here to get you out," Izuku said. She sighed and choked back a sob. Izuku glanced at her, uncomfortably, but he moved a little closer, so her hand brushed against his fur. She froze. "Are you cat?" Izuku said. "Naya." He added. She giggled. It was a little while when the rubble was moved. The heroes sighed at the sight of Izuku comforting the other exam taker. "You okay?" Power Loader lifted her out. "My leg. It was caught." The girl looked around, seeing Izuku go from his cat form to his normal form. "He got my leg from under the rubble, thank you," she said. Izuku glanced at her, before giving her a small nod. He dashed off before anyone could say or notice his scars. With the exam over, Izuku settled into the staff room, the teachers all talking about the potential heroes in the collection. Izuku leaned against Aizawa tiredly. Aizawa ran his hand through Izuku's curls. "That girl that got trapped just came up to me," Yamada said as he joined the others in the staff room. Izuku peeked lazily up at him. "Really? What did she want?" Aizawa asked, going over a list of name and their scores. She wanted to give Izuku some of her points. For saving her life. Yamada also pet Izuku's head. He began to purr softly. "He did do well, Aizawa. Why don't you take him home?" Nizu suggested. "I am sure he and your nephew would like to rest up after the exam." Aizawa just nodded. "Come on, Kit." He got up. Izuku groaned, but got up too, and raced from the room to avoid Namuri's hand. "Ah, Izuku!" She called out. All she got was hiss in reply, which caused the staff to laugh. "I didn't get any points," Hitoshi sighed. "There was someone in my group that could create explosions." Izuku opened one of his eyes and watched Hitoshi for a minute before closing it again. "You can move up from General Edition." He muttered. "Yeah, but I would rather be in your class from the start." Hitoshi said. "I would rather have you in class too." Izuku agreed and yawned. His Mama Jean climbed up and curled up on Izuku's back. She began to clean his ears. Izuku whined but didn't move. 2 weeks after the exam, both Izuku and Hitoshi got their letters from UA. Izuku had passed and was going into heroics, though Hitoshi had failed the practical exam and was being put into General Edition. Izuku was sad Hitoshi wasn't going to be in his class, but they promised to meet up for lunch. Izuku nervously strolled into Class 1A early morning. He was the first one there, thanks to his soulmate dragging him along that morning, not that he complained. Now Aizawa was going to be his teacher. They had to keep the fact they were soulmates a secret from the other members of the class, and all students. Izuku plopped down in his chair, which was right next to the window as well as modified to let him sit comfortably. The chair was like every other chair, but had shorter legs and a larger seat, as he sat as a cat would, his paws resting on the seat itself. He smiled, he just had to wait. The class filled in, Izuku kept quiet, looking around them all. He was trying to pick up the courage to speak to them, but couldn't. Instead he just nervously looked down at his hands, listening to the others talking around him. He would occasionally look up, but whenever someone smiled at him and looked like they were about to join him in their conversation, he would look down again. Though two classmates caught his attention, a frog-like girl and boy with a bird head. He told himself to introduce himself at some point. Overall, things seemed to be going well. Deku, he growled. Izuku's ears went back and he looked up, his eyes falling upon the angry-looking blonde he had not seen since childhood. He extended his claws on instinct. It's Tamakawa Izuku now, actually. Izuku told him, trying to be brave, but the way his voice shook and was quiet said otherwise. That seemed to rile him up. He noticed how Bakugo looked at his ears, eyes, the tail and finally his feet. Of course, Izuku wore a special pair of shoes to Yui, but he had permission not to wear shoes inside. They were uncomfortable on his paws. It's you! A brown blur rushed past Bakugo, and a girl appeared before Izuku. His eyes widened, recognizing her, even though the moment was fleeting. You're the one who helped me during the exam. I am so glad you got it. I was nothing, Izuku mumbled quietly. Don't be so modest. A boy with blue hair spoke out. Wasn't he the one who said he wasn't hero like after someone grabbed his tail? I was also in your exam grounds. What you did was amicable. Izuku silently shrunk back, too loud. I'm Uraraka Achiko. It's so great to meet you. And I am Ida Tenya. The boy introduced himself just as loudly. It looks like you're scaring him. The frog girl spoke out. Oh, sorry, Uraraka frowned. It's okay, he replied. Aizawa walked in not long later and introduced himself as their homeroom teacher. Before he sent them outside, they were forced to do a few tests. Izuku did quite well on the racing and jumping tests. At least he wasn't last. It was a purple-haired kid. Then Aizawa told them it was a logical ruse, before sending everyone back to class. That's when Izuku caught the bird guy and the frog girl. Tokoyami Fumikage and Azuityu were their names, as he had learnt during the test. Excuse me, Izuku mumbled to them. They both turned. Tsuyu had a blank look, whilst Tokoyami looked confused. You're Tamakawa Izuku, right? Tsuyu asked. That's right. You may have noticed I am a little timid around people, Izuku muttered. A little? Tokoyami repeated, a hint of amusement in his tone. Okay, most humans terrify me, Izuku admitted, surprising both of them. I wanted to speak to you too because you don't look as human as everyone else, he added nervously. I guess you have quite a story. Tsuyu said but didn't go further. Azuitsu, my quirk is frog. I can do basically everything a frog can. Tokoyami Fumikage. My quirk is dark shadow. I get my features from my father though. Tokoyami explained. Nice to meet you. Izuku smiled, a little braver. Man, he is one scary teacher, Ojiro muttered. Izuku looked from where he was talking to his two new friends over at the boy with a tail quirk. I heard he's expelled over 100 students already. Kirishima muttered as everyone got back to class. Only those who have no potential or messed about, not taking this course seriously. Izuku pointed out, softly. He's probably saved their lives by doing that. We can expect your quirkless but to be next then. Bakugo glared at Izuku, who looked at him. Tamakawa obviously isn't quirkless, Uraraka defended. Either way, he's a goner. Why would anyone want him here anyway? Bakugo scoffed, lighting a fire within Izuku. He growled deeply and loudly, causing those near to back off. He was glaring right at Bakugo. And you're so perfect. Izuku hissed. Going around showing off your flashy quirk? No one gave a DMN when you used it against a poor quirkless kid. Yeah, I was quirkless, but at least I wasn't a dickhead. You want to be a hero, maybe you should learn to be a decent living creature first. Izuku had moved closer to Bakugo, claws had now extended. I am not that kid anymore, and I refuse to let a villain like you drag me down again. He smirked at the look of surprise that crossed Bakugo's face. What did you call me? He demanded. A villain. A villain is someone who hurts people, right? You hurt me as a kid, what did you say? Right, no one would want me, not even my soulmate. Izuku quoted him. The class let out a gasp. Then I was abandoned by my parents. Funnily enough, I was rescued by my soulmate, been with him since. So, here's a little question, Bakugo. If my soulmate was able to accept a quirkless kid who has a force-manifested quirk, would yours be able to accept that large ego you can't see past? His tail twitched. Bakugo had challenged him, and he was doing as his mama said, don't let any villain drag you down, and Bakugo was villain to him. I've heard of force-manifest quirks. Did it really hurt when it manifested? Yaoyorozu Momo asked. Yeah, to begin with. But being like this is a way of life for me now. From the age of 4 to 12, I was a street cat. I guess I still am in many ways. Izuku smirked, his fangs were on show. And I do hope we get to fight Bakugo. I want to see how well a dickhead born with a prefect quirk fares against a street cat, 'cause you know what? Even villains couldn't catch me. Aizawa. A cheery voice called. Izuku's ears perked up at the call. He smiled and headed towards the door with his bag on his shoulder. Later, he said. The class silently watched as Bakugo raged, smoke coming from his palms. Well, he did start it. Decided to announce that me quirkless ass would be the next to be expelled, so I told them the fact I was quirkless and I have a force-manifested quirk. Izuku told Aizawa as they walked home. So you know this Bakugo kid? Aizawa glanced at him. Izuku nodded. Remember my first words to you? The ones I spoke. Izuku said. Aizawa gave a short nodded. How could he forget? Shouta, you want me? Liku forever and ever? Yo won't leave me allo any right? Izuku choked out after a while, and a glass of water. Aizawa looked at his mate in surprise. Of course, why? Where did this come from? Aizawa asked worriedly. Kasi chid my soulmate wawel didn't want me bisisu I was quirkless. Izuku told him, his voice breaking. At his emotions. I would never leave you, Izuku. Even if you didn't have a quirk when I found you, you are my soulmate. You are perfect as you are. Aizawa assured him. Izuku clearly looked relieved. That's him. Bakugo Katsuki. I used to call him Kaken and follow him everywhere. I often wonder if I was in the right state of mind back then. Everyone makes mistakes. Aizawa smiled slightly. Izuku gave him a look. Then that was the biggest mistake in my whole life. Izuku replied. Aizawa smiled and shook his head. So, other than getting into a fight with an ex-friend, how did you find the others in U class? Fifth. Interesting, most are loud, but annoying loud, not natural loud like Zashi. Izuku answered. I made friends though. The frog girl and bird boy. Aizawa looked at him with a smile. Yeah, they're nice, Izuku nodded. That's good. Aizawa smiled. Out of curiosity, would it become a problem if people found out? Izuku frowned. Not really, no one gets a choice in who their soulmate turns out to be, we just deal with it. If it did get out, at worst we would just have to deal with a load of nosy teenagers trying to find out our business. Aizawa answered, causing Izuku to smile and laugh at him. We deal with Hizashi, so that doesn't sound much worse. Izuku told him. Aizawa smirked, as Izuku continued to laugh on their way home. The next day was a lot more relaxed in Izuku's opinion. Before lunch, he had to sit through the lessons he usually had with Nizu with his class with different teachers. He enjoyed English because Yamada taught it. He didn't like modern hero art history because it was Kayama. She tried to give him catnip in the class. His classmates were amused when the half-cat ended up taking refuge behind Tokoyami. Then at lunch he joined Aizawa in the staff lounge for lunch and a quick cat nap, which didn't happen as Togata and his friends came by to see how Izuku was doing and he spent his nap playing with Nijire. Then, after lunch was the daily foundational hero study lessons with all Might and Aizawa. Each one would be taking different lessons and today, it was all Might. Izuku sat quietly at his desk as his class talked amongst themselves excitedly. And then All Might came in, gave a brief explanation of what they would be doing, gave them their costumes and sent them to change and to meet him at Training Ground Beta. Holy shit dude, Kaminari gasped as they were changing. Izuku looked towards him, Everyone was staring at him in shocked horror. His head tilted to the side, confused. "He's talking about your scars." A boy with a dual hair color said. Izuku glanced at him, and then at his chest where all his scars were on show. "What about them?" he asked, confused. "How, you're our age, how?" Kaminari stopped, looking sick. "Oh, how I got them?" Izuku perked up. "There's one on my back that actually affects my fur too. I got that one winter in cat form. Some guy threw hot water over me. This one is from a villain, and so this one, this and this one too. Most of from fights I got into as a kitten," Izuku explained. "But all the knife wounds are from where it first manifest. Some guys were trying to kill me and I got the quirk. A few are from clan fights too. Like the ones on my face." "You are so chill about them," Kirishima muttered. "That's super manly, but concerning too. They are proof I survived. Badges of honor, my mama always says. I wear them with pride because I won so many fights," Izuku said proudly. He changed into his costume, which was just a pair of loose-fitting shorts the same color as his fur, and his collar that fitted nicely around his neck, the tags clinking together when he moved. "You don't have a shirt?" Tokoyami asked, Izuku his head. "Nope. It helps when I do this." Izuku immediately went into his full cat form. The boys, mostly Kaminari and Kirishima, lost it. Izuku meowed up at them, before darting off to the training ground. "A kitty!" Uraraka cried out, all the girls already waiting there. All Might took one look at the green cat and chuckled. "I am assuming you decided to give your classmates a shock, young Tamakawa," he said. Izuku meowed before returning to his normal form. He shivered slightly and sat away from the girls. "Just seeing if the costume works with my form changing," he replied. It didn't take long for the others to join then and the lesson to start. They were placed in teams. Izuku found himself with Uraraka. She gave him a small smile. "I look forward to working with you." She smiled, Izuku nodded, and then the teams were paired up to face another team, one team playing as villains and the other as heroes. Uraraka and Izuku were the heroes. They would be facing Bakugo and Ida as the villains in the first match. Izuku glared at the blonde, his tail twitching. "He's going to go for you first, isn't he?" Uraraka asked as they stood outside the building. "Yes, but he will expect us to actually head inside first," Izuku said. "We will, won't we?" Uraraka asked. Izuku smiled. "Can you use your quirk on yourself?" he asked. She nodded. "Then as soon as we can go, follow my lead." Izuku smiled. "Okay. Heroes, your time starts now," All Might called. Izuku changed into his cat form and pounced, scaling the wall, claws digging into the bricks. Uraraka giggled and used her quirk, floating up, holding on the wall to keep her steady. Izuku peeked into a few windows, sniffing around, hoping to find a scent. He found it on the 5th floor. "In here," Izuku whispered. Uraraka nodded. They snuck into building. Izuku sniffed the floor. Uraraka followed him. "Bakugo has already passed here." He glanced down the hall. "Ida is alone." He led her to the room of the bomb and Ida. "Okay, I have an idea. If I distract him, you can sneak around in that form to the bomb and claim it." Uraraka smiled. Izuku smiled and nodded. "I'll sneak around through the other door." He ran off. Uraraka took a deep breath. Time to act like she was there alone. She entered the room, using the pillars to hide. She slowly got closer to the bomb, before Ida ran at her. She used her quirk on herself, floating out of the way quickly. "Bakugo, Uraraka is here. Do you have Tamakawa?" Ida froze. "Recovered," Izuku declared, his paw touching the bomb. He became his human form again. Uraraka released her quirk and laughed, going over to Izuku. "The hero team wins." "We did it." Uraraka smiled. "You were great." "You were too," Izuku commented, his tail twitching. Then there was the sound of approaching explosions. Izuku's ear perked up. "You." He jumped as Bakugo came flying at him. On sheer instinct, he dodged. Bakugo followed him, sending out a series of explosions. Ida and Uraraka were yelling, trying to get him to stop. Izuku found himself backed into a corner and Bakugo was getting closer. As soon as he saw some small explosions, his eyes became slits. Allowing the wilder side out, he growled, using his agility and speed to practically climb the wall in a sense and get behind Bakugo. As the blonde turned, letting off another explosion, Izuku raced forward, claws extended. His claws sank into the side of Bakugo's face and he swiped. All he heard was the shock yell of his former friend. Izuku turned to him once more. He couldn't see Uraraka or Ida, or hear them. He didn't care, the other humans were only there to hurt him. Before he or Bakugo could move, a pink mist filled the room and Izuku found himself collapsing into the world of sleep. The class was silent as Aizawa carried out Izuku, fast asleep. Behind him was Yamada, who was carrying Bakugo. A few words were exchanged between Aizawa and All Might as Yamada ended up rushing Bakugo to Recovery Girl to get his injury sorted out. All Might nodded to Aizawa and he carried off Izuku. "Is Tamakawa going to be okay?" Tokoyami asked. Dark Shadow had come out and Tokoyami was trying so very hard not to let him go after Bakugo for attacking their friend. "He will be fine." Young Bakugo made the mistake of underestimating him. "I hope you take a lesson from this, especially about young Tamakawa. Never back anyone into a corner, they may just surprise you in the worst way." All Might warned them, but after Izuku's display of acrobatic and speed prowess, none of them really wanted to PSS of the timid cat. "Right, let's continue with the lesson." The class turned their attention back to their lesson at hand. After lesson, Tsuyu and Tokoyami went to check on Izuku. They went to the infirmary to find Bakugo sitting there glaring at a wall, 3 large scars across his left cheek and neck. "Can I help you?" Recovery Girl asked, causing Bakugo to turn his glare to them. "We're looking for Tamakawa. Is he here?" Tsuyu asked. "Oh no, he is in the staff room. If you are going to see him, please give him a few of these. Midnight's quirk doesn't affect him quite like everyone else, and these will make him feel better." Recovery Girl put a small bag of cat treats into Tsuyu's hands. "And tell him to come by after school. I am going to need to make sure he is okay too." "Yes, sensei." The duo nodded and headed towards the staff room. "Are they literally cat treats?" Tokoyami asked. "Looks like it. I wonder how cat-like Yagi is." Tsuyu wondered out loud. They were left to wonder that as they made their way to their next destination. Tokoyami knocked on the door, and they waited. It was Present Mike who opened the door. "What can I do for you listeners?" he asked, then saw the cat treats in Tsuyu's hands. "Ah, the street cat, he did mention he made some friends. Come in, he is just waking up." Mike stepped aside to let them in. The duo stepped in. On a sofa Aizawa sat with Izuku mostly curled up on his lap. His eyes opened tiredly, he looked out of it. Aizawa was slowly petting his head, and Tsuyu immediately understood. "Your Tamakawa's mate Aizawa-sensei?" she asked. Aizawa opened his mouth to reply, but Izuku got there first. "Shouda's nice," he mumbled, his eyes wandered to Mike. "Zashi is nice. Nizu is nice. Earnt. What about me Izuku-kun?" Midnight smiled. Izuku just growled in reply, making a lot of the staff in there laugh. "Maybe if you stop trying to give him catnip," Mike began. "But he's only nice to me when he has catnip." Midnight exclaimed. "Uraraka, she is nice too." Izuku said. His classmates looked at him as Izuku immediately sat up. "Uraraka, is she okay? And Ida?" "They are fine, they got out the moment Bakugo started attacking you." Aizawa told him. Izuku's drooped sadly. "Am I going to be expelled?" "I hurt Bakugo," Izuku said, clearly worried. "Self-defense, we all saw Tamakawa, he attacked you so you attacked back." "Oh, Recovery told us to give you these." Tsuyu approached with the cat treats. Izuku's ears picked up and happily accepted them. "But she also wants to check you over after school." Izuku nodded, before looking at Aizawa. "Can I go back to class?" he asked. Aizawa nodded, before he looked at Tsuyu and Tokoyami. "We'll keep an eye on him." Tokoyami nodded. Izuku got up and with a bye to the staff, he headed back to class with his friends. "We were wondering if they were real cat treats." Tsuyu pointed to the small bag Izuku held. He nodded and took a few out and ate them, his tail waving happily. "I can't eat normal human treats, so I eat these. But these are nice." Izuku told them. They nodded in acceptance. They opened the door to 1A and entered. Izuku jumped slightly as his name was shouted out. He looked at his class, who immediately settled down after. Ida approached him slowly. Izuku realized he was going slow to show he meant no harm. "It's good to see you're okay, Tamakawa. We were all worried about you," Ida said. "He didn't get me," Izuku told him. "Excuse me?" Ida frowned. "Bakugo didn't get me with his quirk once during that lesson," Izuku repeated. The class looked at him surprised. "Surprised, dude, you are so cool." A redhead smirked. "I'm Kirishima Idru. Nice to meet ya." "I'm Sato. Seeing you face up to Bakugo got us all pumped for our matches." Another boy stood up. Izuku shrunk back slightly. "Oh, sorry." Izuku gave him an apologetic smile. "These people weren't bad. Hey kid, how about we go to that ice cream store after we've seen Recovery Girl?" Aizawa asked. School had been out for an hour. They were waiting for most of the students to leave, so they were settled in the staff room again. Izuku hummed, content with lying across his soulmate's legs. Aizawa was calmly petting his head. Nizu had called Bakugo's parents as soon as the incident had been investigated. Thankfully it had been all caught on camera, so there was no excuse for Bakugo's behavior. His parents would be coming in tomorrow to speak about it. As it was the first incident, Nizu planned of giving them a very simply warning. Bakugo would have to get his anger under control, and if he fails that, or attacks another student, he would be expelled on the spot. Aizawa wanted to get rid of Bakugo as soon as possible to ease his soulmate, but that would be allowing his personal feelings get in the way of his job. But then again, he also knew how that brat treated Izuku when he was quirkless. "It's okay, Shouta," Izuku mumbled, cuddling into him. "I'm okay." Aizawa smiled slightly and rubbed one of his ears. Izuku melted into his lap, purring loudly. "Come on you, better see Recovery Girl now or we'll both get a lecture," Aizawa told him. Izuku pouted over the fact he was going to have to get up, but he did. He stretched, his claws extending slightly as he did. They headed to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl was working alone. She turned to them with a smile as they entered. "You finally made it. Sit on the bed, please," Recovery Girl told Izuku, who did as he was told. She gave him the once-over and determined he had not gained a single injury that day. "Impressive. You were able to avoid all his attacks then?" Recovery Girl smiled. "I once met a villain who could melt anything he touched." Izuku motioned to where his largest scar on his arm was. "Learned I had to be faster than my opponents rather than stronger." "A good lesson to learn." Aizawa nodded, remembering times when his own speed helped him more than his strength. Izuku's ears picked up happily. "Well, there is nothing wrong with him, so you can go home. But, please try not to kill Bakugo. I have had to warn a lot of the staff already." Recovery Girl painted at Aizawa. "This matter will be dealt with like adults." Aizawa just nodded, knowing there was no point in arguing with the aged heroine. "Ready to go then, Kit?" he asked. Izuku nodded, getting off the bed. They did drop by the ice cream store. Izuku had met the owner sometime when he was on the street. He had tried to coax the boy in, so he could then help, but Izuku had always gotten away. When the owner had seen Izuku with Aizawa, he had happily welcomed them into his store, even giving Izuku a new ice cream that was cat-friendly. Horikafu, the ice cream shop owner, beamed as Izuku and Aizawa came in. "Good afternoon. Your usual?" He smiled. "Please." Izuku nodded. Taking a seat at the counter, Aizawa sat next to him, nodding. "You started high school, haven't you? You get into the one you wanted?" Hori asked. Izuku nodded. "Yep, it was easier than expected." Izuku admitted. "No one has the experience you have, Kit." Aizawa said. "That's true. With experience comes the ability to not hesitate when caught up in it." Hori smiled, something my father always used to say. He gave Aizawa and Izuku big bowls of their favorite ice cream, but only charged them for a normal bowl, due to many times they came in. Izuku happily dug in, his tail swaying behind him. Aizawa and Hori got into a conversation, whilst Izuku happily enjoyed his ice cream. "He seems to be doing better. How is he getting along with his class?" "Yes. He made 2 friends, 2 other people who have animal-like traits. He seems unsure of everyone else at the moment, but he'll be okay given time." Aizawa nodded. Well, he seems to be improving every time you come in here. Hori commented. It's nice to see. Aizawa hummed in agreement, glancing at his soulmate. Izuku had almost finished. His eyes were drawn to the TV playing the news. There seemed to be some issue downtown with a few heroes dealing with. One was Mike. He'll be alright, Kit. Aizawa assured him. I know. Izuku replied with a confident smile. Think Zashi will play with me tonight? If you ask him. Aizawa nodded. Izuku hummed happily and continued eating. Hori waved them off as Aizawa and Izuku headed home. Izuku purring quietly, quite happy. Hisashi wasn't happy when they got back. Where have you been? He exclaimed. Shouta and I got ice cream. Izuku replied happily. Before having dinner? Hisashi turned to Shouta. Hey, it's been a long day. Shouta waved him off, heading into the dining room, Hisashi on his tail. Izuku hurried to their room to change into different clothes. Izuku scratched once out of his school clothes, claws extending as he did so. Heard you fought a beach today? Izuku perked up to see Hitoshi. Bakugo started it. Izuku said, Nice to see you ended it. Hitoshi smirked. Oh, you should watch out for someone in 1B. 1B? Izuku repeated. The other hero class. He seems to be a huge D-. He was to my class. He's blonde and I believe his quick is copycat. He can copy other quirks. Hitoshi explained. He acts like everyone is beneath him, so just be careful around him. I will. Izuku nodded. Hitoshi, Izuku, dinner. Hisashi called. The two teens entered the dining room. Aizawa sat with the mug Izuku had brought him their first Christmas together. Izuku sat next to him. Tamakawa smiled at him. I heard what happened in your class today. He said. Izuku nodded. I was hoping we'd fight but not like that. Izuku said. But Uraraka was good too. Izuku proceeded to explain the plan he and Uraraka had, and how it worked a lot easier than expected. Izuku was lazing in his seat as his classmates came in the following day. Everyone knew approaching the cat without warning, and without his trust wouldn't be the best idea. But Tsuyu approached him as soon as she came into class. Morning, Tamakawa. She greeted. Izuku opened his eyes and yawned. Morning, Azui. He replied. Call me Tsuyu, Karo. She smiled. Izuku nodded. His ears twitched lightly as he peered around the class. Hey man, you doing good? Kirishima asked. Izuku nodded and yawned again. Stretching a little. I'm good. Izuku nodded. Did you have much trouble getting past the media? Tsuyu asked. Izuku tilted his head slightly. The class held back their awes. The media? He repeated. Dude, there's like an army of reporters out there. You can see a few from the window. Kaminari motioned. Izuku peeked out of the window. Why are they here? Fifth. All Might. The class immediately replied. Izuku frowned. But why? He asked, generally confused. Izuku, do you know how the media works? Tsuyu asked. They help with the news. He answered. They look for any interesting stories, and with All Might teaching here, well, that's a giant news story. Tsuyu explained. Karo. The class was watching Izuku's reaction. He was watching the media, ears twitching. People, he muttered. Do they understand not all people want to be center of attention? What is All Might doesn't want to talk to them? All Might is the most likable hero. He always talks to the media. Kaminari said. But you know nothing about him. His private life. His real name. Heroes always happily talk about their quirks. Who can answer the question, what is All Might's quirk? Izuku glanced at. That's true. All Might is very open heroics-wise, but when it comes to his private life, we know nothing. Kirishima nodded. And they bothered us with questions. Uraraka muttered. She and Ida walked in. She was blushing. How embarrassing. That's not allowed though, right? Izuku asked. Yes. My soulmate says a lot about parental consent, and whilst I live with him, I needed a parent because I was under 18, so my pa adopted me. So, wouldn't they need to speak to your parents to talk to you? Izuku watched the class curiously. That is true. By law they need to ask our parents' permission to even talk to us. Ida nodded. We really should have told them that it may have caused them to go away. That's annoying, we can tell them next time. Uraraka muttered. That's if they are still there. Hopefully the teachers will be able to get rid of them. Yaoyorozu said. Izuku nodded in reply, half wanting to go back to napping in the sunlight, but his ears twitched as Bakugo came in. The whole class fell silent. He scoffed and sat down. Izuku chose to ignore him, but his tail twitched. Oh, I made everyone cookies to earn. Well, to bond as a class. Sato said, pulling 19 bags of cookies from his bag. Oh sweet. He handed them out, though Todoroki refused to accept them. Don't you like? Sato began. I'm not here to make friends. Todoroki said. Izuku eyed him curiously. Oh okay, these are for you Tamakawa. Sato went to give Izuku a bag. Izuku shivered as soon as he saw chocolate chips. Can't eat them. Izuku replied. How can you not eat cookies? Uraraka gasped. Cats are lactose intolerant, and chocolate is poisonous to us, Izuku said. Sorry. You're not effing cat. Bakugo snarled. Say that to the vet who has to make sure I don't kill myself or get any illnesses because this quirk has affected my DNA to the extent I am not full human, but not full cat either. Izuku glared at him. Only found out after I drank a mug of hot chocolate? Almost killed me. Lucky, my human side managed to hold back the effect, giving time for a vet to come, Izuku explained. Well, I should have asked to be honest. I never thought of it. You know what, I will try and make some cat-safe cookies next time, so you can have some too. Sato said. Izuku stared at him, before smiling and nodded. Thank you. Izuku said. No problem, you're a part of this class, we should try and get along right. Sato gave him a reassuring smile. Izuku gave a small nod. He was right, as a class, he should try and get to know his other classmates. The class began to talk about random things and enjoying the cookies. Izuku looked outside. He frowned slightly as a bad feeling washed over him. They didn't have to wait much longer until Shouta came in. Good work with yesterday's battle training. I've looked over your grades and evaluations. Shouta said as he walked in, setting work down on his table. Bakugo! The whole class froze. Grow up already. Stop wasting your talent. Got it? Bakugo said, but Izuku didn't really believe he had got it. But only time would tell. And Tamakawa, Shouta continued. Izuku glanced up. Whilst your actions were in self-defense, we need to work on taming the wild side, as Principal Nizu put it. You can't fall to defense instincts as you once did, it's too dangerous. Of course. Izuku nodded. He knew his cat instincts were to help him survive on the streets, but he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't fighting villains, he wasn't fighting people older and stronger. He was fighting others his age, some older, some younger. He couldn't risk losing control of himself and hurting one of them. That being said, your instincts did lead you right, and those skills may come in use in the future. Shouta added. Izuku perked up happily. You literally climbed a wall, Tamakawa. That was awesome. Kaminari burst out. Izuku flushed embarrassed and hid his face. Now, on to homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today, Shouta began, but the whole class began to panic. You'll pick a class president. Such a normal, school-like thing. The class was all shocked. Izuku was just confused. I want to be a leader. The position was made for me. I want to be president. Let me do it. In my administration, girls will have to show 30 centimeters of thigh. I'd like to do it. What's a class president? Izuku asked. The whole class turned to him. Izuku looked so confused. Sato began. Being class president is a bit like what Jean is. Shouta answered. The class stared at their teacher and shook. Izuku perked up. Oh, can I be one? Izuku smiled. The class really couldn't help but awe at him at that. Izuku blushed and hid his face again. Hey, Tamakawa, who's Jean? Tsuyu asked. Izuku perked up again, eyes shining. Mama Jean is the one who found me. He told her happily. Well, this sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a democracy, Then I put forward the motion that our true leader must be chosen by election. Ida said, but idea, we haven't known each other long enough to build any trust. She said, and everyone'll just vote for themselves. Kirishima added, that's precisely why anyone who manages to earn multiple votes will be the best suited individual for the job. Ida nodded. Will you allow this, sensei? However you do it, just make it Quirk. Shouta said, getting into his sleeping bag. What's a vote? Izuku pipped up. The class looked at him. Izuku shrunk back, embarrassed once more. Who the? Kago began, but stopped. Izuku was looking at the board in wonder. He had several votes to his name. I was voted. Izuku muttered, obviously surprised, but excited too. He looked at his class. Why? Because you have experience in the field. Uraraka said with a smile. In U.A, this position is basically choosing a leader, choosing someone who could be a top hero in the making. Ida added. So your president is Tamakawa and your vice president is Yaoyorozu. Shouta said. They had to go up, standing next to Yaoyorozu, his curved back was more prominent. Hey Tamakawa. Wanna join us for lunch? Tsuyu asked. Izuku shook his head. I am meant to be meeting my soulmate, he always brings my lunch cause he knows what I can and can't eat. Izuku shook his head. Your soulmate works here? Kaminari leaned closer to them. Izuku nodded. Who is it? Can't say, it's not really a secret, but he doesn't want lots of questions. Izuku answered. That's fair. Ida said. So, we'll see you in class then. Tequo said. Yep, see you later. Izuku headed off. Izuku whined as the alarm went off. He was in the middle of a hallway. He tried to cover his ears, but the sound still sounded like it was going off right next to his ear. That was until a scent caught his attention. He perked up, eyes darting around, ears twitching. He growled and followed after the scent, prowling after the scent of death and dust. All he found was the door to the staff office open. He sniffed the air. He was a minute or so late. There was something else. But what was it? Izuku found himself back in class, everyone talking about how well Ida had been to calm everyone down. Shouta came back in. That was the media, he began. There was someone else. Izuku pipped up, everyone looked at him. There was a scent, definitely a villain, death and dust. Not one I had smelt before, they had been in the staff office. You might want to check the files, or CTV. They probably used the media as cover, which is clever, making all student panic, teachers trying to stop the press, they probably thought no one would notice. And with the scent of dust, maybe the cause of the destroyed gate. I got there a minute or two late, I didn't see anyone. Izuku sat in silence, Shouta was watching him. You might want to go and report that to Nizu immediately. It may be useful. He said. Izuku got up, he was out of the door and walking to the staff room when he realized what he missed. He smelt like the villain who got away. Izuku was concerned, very concerned. Even after Nizu assured him nothing was stolen, it still felt off. Aizawa had even tried to reassure him, but it also didn't work. Are you still concerned about that day with the media? Tsuyu asked in class. Is it really that obvious? Izuku's ears fell back. Yeah, have the teachers done anything? Tsuyu asked. They can't. Nothing was stolen, can't prove someone was there even though I smelt their scent. There is little they can do, Izuku frowned. And it's bumming you out? Izuku glanced over at the speaker, it was Kaminari. You did your best, man, warning the staff and all. And we know to be careful. We may not know what's going on, or who's doing it. But we can prepare for the worst, right? Kirishima added. So relax a little, Tamakawa. You did your best. Urakawa smiled. Izuku smiled softly in turn. That lunchtime, Izuku ate lunch with Aizawa, before they both took a nap. Yamada shook his head. You wouldn't guess they actually sleep at night. Yamada sighed. Aizawa sleeps at night? Vlad King glanced up. Oh yeah, kind hard not to when you have teenager-sized cat lying on top of you. Yamada nodded. The staff chuckled lightly. Oh, leave them alone, it's cute. Kayama hushed Yamada, taking a picture of the two soulmates. Besides, they are going to the USJ this afternoon. They are going to want their rest. Izuku joined Tsuyu and Tokoyami back to class before the bell. Izuku! A voice yelled. He looked up and gasped as Nijire-chan pulled him into a hug. I was so worried about you when the media broke in. Are you okay? Calm down, Nijire-chan. He's a grown cat, he knows how to take care of himself. Togata chuckled before ruffled Izuku's hair. Izuku huffed. Yeah. I'm a big cat. Izuku agreed proudly. Sorry, sweetie, you're more of a cute little kitten. Nijire smiled. Izuku huffed and pouted. We'll have to catch up later, we have to get to class. Togata smiled. See you later, street cat. Bye, Togata-senpai. Izuku waved to the third years. Tsuyu and Tokoyami were a little surprised but chose to keep their questions quiet. Now, for today's basic hero training. Aizawa stood in front of 1A. This time, all Might, myself and one other will be supervising. Izuku began to wonder who it would be. What are we doing exactly? Zero asked. Preparing you for disaster relief, from fires to floods. It's rescue training. Rescue, huh? Kaminari said. Sounds like another rough day. Izuku nodded in agreement. He was good with fighting, it's all he's ever done. But rescues, he wasn't sure he had the right temperament to do rescue work. Come on. This is what being a hero's all about. I'm pumped. Kirishima beamed. I'll be right at home in a flood. Tsuyu commented. I'm not done. Aizawa said, drawing the attention back to him. It's up to each of you whether or not you wear your costumes, as some of them are ill-suited to this sort of activity. The costume cases came out. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be getting there by bus. That's all, get ready. Izuku chose to wear his costume. Everyone sat in order on the bus. Izuku was happy he got to sit by one of his friends. Tsuyu was on his left, with Sato on his right. But he didn't mind, Sato seemed nice. Though, he found trying to sit on the bus seat a bit of a bother, and changed into his cat form to sit comfortably. That is a pretty cute form, Tamakawa. Tsuyu said. Izuku sighed. Mama Izu says that and treats me like a kitten, which I'm obviously not. Izuku pouted, the girls awed. Aizawa was trying not to smirk, his soulmate pouting in cat form was extremely cute. Is your quirk a transformation one, or a mutant one? Kirishima asked. No idea. Izuku replied. Both, I guess. Wow, the conversation changed to other things. Izuku was quite happy to sit there listening to them. When they got to a large building, Izuku shifted back as he got off the bus. The Pro Hero 13 was there to greet them and explained the building before them. The USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Inside was huge with 6 different areas. The class noticed how Izuku seemed to be taking everything in, ears twisting to gain every sound, nose twitching to get every scent. 13 talked about how some quirks were dangerous to the holder and to those around them, but how with the right training, it can still be used for good. Izuku was semi-listening, his ears picked up when he heard something, eyes drawn to the central plaza. Izuku began to approach the stairs. Tamakawa? Aizawa asked. Izuku didn't respond, a small frown on his face. A small black thing appeared in his line of sight and his ears fell back and growled as the building was filled with more scents. Izuku growled and crouched into a pouncing position, tail twitching, his eyes not leaving the steadily growing black as it formed into a misty wall. Everyone get back, Aizawa said. Tamakawa back. The street cat didn't move as people began to come through the wall. His growling only increased. Villains! He snarled. Tamakawa, protect your classmates, Aizawa said. Knowing the cat would want to be more focused on protecting at this point. He had the job he found to be like Jin's, as their leader, Izuku would naturally want to protect them. Izuku fell back, standing behind the hero, but in front of his class. Izuku could hear his class discussing how the villains could have gained access, how they could have stopped the alarms. He watched with worry as his soulmate ran into the fray and began tackling the villains. Tamakawa! Uraraka called. He glanced back to see his class run. He turned and raced after them on all fours. Everyone hurried to a stop as the warp villain appeared before them. And soon the class was swarmed by black mist. Izuku snarled, trying to tear at the mist, but his claws going through it without causing harm. Suddenly he was falling. Izuku twisted in midair, looking down as he saw he was about to fall into the shipwreck zone. He braced himself as he hit the water, and quickly swam up and climbing onto the ship. He was shaking himself down when his classmate Mineta was thrown onto the ship. Izuku's ears twitched as he stared at the boy, then to the side of the ship as he saw Tsuyu climbing up. "They don't know our quirks, they sent you here," Izuku told her as she joined them on the deck. Tsuyu put a finger to her lips. "True, but what do we do now, Karo?" Tsuyu asked. "They can sink the boat or climb on board." Izuku looked over the side, before standing and growling as he recognized a villain waiting in the water for them. "Oh shit!" The villain cursed. "That's the FNG Street Cat." Izuku huffed, glancing back at Tsuyu. "Tsuyu, can you jump us to shallower waters?" Izuku asked. "Sure, but they can still follow us," Tsuyu frowned. "Leave them to me." Izuku snarled. Tsuyu nodded, grabbing Mineta and jumped. She wrapped her tongue around Izuku, pulling him with them. They landed with a splash in the shallower waters. One villain went swimming at them. Izuku jumped in front of Tsuyu and Mineta, and faced the villain head-on. He didn't dare hold back, just like on the streets. "He's just a little kitten." The villain laughed. It barely took 2 minutes for Izuku to render the villain unconscious and move the villain, so he wouldn't drown. "Told you not to fight the kid. Kick my arse a few years back." The villain Izuku recognized told the others, who were staring at Izuku with a mix of shock, horror, but clearly impressed too. "He'll no doubt do it again." Izuku turned his back on them, sure they would leave them alone. The 3 students climbed out of the water. Izuku shook himself down again. "Don't cats hate water?" "Depends on the cat." Izuku replied, his ears picked up and nose twitched. "I think we should look for others. If you go to the fire zone, I can check the storm zone." Tsuyu said. Izuku nodded. "Help me dry my fur." Izuku muttered before he ran towards the zone, leaving Tsuyu and Mineta to got to the storm zone. They went around the different zones, finding and helping their classmates. A fair few villains who recognized Izuku actually stepped back and refused to fight him on sight. "Why are they refusing to fight you?" Yairozu asked. "I beat them before." Izuku replied simply, leading the way. "FING Deku." Izuku stopped. Bakugo and Kirishima came from the ruin zone. Izuku glared at him. "Were you the only 2 in there?" Tsuyu asked. "Yeah, we got all the villains in there too." "Is this everyone?" Kirishima frowned. "The rest are up there." Izuku looked towards the entrance. The warp failed to get them. "Thank goodness." Jiro sighed. Izuku froze as a strong scent hit his nose. He looked towards the plaza where Aizawa was fighting. He began to make his way over there. "Hey, Tamakawa," Tsuyu began, but stopped when she realized when he wasn't listening. The class looked at each other. Before choosing to follow him, it was a big mistake? "No?" Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he watched the Nomu creature smashed Aizawa's face into the concert floor. "Aizawa-sensei," Yayorozu gasped at the sight of blood. Izuku stood frozen, his eyes wide. "Tamakawa," Tsuyu began. She went to reach for him, but immediately backed off as a snarl ripped itself from his throat. The villains didn't hear. Izuku took his chance and moved. The class remained silent as the cat climbed the fountain, getting behind the hand-covered villain. Izuku eyed the villain's back, stretching his claws and crouching low to the ground. Before pouncing, he knocked the villain to the ground, claws digging into his back. Izuku growled lowly as a warning not to move. "What the villain growled. Izuku dug his claws in deeper, mouth turned up into a snarl. "It seems there is a little cat amongst the students. I didn't know Yui allowed class pets." The hand villain smirked. Izuku wanted to speak, he even had a comeback, but a deep growl was all he could release in his anger. He couldn't speak this wound up. The Nomo looked back at him. Izuku didn't like the smell of it. It smelt like death, as did most of the villains to be honest, but it wasn't like he hadn't faced people them before. "Someone deal with him. I am not wasting my Nomu on the likes of that." The villain scoffed. Izuku's glared to the side where a villain had gotten up. Before any of his classmates could act, Izuku moved, taking the villain down. Within a minute, The villain lay unconscious, covered with scratches. Izuku flexed his hands, his claws fully extended. He looked back at the hand villain, with a slightly smug expression. The hand villain snarled. "You want to play that way? Game on, Nomu, kill him." The Nomu raced at him. Izuku crouched on all fours, his bone structure difference more prominent. When it got close, Izuku dodged. His class could stand back and watch as Izuku took on the beast. They cried out when Izuku was hit right the chest, sending him flying. A cracking sound told them his ribs had been cracked. Izuku growled, getting up, almost as if he hadn't been hurt. But he was in so much pain, but his anger and instincts refused to let him yield. The Nomu turned back to Shouta, believing Izuku had been dealt with. The villain covered in hands laughed manically, watching the cat remain standing. A distressed purr vibrated throughout him, but Izuku's eyes never left the Nomu. "If I am not mistaken, Shigaraki, that boy must be the one referred to as the street cat," the warp villain said. "Notorious for taking out many villains, no idea he was this young. You got quite a backstory, ain't you, kitty?" Shigaraki smirked. Izuku growled in reply. The Nomu reached for Aizawa again. Izuku moved, ignoring his pain. Before he could reach his soulmate, a warp appeared before him and a hand reached from it. Izuku twisted so he didn't touch his face, but he had be able to grab on of his ears. Izuku cried out. He hit the ground not too gracefully. He bit back his pain and got into crouch again. He was close to Aizawa. He could do this. Blood from his ear ran down his face. "You could be of use to us, street cat. Why not come with us? You could be greater than any one of these losers," Shigaraki said. Izuku forced himself calm, but his distressed purring continued. "No." Izuku choked out. He lunged at the Nomu, scratching and bite at any surface he could reach. When he had been able to get the Nomu away from Shouta, he jumped down and crouched over Shouta protectively, growling and snarling at the larger creature. "Why not? You better have a good reason that isn't being a hero." Shigaraki glared. "You're human," Izuku snarled. "You bring nothing but pain. You are one of the worst." His class were just as taken back as the villains were. Before anyone could speak, All Might appeared. When All Might got him and Aizawa away from the villains, Izuku finally allowed himself to succumb to his injuries. He collapsed, his world quickly turning black. "Tamakawa!" Tsuyu gasped, rushing to his side. Izuku was unconscious. His distressed purring had increased in volume. "The other staff members will be here soon," All Might told them. "Just keep young Tamakawa still for now. Moving him may worsen his injuries." 1A was relieved when the other heroes had appeared. They watched in silence as both Aizawa and Izuku were rolled out on stretchers. Worry etched upon the faces of all the staff. "Tamakawa fought so bravely, he managed to buy us time," Yairosa muttered as they walked back to class. "But at what cost? Throw us. He's an idiot, he didn't even think." Bakugo snarled as they reached their class. "Like you ever think?" Tokoyami retaliated, glaring at the blonde. The rest of the class watched in silence. Tokoyami hardly talked to anyone aside from Tamakawa and Tsuyu. "What did you say?" Bakugo said. "Tamakawa had a good reason for attacking without thinking. You never do," Tokoyami told him, not even flinching when Bakugo's explosions went off. "Oh, and what is his reason? He hates all humans?" Bakugo growled. He lost control of his instincts again. "What would you do if you saw your soulmate being killed before your eyes?" Tsuyu asked. The class stared at her. She was glaring at Bakugo, but her eyes were trained on the soul mark on his collarbone. "I would love to have a soulmate like Tamakawa." She took off her glove and pulled up her sleeve to reveal an identical mark on her arm. And said, "I am stuck with you." She covered the mark again. Bakugo was speechless, as was everyone else in the class. "Come on, Tokoyami. We should try speaking to Mike-sensei or Midnight-sensei. He seems to know them well." She walked away. The first thing Izuku heard was a beeping sound. What was that sound? Where was it coming from? Where was he? He slowly opened his eyes. There was a figure before him. "Hey there, kid, you okay?" He heard. It was Zashi. "Zashi?" he asked, his vision a little blurry, but he could make out the mess of bright yellow hair. "It's okay, kid, you're okay. Everyone is." Yamada took his hand in his. You took a beating, kid. Heard you were still standing when All Might arrived. They hurt Shouta? Shouta, he mumbled. Before you get yourself worked up, he's okay. He woke before you actually. You both went through surgery. Yamada explained. Shouta already was discharged this morning. He will be coming down in a bit to see you. But, you do have a few visitors waiting for you. Who? Izuku asked, blinking a few times. He could finally see clearer. Yamada was smiling down at him. The room he was in was white with blue curtains at the windows. Some class friends of yours. Yamada replied. Izuku went silent for a moment. Just Tsuyu and Tokoyami, Izuku said. Yamada nodded and went out to get them. Izuku lay there, tired. He wanted to go back to sleep, but he didn't want to without Aizawa. Izuku raised a hand to his chest. It was covered with bandaged. He wondered what damage the villains had done. He then remembered. He reached up and touched his ear. It was bandaged up too. Izuku carefully removed everything from him before getting to his paws. He wobbled, a little unsteady as he went over to a mirror. He looked at his reflection. He had a new scar from his neck to his cheek on the left and one across his nose. Izuku ran his fingers over it before reaching up and freeing his ear. He took a sharp breath at the sight. One whole side was torn, cracked. A large chunk was gone and the rest was a scarred mess. He was looking at it as they entered again with Aizawa. He didn't notice them. He twitched his ear. It seemed to respond like normal, but seeing it like that was discomforting. You okay, kid? Aizawa moved to his side. Izuku let out a low whine. My ear. He answered. Aizawa pet his head, but kept himself from touching the injured ear. I am sorry that happened, kid. You feeling okay, other than your ear? He asked. Izuku gave a small nod, before wincing as he moved a little too quickly. His chest hurt. You shouldn't be standing, mister. Recovery girl entered, looking at Izuku. He returned to his bed. Aizawa sat next to him. Izuku noticed how one of his arms was completely wrapped in a cast. He also had a patch under his eye. I am fine, kid. Just half of the healing done already. Aizawa assured him. Recovery girl checked over Izuku. You took a lot of damage. I am surprised you were able to keep standing after taking it all. Recovery girl said. The clan was in danger. I couldn't let them be hurt. Izuku answered. Aizawa smiled softly. Recovery girl went over Izuku's vitals, giving him a kiss on the cheek. There, you'll need to be careful for a few days. So no training. Recovery girl told him. And no play fighting with the clan. She warned. Izuku's ears twitched back, a sign to show he understood. She gave him a small smile and pat on the head. You did well. She added. He purred under her touch. I need to talk to you, Aizawa, and you Yamada. You two please stay with Izuku. Tsuyu and Tokoyami nodded as the adults left. You gave us a fright, Tamakawa. We had no idea if you would live or not. Tokoyami said. Sorry. Izuku bowed his head. But you saved us. So thank you. He added. Izuku glanced at him. My class is my clan. Had to protect you, it's my job. Izuku tried to reason. Yes, maybe, but you can't help if you get yourself killed. You have to live for us. Tsuyu smiled. Okay. Izuku nodded. He gave a small smile. I'll do my best. We believe in you, Tamakawa. Tokoyami told him. Call me Izuku. Izuku said, his tail twitching happily. His classmates left a while later, having to go home. Izuku was just getting discharged. He sat on the bed, his face in an expression of concentration and thoughtfulness. That creature, that no move of the human, almost. Like a crown of people pushed into one. What was it made for? Why did it willingly try and kill Shouta? Izuku could feel his concern coil in his stomach. Shouta almost died, he thought, that though alone caused Izuku to panic. Kid. Izuku looked up, eyes meeting Aizawa's. His soulmate was watching him with concern, before smiling softly. Time to go home. Izuku got up, wincing slightly as his joints ached. Aizawa rubbed the base of his good ear. Izuku purred, leaning into his touch. Come on. Yamada's going to drive us home. Aizawa told him. Izuku nodded. He was looking forward to spending some time to relax and recover with his soulmate. Aizawa stood in the kitchen with Yamada and Tamakawa. Izuku was lying in the living room. His clan had piled on top of him the moment he came in. Izuku was relaxing under his clan, lying on his side, a sign to show he was calm and comfortable. Jean was the only one he would let get close to his ears now. She lay over his shoulders, purring softly. He really had that much damage and was still standing when All Might arrived? Tamakawa asked in surprise. Yamada nodded. Aizawa was frowning. The class said. Izuku reacted immediately when Aizawa down for the count. Yamada added. The kit was able to hold his own against a creature made to kill All Might. Aizawa leaned against the counter. He knew All Might would come to him soon and ask. Izuku was defiantly going to be on his list of ideal successors. Aizawa smiled softly at his soulmate, purring loudly over his own, warm purring blanket. At least they were okay. After a whole day of healing, Izuku and Aizawa were heading back to UA. Izuku was happy to check on his new clan. He had to make sure they were all okay. Izuku stopped outside his classroom, ears twitching at the harsh voices of his class. He frowned and pressed his good ear against the wood to listen. You don't know me, not even willing to give it a chance purely cause of that cat. Bakugo said. You have been nothing but mean to him. The battle simulation, you attacked him for no reason after the battle had ended. Tsuyu replied. You're my soulmate, yeah, but I'm not going to give anything a try until you can start respecting others. And maybe even apologize, that might lessen your ego a bit. Izuku's ears fell back, as Bakugo responded angrily. He listened to Bakugo place the blame upon him. He had caused Bakugo's soulmate to hate him. Izuku backed off from the door, eyeing it sadly. He was right. He had caused his soulmate to hate him, but he didn't mean to. He didn't even know that she was his soulmate. Aizawa asked. Izuku shook his head. Aizawa placed a hand on his head. He could hear the topic of the class. And sighed. Go to the staff room, Yamada will be in there. Izuku darted off, knowing he will find Izuku in cat form upon his return. He entered the class, glaring around. Most of the students were out of their seats, but they were quick to return to their seats, looking at him, prepared to start the lesson. Before we get started, let's get something dealt with. You all found out that Izuku is my soulmate at the USJ, correct? He stood at his deck, folding his arms across his chest. They nodded. We'll be keeping it quiet if you want, sir, Ida began. That's not it, but I caught the last bit for that argument. Aizawa said. He looked at Bakugo, and then at Tsuyu, before he looked back at Bakugo. You can't not blame Izuku for your problem, when you are many of his. He was left on the streets at the age of 4, brought back into society at 13. When I found him, he couldn't talk at all. Now, he is still more cat than human, simply because how people viewed him when he was 4 and quirkless. The class was silent. Right now, he has accepted the blame of you and your soulmate's issues and has accepted that he may be the cause. He only remembers what you used to be like. Bakugo, you were vile to him. Attack him. Then, once being reunited, you then attacked him, yet again. Aizawa said, is it not right for Izuku to have such views about you, when you have gave him no reason, no proof that you have changed, that you are a better person? He doesn't always understand what people do. He is still learning to be human again. As his class, you should be helping him find that humanity in him, not showing that it's not worth trying. They were all silent. That being said, it is unlikely he will be joining the class today. Aizawa was thankful that no one decided to question him why, as he got the lesson underway, and told them about the upcoming sports festival, making a mental note to inform Izuku about it later. Izuku lay on Yamada's lap in cat form, allowing pets from anyone and everyone. Even Nemuri. Izuku actually enjoyed her pets. Nemuri rubbed his uninjured ear, as Izuku purred happily. I am curious to find out what happened. She muttered. I'm not sure I want to. Yamada said, scratching Izuku's back. The cat stretched out, claws peeking out before he curled up again, damaged ear twitching. I am sure Shoyuda will explain it later. Nemuri cooed over how cute Izuku was. I am sure Izuku probably needs a little more rest. What he went through was rather traumatic. Yamada said he wasn't too sure. Even in cat form, he was sure Izuku looked like he was about to cry. The door opened and Aizawa came in. Izuku perked up, ears and nose twitching. He practically flew from Yamada's lap, scaled his soulmate's hero suit, and nestled in his capture weapon. Aizawa pet his head. "You okay there, kid?" Shouta asked. Izuku cuddled closer to him. Aizawa signed softly and sat at his desk. "What happened?" Namuri asked. "Classroom drama. 2 of my students found out they are soulmates. One is Izuku's friend, the other," Aizawa began. "Is the boy that attacked after the battle training, isn't it?" Toshinori asked. Aizawa nodded. He blamed Izuku for making his soulmate hate him. Of course, Izuku naturally accepted that blame. Which he shouldn't. Izuku let out a small whine. "Okay," Aizawa said, rubbing his head. The hero sighed. "Too much drama. Maybe tomorrow would be easier." Izuku was in before anyone else the following day, sitting in his seat. Mama Jean jumped in through the window, having followed her sad kit that day. Izuku was grateful for her presence, but he still jumped when the door opened. It was Ida. "Good to see you today, Tamakawa," he said, his arm making a sharp chopping motion. Izuku shrunk back. Jean stood next to her kit to protect him. Ida noticed this. "I was not aware you could bring in pets." "Mama," Izuku interrupted. Ida stopped. "Excuse me?" "She's my mama. She is the one who found me." Izuku mumbled. Jean chirped and nuzzled Izuku's head. "I was scared to come in." "I wouldn't worry. We will not let Bakugo harm you in any way," Ida told him. Izuku looked at him, wondering if he could really trust the other boy. "Either way, how are you?" "I haven't had a chance to talk after the attack." Ida approached his desk. He could see how concerned Ida was. His tail twitched a little. Izuku spoke little about his injuries. Ida informed him of the other class members and of the sports festival. The other class members came in, and Jean felt it was safe to leave her kit, not before growling at Bakugo. "What the F dash?" Bakugo glared at where Jean had vanished from. "You can't blame a mother for being worried and protective over her child, Bakugo," Ida commented. Izuku found himself smiling. Maybe Ida wasn't so bad either. "Tamakawa, can you show us your fighting style?" Uraraka asked. Izuku looked at her, ears twitching. "Some members of 1A had come to you today over the weekend to get some extra training in before the sports festival. There was Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu and Tokoyami. Todoroki had shown up. He currently getting rid of the ice he had created." "Why?" he asked curiously. "Because you were so fast. During the battle simulation, during the USJ. You were fast and well strong. I want to be better, and please show us what you know," Uraraka said. "Tequo taught me. It might be harder to teach you," Izuku mumbled. "Tequo?" the class repeated. Izuku smiled. "Tequo is the hunter and fighter of the clan. He is the strongest there is. Everyone is sure Mama Jean is going to choose him to lead the clan when she is gone." He happily told them. "It was easier to teach me because I can become full cat." Izuku obviously demonstrated. Aizawa and Hitoshi were coming over. "I learned to fight the same way every other kitten learned. Of course, Mama still treats me like a kitten." "You are a kid," Aizawa said. "You age like a human, despite your cat characteristics." Izuku pouted. Uraraka had to resist the urge to coo over Izuku cute cat pout. Izuku noticed something on her wrist. He nosed it curiously. "Oh, that's just my own soul mark." Uraraka blushed. "Do you know who it is?" "Tsuyu, not Tamakawa?" Uraraka watched Izuku run over to Todoroki, climbing up his shoulder and sitting there. Todoroki looked at him, but Izuku placed a paw on his cheek and then looked over at Uraraka. She was blushing. "Don't be silly, Tamakawa. Todoroki can't be my soulmate. That's just impossible." Izuku gave her a deadpan look and looked at Todoroki expectantly. The teen was watching Uraraka silently. Before, moving his shirt collar a little to reveal a soul mark on his shoulder. It looked like a floating piece of land. The bottom part had mountains of ice. The top had volcanoes and fire. "This is mine," he said. Uraraka blushed and held up her wrist to show its matching pair. Izuku looked smug and jumped off Todoroki and nudged him towards Uraraka. Don't play matchmaker, Kit. I have enough classroom drama with just Bakugo being in there. Aizawa sighed. Why was Bakugo placed in class with Tamakawa anyway with their history? Uraraka asked. It is concerning to know it occurred. Todoroki agreed. He kept glancing at Uraraka. They didn't know Bakugo and Kaken were the same. Izuku explained. I used to call Bakugo Kaken. I only mentioned him once when I learned to talk and during the court case, and I called him Kaken all that time. Kaken? Tsuyu repeated. Izuku bowed his head sadly. What we got from his story, Aizawa lifted Izuku up, petting his head. Izuku purred happily, melting into a puddle of fur. He and Bakugo had known each other all their lives, their parents being best friends. So, they were close friends, all it changed when Izuku was declared quirkless. That's horrible. Ida frowned. That is what this society is like, praises those with strong quirks, hates on people with weak, villain-like or no quirks. Hitoshi sighed, reaching out to pet Izuku. When we're here's, we can fight to change all that. Uraraka said and beamed. We can all work on that aim together. Tsuyu and Tokoyami agreed. Todoroki nodded. Izuku looked at them happily, content to lay across Aizawa's shoulders, purring loudly. Aizawa! Yagi Toshinori sat next to him. Aizawa glanced away from Izuku training with his friends to look at the hero. I am guessing you've made your choice? Aizawa asked. My choice remains the same. I think young Tamakawa is still the perfect person to take my quirk. He nodded. You have to ask him, of course. Aizawa said. I know. Toshinori nodded. They continued to watch, as Izuku was able to pin Todoroki, his tail twitching as the group laughed. He is going to be a fine hero. Aizawa nodded in agreement. Izuku looked at Toshinori as he explained everything, the full truth about his quirk, the injury, the history of OFA. Izuku listened carefully. Will you accept this quirk, young Tamakawa? Toshinori asked. Izuku thought about it and nodded. I'll do my best to use it, he said. Toshinori smiled and held out a strand of hair. Very well then, eat this. Toshi said. What? Aizawa burst out, but Izuku did as he was told very quickly. He just sat there. The two pros watched him. Is something meant to happen? Izuku asked curiously. No, we have to let it digest. You needed to have some of my DNA to pass on the quirk. So, we can see in a few hours. Toshinori looked at Aizawa nervously. Aizawa still looked like he wanted to murder the number one hero, but after Izuku ate the hair, there was not much he could do. Izuku held out his arm as OFA filled his body. He could feel the power bubbling beneath his skin, as red lines began to crisscross, before they burst into green lightning. He turned his eyes to the two pros before him. All Might was beaming. From the get-go, perfect Tamakawa. He beamed. Aizawa was watching. Carefully, but smiled softly at the determined look in Izuku's eyes. Oh, Todoroki, are you waiting for someone? Uraraka asked, noticing the dual-haired boy at the Udata gates after the training. He looked at her, before glancing away. I was waiting for you, he admitted. She saw a small blush on his cheeks. She smiled softly. You didn't have to, but apricot. Ida had to hurry home. His brother wanted to tell him something before the sports festival. Uraraka smiled. Todoroki walked beside her as they moved away from the school. Must be nice having your family around during a time like this. Do you not live with your family? Todoroki asked. I live alone whilst attending UA. My parents live a few hours away by train. They own a construction company. They are the reason I want to be a hero. Once I earn enough, so my parents don't have to worry about money anymore. So they can have a break. They work so hard. I just wish I could do more to help them now. Uraraka blushed. I am sorry, I am unloading my sad story on you. No, it's nice to hear about your family. You love them a lot. Todoroki looked at her. Uraraka smiled. Of course, they worked hard to give me a good chance. It is only right I do my best to make them happy. Uraraka smiled. Don't you feel the same? She stood, looking at the dark expression on his face. Todoroki, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Todoroki asked. Uraraka stood walking, eyes wide. Todoroki took a deep breath and began his own story. Good morning, Tamakawa. Izuku looked up to see Todoroki and Uraraka walking in, holding hands. His ears picked up, Uraraka blushed and smiled. Thank you for telling us. It's my pleasure. Soulmates are safe people. Izuku said. You're right, thank you for helping me find mine. Todoroki told him. Tamakawa, how hard would it be to get some cat's help to torment Endeavor? Uraraka asked. Izuku frowned. I bit him once. Mama Jean told me off 'cause I didn't know where he had been. Izuku said. Todoroki immediately covered his mouth. Uraraka giggled. You made him smile, no laugh. Uraraka beamed. She sat down at someone else's table. I need the details on how it happened. Izuku smiled and happily told his tale. That had been at least a week ago now. Izuku had heard Todoroki's tale and offered his cat form to the boy to comfort him. And now, Todoroki and Uraraka were in the small friendship group. Izuku was curled up in cat form on Todoroki's lap as everyone was waiting for the sports festival to begin. Todoroki petting his fur to calm himself down. Uraraka sat next to him, rubbing Izuku's good ear. The class jumped and the door was pushed open, but surprised as two cats walked in. Izuku's ears picked up. He jumped from Todoroki's lap to greet them. The oldest nuzzled him happily. Isn't that your mother, Tamakawa? Ida asked. Izuku looked up at him happily. Before pouncing on the second cat, they tumbled over. Tequo. Izuku purred happily. Tequo dodged from the street cat, pouncing on his from the side. The two of them fought for a while, something the class could only watch, cooing lightly. There a small buzzing noise, and a voice saying all students had to head into the stadium. Izuku returned to his more humanoid form. With one meow from Jean, Class 1A headed out. It's U.A's sports festival. The one time each year where our fledgling heroes compete in a ruthless grand battle. First up, you know who I am talking about. The miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. The first years of the hero's course, its class it. Yamada was commentating. Izuku looked up at the box, where he knew Aizawa was too. He also glanced in the crowd, his body shivering as he saw the Bakugo family and with them the three kids he had seen with his parents during their unwanted reunion. Are you okay, Tamakawa? Uraraka asked. Lots of people, Izuku mumbled. You are still unsure about people? Ida asked. You don't know what they want, Izuku said. The other classes were called out. Izuku's ears picked up as he looked around for Hitoshi. He saw the wave of purple hair and relaxed a little. Now for the athlete's oath. The first year's ref ended up being Midnight. Your student representative is Tamakawa Izuku. Izuku looked up at her surprised. Well, you did place first in the entrance exam. Ida commented. I did. Izuku asked. Ida nodded and nudged him forward. Izuku stumbled up, looking at everyone nervously. He saw Hitoshi give him an thumbs up. The athlete's oath. We're all here with different ambitions, different aims. But let's all do our best. Izuku said. It did earn a cheer from all classes. He happily returned to his class. That was really good, Tamakawa. Tsuyu smiled. You really got everyone excited for this. Good job for inspiring them. Ida added with a proud smile. Izuku blushed happily. Now, without delay, let's get the first event started. Midnight called out. It seems like everything at U.A starts without delay. Uraraka muttered. Izuku nodded in agreement. These are the qualifiers. It's in this stage that so many are sent home crying every year. Midnight beamed. And the fateful first even is this. The words obstacle course race flashed across all the screens in the stadium. Izuku's ears picked up. That would be fairly easy. 3 lights counted down to the start of the race. And soon, everyone was trying to push their way through the gate. Izuku ran at them, transforming mid-run into his full cat form, running across the shoulders of the other students, gaining a quick lead before transforming back. Izuku remained running in a cat-like form. His ears twitched as he could hear people talking about him. He knew the cameras were likely following his very movements at the time. He chose to ignore them as he felt the ground tremble. He lunged forward, picking up speed, racing past as robots tried to block his way. One tried to grab at his tail, but he twitched it away. He hated anyone touching his tail, aside from those he was close to. He glared ahead, determined to keep this lead. Tamakawa complete avoided the first obstacle. Robo Inferno. He's pretty fast. Close second is Todoroki Shudo, whose ice made quick work of those robots. Izuku didn't dare look back as he felt the ground shudder and the crashing sound of the falling robots. Can the other students get past this block he has created? Tamakawa and Todoroki are now approaching the second obstacle. Fall and you're out. You gotta crawl across if you want to make it. This is the fall. Izuku stopped to look down, ears twitching again, like the robots, hardly an obstacle in his opinion. In cat form, he darted across the ropes as easily as he had run across fence tops as a kitten. Todoroki crossed by freezing the rope to help with his balance. Bakugo and the other students began to close in. Izuku stopped before the final obstacle. This one was more of a challenge. Minefield. He knew he had to be extra careful. His ears were sensitive and one blast too close could send his balance right off. Izuku snorted, carefully pouncing from safe spot to safe spot. But he made it to the end. He and Todoroki were close, but Izuku claimed first place. Back in his humanoid form, Izuku yawned and stretched out, his claws extending as he did so. You did well, Tamakawa. Todoroki said. Thank you. You too. You were close. Izuku nodded. Having a cat form like you would have made it easier. Todoroki smiled. Shudo. Uraraka completed the race and hurried over to her soulmate. And Tamakawa, you were both great. I could barely keep up. You did fine. Shudo smiled at her softly. Before she could reply, midnight showed the results. The second round was announced, Calvary Battle. Participants will form teams of 2 to 4 members and get into a horse and rider formation. The rules are fundamentally the same as all other Calvary battles. You need to protect your headband and claim others. Izuku listened carefully as Midnight explained the round. Our first place participant is worth 10 million points. Everyone turned to stare at Izuku, feeling threatened. Izuku crouched low, tail twitching as he glared back at them all. Izuku! Hitoshi ran over. Izuku smiled, going into cat form and scaling the boy's uniform to settle on his shoulder. Team? He asked. In reply, Izuku placed his paw against Hitoshi's cheek. I'll take that as a yes. Hitoshi frowned as Todoroki and Uraraka approached. Tamakawa, want to join us, or we can join you? Uraraka asked. Izuku looked at Hitoshi. It's gonna be your team, you and decide. He said. Izuku liked his cheek. Don't do that. Hitoshi waved him off. Izuku jumped and landed on Todoroki's shoulders. Uraraka was giggled. Todoroki just reached up to pet Izuku's head. Toshi. A girl came running over, eyes yellow, and hair in pink dreadlocks. Izuku sniffed and backed off a little. The smell of smoke, oil, and metal in general didn't sit well with his nose. Are you teaming up with the cat? Yeah, and he's teaming up with those two. Sorry. Hitoshi apologized. The girl turned and looked at Izuku, getting closer until he hissed at her, putting himself so Todoroki's head was between them. Ah, don't be shy. The girl cooed. Izuku growled instead. I think he might be more concerned with how you smell. Cats have a good sense of smell, and the general amount of tech on you is likely distracting. Todoroki said simple. The girl looked surprised. Oh, right. Sorry. I will go and find some other people to help me show off my babies. The girl kissed Hitoshi's cheek and run off. Izuku gave him a look. Yeah, that's my soulmate, don't you dare say a word. He pointed a finger at the cat. Izuku snorted. Zashi-san probably saw all that. He looked smug. I am F-ed, Hitoshi groaned. Uraraka giggled at his reaction. So, what's the plan? Todoroki asked. You're at the front. Izuku said. You can use your fire and ice without an issue then. Izuku decided, and then Hitoshi and Uraraka, you can decide whether you are on the left or right. He smiled, which was quite odd in cat form. In cat form, I can have room to move around and remain on your shoulders, making it hard for people to try and get it. His tail twitched happily. We've got this, no problem. Uraraka giggled. You can also lift Hitoshi and Todoroki if you need to. I can just hold on, if none of you mind claws, Izuku added, flexing a paw. Uraraka nodded. I'll do my best, let's show everyone what we can do. She beamed, Izuku purred happily. Begin. Midnight yelled, marking the start of the second round, Todoroki. Izuku said, immediately a wall of ice surround them. Izuku blinked from his spot on Todoroki's shoulder, his tail twitched. Not what I had in mind, but it works. How long can you keep it up? As long as I want. My fire can keep us warm. Todoroki held out his left hand and created a flame. Human air conditioner. Hitoshi muttered. Todoroki gave him a deadpan glare. Izuku jumped, fur bristling as Bakugo's voice yelled from the other side of the ice wall, explosions going off, but Todoroki just continued to apply more ice to the wall. He is always after you. I would say it isn't fair, but we are in the middle and top of a competition. Uraraka frowned, but seriously, what is his problem? Behind the ice, Bakugo started yelled death threats. Izuku flinched back. Want to teach him a lesson? One touch from me, Uraraka smirked, sounds good to me. Hitoshi nodded, I have no arguments. Todoroki agreed, Izuku rolled his eyes, okay. Izuku said, Uraraka lift us, then Todoroki heat the air quickly. The plan worked perfectly. Uraraka got them out of the way as the sudden heat mixing with the cold air caused an explosion, knocking a few teams out. But Bakugo's remained standing. Izuku purred happily as they settled back on the ground. Perfect plan. Uraraka beamed. Think you mean perfect? Hitoshi smirked, please don't. Izuku begged. Do you? Bakugo roared. I'll grab his band, Uraraka do what you need to. Izuku crouched low. As Bakugo got close enough, Izuku jumped landing on Bakugo's arm. Bakugo froze with shock and confusion. Izuku took the chance. Taking his band, Uraraka touched his arm. Bakugo yelped as he began to float. Izuku jumped from Bakugo, landing gracefully on Todoroki's shoulder, Bakugo's team point band in his mouth. Release. Uraraka deactivated her quirk. Bakugo landed on the ground with a loud grunt. Bakugo Katsuki has touched the ground, his team is disqualified. Midnight announced. F-. Bakugo roared. He wanted to explode the dumb cat, but the UA's sports festival was a live, national event. He couldn't do anything as it would risk his place in his place in the school in general. He stormed off. Kirishima patted his back, but he made up his mind to face the cat later. He wasn't going to let this slide so easily. And time's up. Midnight ended the second round not long later. First place goes to Team Tamakawa, followed by Team Azui, then Team Momo and Team Kendo. My called out. Izuku went into a purring fury, happily nuzzling all three of his teammates. We did it. Uraraka cheered, petting Izuku happily. The next event will be after an hour's lunch break. See you all then. Hey Eraser, let's go and get some food. Izuku's ears picked up at that. Todoroki found himself smiling. Go find your soulmate. Both of you. I'm going to spend some time with mine. Todoroki put his arm around Uraraka, who blushed. Right, later. Hitoshi rushed off. Izuku meowed as he dashed off. Come on then, Uraraka smiled, taking Todoroki's hand. Let's go have lunch. The soulmates headed to the student lunch area, missing the dark expression on the number 2 hero's face. Hey there Kit, great work out there. Yamada smiled as Izuku raced in and settled on Aizawa's lap. Izuku looked proud of himself. Aizawa smiled and rubbed his good ear. Good job Street Cat, you did great. He praised. Izuku purred happily. During lunch, Izuku went back to his humanoid form to eat lunch with his soulmate. He was looking forward to the next round. It was going to be fun. Izuku saw the look on Todoroki's face when they all gathered to find out about the next round. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Uraraka frowned. Endeavor cornered us on our way back from lunch. He said some quite hurtful things. Uraraka looked away. Todoroki took her hand and squeezed it tight. He made comments about Achiko's financial status, how it would be better for me to be paired with some with more social class and a better quirk. Todoroki frowned. Izuku growled, his eyes darted to the stands, emeralds landing on Endeavor as he growled angrily. It's fine, Tamakawa. Uraraka began. Izuku, call me Izuku. Or Street Cat, lots of people call me that. Sometimes Kitten on occasion, but I will never forgive Midnight for that name. Izuku said. The Soulmates looked surprised, but Uraraka smiled. Then how about Kit? She asked. Izuku nodded. We're on to the final event. Between the 16 members of the 4 winning teams. We have a formal tournament. A series of one-on-one battles. A tournament, so we'll be up in that ring they have every year. Hitoshi mused as he moved to stand next to Izuku. Wasn't it a tournament last year too? Uraraka. The format's always different, but most years involve some kind of head-to-head competition. Todoroki explained. Oh, I see. Uraraka nodded. The matchups will be decided by drawing lots. Once that's all settles, we'll move on to the main tournaments. Midnight explained. Everyone put their lots in and waited for what pairings would be decided. And here are the matchups. Hitoshi winced. Izuku glanced at him. The teens smiled weakly. Well, I think our match is already decided. Hitoshi said. Izuku tilted his head. I could never match you in physical fight. You could try. Izuku said. Maybe, but I think that fight would better be left for another day. Hitoshi walked off. Izuku frowned after him, wondering what Hitoshi was planning to do. When they were called up for their match, Hitoshi forfeited. I know I won't win. And sometimes it is better to retreat than to stand and fight a battle that will never be won. Hitoshi spoke out. Izuku was saddened by Hitoshi's choice, but as people in the stands began to complain, Izuku moved to Hitoshi's side and walked off the field with him. Sorry I couldn't give you the fight you deserve. Hitoshi glanced at Izuku, who beamed. It was your choice. Bakugo was knocked out of the festival, so I am good. Izuku smiled. Hitoshi smiled too. Izuku ended up sitting with Aizawa in cat form as the tournament continued. Tsuyu was able to get Uraraka out of the ring. Todoroki froze Kendo in place. Tokoyami with Dark Shadow pushed Yaoyorozu out of the ring. Mei used Ida to show off her things before stepping out of the ring herself. Tokage was able to bet Tetsu after he ran out of iron to harden himself with. Shiozaki was able to easily capture Kaminari after he overused his quirk. And Hananuki was able to trap Shoji in the ground, making him unable to move. That was an interesting first round. Aizawa commented. Izuku nodded and agreed. He was fighting Tsuyu next. You should go to the waiting room. Izuku jumped off his lap and ran, going into his humanoid form before reaching the waiting room. Round 2. Next up, we have our second round. Tamakawa Izuku vs Azui Tsuyu. This is going to be a fight between 2 animal quirks. Let's see how it goes. Good luck, Tamakawa. Tsuyu called. Likewise. He nodded. And start. Midnight called. Immediately Tsuyu launched her tongue at him. Izuku changed form and dodged. Izuku was faster in this form, much faster, and being small aided in him dodging. Tsuyu was fast too though, and Izuku had a lot of work to keep ahead of her. To the people and heroes in the stands, it simply looked like Tsuyu was attacked and Izuku was dodging. But it was more than that. Izuku was mostly dodging, but he was doing it in a specific way. He was waiting for Tsuyu to do something that would then aid him in winning. When that moment came, Izuku jumped onto her tongue and ran towards her. Tsuyu stared at him in shock. Izuku jumped onto her head, knocking her off balance. He landed behind her, transforming once more, grabbing her quickly and throwing her out of bounds. Azui Tsuyu is out of bounds. Tamakawa Izuku will move on to the semi-final. Izuku ran over to Tsuyu and held out his hand. She accepted it with a smile. You did great, Tamakawa. She praised. Izuku smiled happily. Together they left the field. You'll be fighting Ida or Tokage next, right? Tsuyu asked. Izuku nodded. I hope Ida does well this round. He couldn't do much last time. Izuku said. Tsuyu nodded. That support student really did use him to show off her things. It was clever. She's my mate's nephew's mate. Izuku said. Tsuyu looked at him. Aizawa's nephew's mate, she repeated. Izuku nodded. I like her. But she smells like oil. Izuku wrinkled his nose up. I'm sure you'll get used to her. Tsuyu smiled sadly, glancing away. Izuku watched her, but said nothing else. The matches continued. Ida did win against Tokage, using his speed to win. Todoroki won against Tokoyami. Uraraka hugged him when he got back to the stands. Izuku watched them carefully, before looking at the number 2 hero, who looked furious. And Shiozaki won against Hananuki. Izuku took a deep breath and began to stretch. He was going against Ida. Izuku knew Ida would likely do what he did with Tokage, try and end the match with his speed. Izuku had to be fast. Izuku sighed, tail twitching as he could hear the cheering crowd as Mike hyped them up of the semifinals. He could win this. He could show them all. Izuku yawned, sitting in the tunnel, waiting for Yamada to call him up for his match. His tail twitched lightly. He turned upon hearing someone behind him. Izuku smiled, seeing All Might making his way towards him. All Might. Izuku bound over. You did great in your last 2 matches. All Might smiled, petting the boy's head. Izuku purred happily. He looked up at him. I am assuming you have a plan for this one too? Yeah. I have to be careful though. If I make one mistake, the rest is useless. Izuku said. Well, you can be very careful. All Might smiled. Time to go on to the first match of our semifinals. Our 1A cat Tamakawa Izuku verse. The fast member of the class, Ida Tenya. Present, Mike called out. Izuku's ears picked up. Go on. All Might smiled. Izuku beamed and ran off, out of the tunnel, stopping on the platform. Ida stood across from him. Izuku smiled, but kept his eyes on him as if hunting prey. Ida shivered slightly. Start! Midnight yelled. Izuku heard Ida rev up his engines. He was going to do what he did to his last opponent, exactly what Izuku had hoped he would do. Crouching low, Izuku prepared to follow through with his plan. Unless something did go wrong, then he had to stall him to think of a new one. Ida ran at him, faster with the aid of his quirk. Izuku jumped up, over him, yowling as he felt a hand close round his tail. He was pleased to hear Ida cried out as claws dug into his back, forcing the navy-haired teen to let go of his tail. Izuku backed up, to the edge of the field, pacing as he growled at Ida. The teen looked at him. Izuku growled, getting ready to attack. One thing you should never do to a cat, touch their tail, Aizawa muttered. You would have thought people would have learnt from the entrance exam. He made it very clear. Though a tactic like that to stun your opponent works, it doesn't work on the ones whose immediate response is to attack. Mike added, your reaction time is impressive. Ida commented. Izuku growled again. Before launching forward, Ida was a little surprised. Izuku collided with him, knocking him back. Ida fell across the line. Ida Tenya is across the line. Tamakawa Izuku wins and goes on to the final. Izuku huffed, turned tail and ran. All Might was still waiting in the wings. Izuku went into cat form and jumped into his arms. All Might chuckled. You feeling okay? He asked. Izuku huffed again and curled up in his arms. All Might petted him for a while before Izuku's ears picked up. He jumped from All Might's arms just as 13 and Snipe were passing. Izuku darted down the hall and returned to normal as he found himself face to face with Endeavor. He could smell All Might, Snipe and 13 following after him. He growled at Endeavor. Shouldn't you be lying in a dumpster somewhere, street rat? He growled back. Izuku looked at him, offended. I'm a cat, not a rat. You should know the difference. I could smell a rat a mile away, and looks like I found you. Izuku challenged, tail twitched. The 3 staff members were close enough to hear now. You should leave after what you said about Uraraka. Who? Your son's soulmate. Her? She is nothing. If she had money or influence, yes, I could probably get something out of it. Endeavor said. Shudo's soulmate has nothing to do with you. If she had money or influence, you would get nothing. Izuku hissed. Shudo has a role to fulfill. He can't let something like her get in his way. A role you forced on him, a role he doesn't want. In a everything. Izuku growled. I know about his mother, I know about your training, I know how you created him to beat All Might, and kept his away from his siblings cause they wear filuris in your eyes. What if the world found out you force her into a quirk marriage? Something that has been illegal for over a century, huh? Endeavor laughed. And how will they ever find out about that street rat? He jeered. Those papers are well hidden, no one will never know that fact. So, you admit all that I have said, the Quirk marriage, the bad treatment of your son, no weight creation? Izuku said with a small smirk. You admit to doing all that? To you, yes, who would believe you? Endeavor smirked, Izuku chuckled. The question you should be asking is, who will believe a cat that has taken down a number of villains, the number 1 hero, 13 and Snipe? Izuku said as he said their names, the 3 heroes stepped out, looking furious. Well, 13 tried, but Izuku knew he looked like a marshmallow, thus wouldn't have much effect. You, Endeavor, are to leave a property now. Your son will be kept here until a full investigation can be done into what you have just admitted. We will be speaking to your wife, her family and your children. All Might said, not smiling. Young Todoroki is now in the care of you, so leave. Endeavor glared at them, before looking at Izuku, who smiled. Leave Shouta and Uraraka alone, I am the one who brought them together. Izuku said with a smirk. Endeavor growled and stormed off. Snipe called the police, explaining everything. They were sending people to USJ and to Endeavor's house to find those papers before he got home. Good job, street cat. Snipe praised, petting Izuku's head. Go and relax before the finals. He nodded and headed off to tell Uraraka the good news. Uraraka stared at him with wide eyes before laughed. She pulled Izuku into a hug. Thank you, she said tearfully. You saved him. I couldn't let him stay with a bad family. Izuku said. I had to help. And I was lucky to be passing. Passing? Uraraka smiled. Izuku gave her an innocent, wide-eyed look. Meowing softly, she laughed and pet him. You are your perfect timings. She teased. She couldn't wait to tell Shouta that he was free. Shouta listened as Uraraka quickly summarized what had occurred between Izuku and Endeavor, that 3 teachers had heard everything which had led to his father being forced to leave the event, but what was even more that the police had gone to his home. A message from his sister confirmed the police had arrived before his father. She was confused on why they were searching Endeavor's study. Shouta decided it wasn't the time to reply. Fuyumi acted like a mediator between him and his father, but she never tried to stop Endeavor. She never went running for help, never called for help. He didn't hate his sister. He was just a little sour that the most she was willing to do for him was to do minimum first aid on burns that should have been checked out by the hospital. Shouta listened to Uraraka talk, with a smile on his face. No one would really believe the great Endeavor was taken down by a cat. Izuku was really something else. I heard what you did, Todoroki told Izuku, after he found him as they were heading to the waiting rooms. Izuku smiled. I simply bumped into Endeavor and he said the wrong things in front of 3 teachers, nothing more. He said. Todoroki shook his head. He was smiling softly. Thank you. Todoroki told him. I have to protect my clan. Izuku replied simply. Todoroki watched him walk away, a happy feeling bubbling up inside. Izuku considered him part of his clan. The 2 teens faced each other. Izuku knew that Todoroki was going to be a huge challenge. The cold wasn't his favorite, but he was used to it. He just had to be careful. Besides, he had to hopefully help Shouta use his fire. Was much of a fan of fire either, but he'll deal with it when it gets to it. The final match is upon us. The son of the number 2 hero, Todoroki Shouta versus the street cat Tamakawa Izuku. Midnight started the match and Izuku immediately had to dodge ice, and that is all he could do. He could get close, he tried to, but ending up being hit by a pillar of ice Todoroki had sent up. Izuku was thrown into the air. He went into cat form. The crowd gasped. Izuku was falling, heading straight towards the ice building towards him. Even in his cat form, Izuku knew he was likely to get an injury from this fall, but he had one last trick. He reached for the second quirk inside him. It was his last hope to even have a chance at the finals. As Izuku was meant to hit the ice, there a flash of bright green, and a huge gust of wind that blew with the sound of a large cracking sound. Everyone was looking at the field, and as the dust cleared they could all see Todoroki lying over the line, but silence continued as they all waited for Izuku to appear. In the center of the splintered stage and ice, stood a creature that seemed to be a cross between a domestic cat and a lion. The lion in question stood there unmoving, before it changed and Izuku took its place. He shook his head, his ears twitching. Todoroki Shoto is across the boundary. Tamakawa Izuku has won and has claimed first place for the first year's sports festival. Todoroki was carried off and Izuku darted off. All Might was waiting for him in the sidelines. All Might. What happened to me? Izuku asked. One for all seems to have caused that particular effect. Quite interesting indeed. Toshinori smiled. Is that good or bad? Izuku frowned. That is for you to decide. Did you dislike it? Toshinori asked. No, not at all. It just strange, wow, but it felt nice. Izuku said. Then, I think it may be a good thing, my boy. Toshinori patted his shoulder, before a voice yelled their way. Izuku stood in first place, Shuto in second place. Izuku was purring lightly as Shuto took it upon himself to scratch Izuku behind his ears. The class is getting together after the festival. Want to come with us? Shuto asked. Izuku shook his head. Shouta and I have plans, then we're going home to celebrate with the clan. Izuku said happily. Sounds great, then we'll just have to see you when school starts up again. Shuto smiled. Congratulations on your win. Izuku purred happily. That was eventful, but so much fun. Most of 1A were together having ice cream. Todoroki sat next to Uraraka, the two of them holding hands. Why didn't Izuku want to come again? Uraraka asked, cuddled up to Todoroki's side. I bet he was going to wait for Aizawa-sensei. So you said? Probably. To be honest, I thought he would be nicer to his soulmate in class, never expected him to be harsher. Kirishima muttered. Probably so he knows Kit can take care of himself. Kaminari said. He said he had plans with sensei and then was going to celebrate at home. With his cat side of his clan most likely. Shuto explained. The door opened and the ice cream shop owner let out a laugh. If it ain't our very own street cat. His voice boomed. Hi Hori. The class looked to see Izuku and Aizawa enter the shop. They shrunk back not wanting to be seen. The usual please. Of course, congratulations on first place. Hori said. We were watching it in here, you were brilliant. Thank you. Izuku flushed happily. Taking a seat, his tail swaying happily. You've grown up so much since we first met, I remember when you were just a little kitten. Hori smiled. Aizawa looked at him. You've known Izuku for that long? Yes. Yeah, of course, back then he was afraid of most people, can't blame him. With his past and all. But I would leave food out for that clan whenever I could. Hori smiled, passing Izuku his own bowl of ice cream. The cat-quirked boy happily dug in. Shouta patted his head. 1A remained silent, watching them with a small smile as Shouta talked to the owner. Izuku is so lucky to have a good mate. Uraraka smiled softly. The class couldn't help but agree. In the corner, right at the back, sat the Bakugos with the three Midoriya children. Katsuki was glaring in Izuku's direction. His parents watched Izuku with unreadable expressions. The three other Midoriya kids watched him with expressions that showed they honestly didn't know how to feel at the sight of their older brother.